What's up, JD? Hello, Marlena.
Well, like an Omega Hurricane and 99% charge, a storm is brewing here in the Asia-Pacific region. Tonight, teams will be put to the test in some of their toughest matchups so far. The only way through is forward, and the only thing they can do is ignite the battle. Welcome to day 3 of the preseason here in the Asia-Pacific region of Marvel Rivals Ignite. My name is Diatonic. So excited here to join you alongside my co-caster, the legend, CB. And now, CB, it feels like the Asia-Pacific region blown wide open last night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, no one could have predicted, I mean, someone probably did predict that Pirates would end up beating Rejects 2-0, though, and, like, that just kind of, like, creates this entire power vacuum at the top of the Asia-Pacific region, and though Pirates seem primed to fill it, they are not the only ones at the top. Zero Tenacity is up there as well, and then the middle of the pack is about as bloated as it can possibly be. Real quick, I want to wish everybody watching here a happy Easter to all those who celebrate. I hope you got a good Easter egg hunt planned for early in the AM, but if you're in the hunt for peak Marvel Rivals action, then you have come to the right place.
That's a bar.
Yeah, in the hunt, no better way to describe it here, as we are still on the lookout for the top team here in the Asia branch of the Pacific region. Pirates being the MRC kind of final boss here. Zero Tenacity emerging as a powerhouse, and now Reject. A lot of questions surrounding this partner team, as yes, they did take a loss last night, but are looking to bounce right back here tonight in a doubleheader. So many banger matches, you don't want to miss a single one, and we've got all of that action coming your way very shortly. But of course, gotta check in with the latest and greatest coming to Marvel Rivals, all kinds of new content, costumes, maps, everything you need to know about Season 7, and we have all that for you and are so excited to
Sup, Blur?
Yeah, I mean, as good as this action is, you know, it's just as good to come in dripped out. We got some new skins for you in the game. I mean, I'm sure we'll bring those up here in just a second. Class is in session, and reality is about to be rewritten at ESU. Brilliance takes center stage. Rion Landau dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Kett turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible.
Doesn't look good.
Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control.
Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rianne Landau, the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Danim Kett, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Available from now, actually starting on April 2nd, all the way up to April 30th at 7 p.m. Pacific time. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what's real.
I mean, I already copped that Invis Woman skin, and I don't know about you, but like I know a lot of people are also really into that that Mr. Fantastic skin. I might have to shell out the credits for that as well. But something that you don't.
Nobody has ever said they wanted a Mr. Fantastic
skin. Is the brand new map.
Not a singular person.
Never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths. Fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then descend into secret labs pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface.
From street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York, it's what lies underneath it. And of course, Lower Manhattan, the newest map coming to the game, that is available right now if you boot up your Marvel Rivals client from April 2nd, 9 a.m. In Marvel Rivals, the city is only the beginning. And I think beginning of something else here new too, CB?
Yeah, we've got some brand new Twitch drops that arrive with the Ignite preseason. You're getting them right now if you're here watching them on Twitch, but you can tune in to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, a nameplate, emotes, and an exclusive Gambit costume.
Yeah, time quickly ticking away there. That promotion ongoing right now up until May 30th at 3 p.m. The emote and the costume becoming available from April 19th. So be sure to tune in now and back then as well. Watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory.
How was y'all's day? I slept for like 5
really
hours, I think.
No better way to describe what's happening here in the Asia-Pacific region of Ignite. We're on day 3 of the preseason now, and teams still looking to kind of find their place in the field, but really feels like it's a wide-open competition right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 people pretty much tied for that middle of the pack. We've got 3 people all gunning for that upper echelon, and then a couple of people who are fighting for survival down towards the lower end. But let's have a look at where we're going, where we are, and what it is all about. We're starting here right now, the group stage going on through April 12th, so we'll have a little bit more action for you next week. And by the end of that, we'll have the playing field all figured out. Everyone will fall into their correct place and then take their place center stage for the playoffs, kicking off April 24th, and that is where the money is.
Yeah, I mean, truly must-see action there. A really great look at how the Asian teams are stacking up, not only against each other, but of course against the wider Pacific region. We'll see that in a few weeks. But the real question here is what is on the line? Of course, big implications for the rest of the Ignite season throughout the year. But there is a prize pool here, 50,000 USD on the line. Champions walking away with a cool 20K. That is a lot of brand new BSU costumes in your pocket heading into stage 1. What? But of course, you know, high stakes action from day number 1 here.
Spent 3 bands shopping. Hopefully my crush makes a move on me next time she does my hair.
Several months here, but of course,
I'm not
this
even
is
gonna
just
ask.
really the first step on the journey for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and this is just the preseason, by the way. 20,000 for the winners of the preseason. And while there's no risk of promotion or relegation just yet, there is a risk of going into stage 1 smelling like broke, and you don't want to be doing that. You definitely don't want to be walking into any of our maps here in our map pool without your pockets fat. Shin Shibuya, I think, is the one that a lot of our eyes tend to gravitate towards down there in the lower right-hand corner, because we've actually been seeing a surprising amount of that map as of late. And I think that's because dive is the flavor of the month, and it's very conducive to that dive. But I might have to put out a milk carton somewhere, because I have Symbiotic Surface. Have you seen it?
Yeah,
have you seen this map?
It is a tough pool, right? So many convergence maps, and like you said, so many great of them for what's currently in the meta right now. But yeah, a lack of Clintar here in the preseason that we've seen across all the regions, really.
Bro doesn't know Joe Bart.
Husk, I think, but yeah, Symbiotic Surface, maybe one of the only maps I think still missing in action.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot of Spider Islands, but you know what we have seen a lot of is Museum of Contemplation. We've seen a lot of people, like we said, going to Shin Shibuya, a couple of Heart Heavens. It's been really interesting to see how the
replay right now.
has kind of shaped some of these map pool
We're watching the Asia
teams,
series. We're not watching NA.
It used to be you'd go to a comfort
was
pick
alright.
like
My back
Midtown
hurts though.
Or Central Park pretty much every single chance you got. Nowadays, it gets a little bit more wide open. You know, you're seeing a lot less Yggdrasil. You're seeing a lot less of some of these other ones. But as we go through the map, we also got to talk a little bit about the picks and the bans. Let me break down the ban system for you, Diatonic. Let's say, hypothetically, that I'm Zero Tenacity, right? And you are Reject. It was going to be the other way around, but then I saw the results yesterday, so just roll with me here. So the bans in Ignite a little bit different from MRC. It's okay if you're just joining us from MRC. They are going to be one-sided, meaning that I can ban Loki and you cannot
really
play.
worth target banning?
You can also ban Loki, and then nobody gets to play him unless, of course,
it is worth
I
target
were
banning,
to use one of my protects on Loki so that he cannot be banned
later
on down in the draft, thus allowing me to assemble my army of Lokis, which is rapidly approaching your location right now. That is how I win.
Or the spite
so
target
basically
banning?
what you're saying is the bans affect the enemy team and the saves affect my team. So whenever you see a team ban something out, it's not going to be playable by the other team. So be on the lookout for those one-sided bans, of course.
Pocket DCG is like the worst thing I could have done.
Looking to lock the enemy team out of some high-value heroes. You're going to be seeing a lot of that going forward. But yeah, definitely kind of a step up from the MRC ban system, that kind of push and pull of the universal system. I feel like the MRC qualified teams are adjusting pretty well to it, but definitely some questions still remain about how they iron out their draft phase going forward. Because as we've seen several times already this season, draft can really be make or break for a lot of these teams.
No, we did not win. We got 4th place.
Sort of this like branching
not 4th
path
place.
That goes
we were in semifinals.
We'll get a little bit more into that as we walk you through the first couple of them. But let's talk about some of those teams who transitioned from MRC into Marvel Rivals Ignite and earned their place. We didn't win the entire thing, but the rest here. Pirates, we did pretty well. AD, Loyalty, and N1 Hex all proved themselves, I'd say one more than the other 3, in MRC by coming out looking strong and have come out guns blazing in the Ignite preseason so far amongst our invited teams. We've got Reject, our partner team, down there, and they were ruling the roost up until Pirates usurped them, but we've also got Rivals, XO, XO01, and Zero Tenacity all gunning for that top spot as well.
Really
Yeah, definitely
considering.
feels like Pirates have kind of emerged as
Z10 is the
MRC
team I'm
Season
rooting
6
for
final boss,
personally,
maybe the
and
strongest
they seem
of
to be the
those four
best
teams,
one.
but Triple AD's been holding their own as well.
See the
standing at
drama,
a
what
1-1
drama?
record.
The
Current
Sentinels
standings
drama?
are right in front of you here. A three-way battle for the top position here. So still up in the air as to who is the strongest currently in Asia Pacific, but it truly can go kind of
Spark
any
even
direction
light?
here. As
No,
there's
drop
also
is
a
there.
three-way tie for that second spot here. So there's a lot of questions going to be answered tonight about where teams are stacking up, but for some of them, still trying to find their identity here and get some points up on the board. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Z10 and Pirates are definitely emerging as a couple of powerhouses early on here, though can't count Reject out yet. They're just going to have to help restore some faith in the Asia Pacific audience here after last night.
I like that it can go any number of directions, because for the teams in the middle of the pack, there are two directions that you can go, either up or down, and one is definitely more preferred than the other. And we are going to get our eyes on
RC,
all of
Pirates,
those teams in the middle of the pack,
probably
as well as the upper
Loyalty.
echelon, as all of these teams are
These
going
teams
to be
both
tested
suck.
like never before today.
RC,
There's going to be
Pirates,
so much
rivals
action-packed
Z10
into the schedule. We are going to be kicking things off with Triple
Are
AD
Jet players
versus
on my
Reject,
games?
both
Oh,
of
no.
which who are on deck for
Maybe it's 'cause
double
you're
headers
playing with a
tonight
Jet
and
in your
are in
lobby.
desperate need of a rebound game. But even if they get it, there is no
Dude,
rest
that
for
you know
them
where Jet
because they've
players
got
are?
Rivals and Z10 respectively.
You know you
waiting
made it when you
on
make a
the
girl
other-
man
on the
IRL
other end
max
of the
because
show.
IRL max
Yeah, I
you
mean,
because
no
you can't
room
land
to
a
let
fourth
off
here
the
in the
gas at
superior
all,
game.
because
That's
another
crazy.
team
Collegiate
will
Dynasty
surpass
builded,
you
by the
if
way.
you give up. So, you know, definitely teams like Reject and Triple AD that have got those double headers tonight, they can be looking very different at the end of the night there, whether it's the top of the leaderboard or the bottom. So high stakes for a lot of these teams. Of course, we're going to be seeing some wild cards as well. XOXO01 back in action here tonight too. Definitely a standout here in the Asia region. But no matter who you're a fan of, you're going to be seeing your favorite teams in action. And we are ready to get
Feels
right
the
into
aura.
match number one here. A big one. Triple AD taking on the partner team out of the Asia Pacific region in Reject. And CB, this Triple AD team, you know, kind of the middle of the road from the MRC qualified teams. Definitely
I don't
picked
get
up
it.
some big wins here, but they still have some questions to answer about how they
There's
stack
another
up
tweet.
against the best in the region. And I can think of no better test for them here against Reject.
I think this is the last team in recorded history to be able to take a map off
When
of
it's
Pirates,
exposed,
although
the
that was
Rejects
only
looking
one
to
map
snake
in
everyone
MRC
they
Season 6
team
Grand Finals, and since then,
with
Pirates have
everyone
been
they
on
team
a
with. Can't wait for the next chapter for
ever-upward
wall
trajectory,
punch and be
while
on the
AAA
hero that
have
shoots
been
bullets.
kind of playing catch-up. Like I said, both AAA
What?
and Reject are in the hunt for that rebound game, and it's going to have to come at one or the other's expense. But look at this Reject roster here. So much talent, so much veteran talent from other hero shooters, and leading the charge here in the Asia region, and even a couple of newer faces, newer talent that is developing and quickly becoming some of the best in the region. My eyes gravitate towards Brownie. I'm familiar with just about
I don't
everybody on this
get it.
roster from other hero shooters, but
Said
Brownie is a
Biku.
little bit new to me, and if they're new to you as well, you might want to keep your eyes on that hit scan.
Yeah, absolutely. Deadly Phoenix. in
How
the
did you
pocket
escape
for
GM
Brownie.
hell?
One that
I don't
like to
know.
go towards Yaki on the Daredevil. An absolute backline menace if you let
My
it walk away
back-
with it
my
out of the
back
back there.
hurts.
So that's definitely a good question here. But I've noticed that when Reject is winning maps, Yaki does tend to be piloting
Saw the 20 hours in
Lawyer
GM.
from Hell's
Yep.
Kitchen. So looking for some Matt Murdock action on the battlefield tonight. But yeah, you know, before last night, I would have said maybe this is going to be kind of open and shut for Reject here. Reject fell last night, and with how Triple AD has done, you know, they took a map off XOXO01. You know, it is kind of a question here. Who is going to walk away from this one with the positive record? They're both sitting on 1-1, so one of them is going to go to 2-1, one of them going to drop into the negatives here.
And I think
Blood,
yesterday
sweat, and
we learned
tears, that's
that
how we did it.
Pirates are that
True.
good, and they do need to be taken seriously. They are now cemented as the team to beat, at least for the time being, aside from Zero Tenacity. And at Reject's expense, there's a number of ways you can take that. Is it just that Pirates are that good, or are Pirates head and shoulders above?
Go back to every game,
Reject?
boy, how
Are
4 games were
Reject
thrown by
faltering?
Jeffs.
Are they not as good as they should be?
Voided
Who
each
really
time.
knows? I think if you're Reject,
New
you really,
eyeglasses?
really need
No,
this win,
I
but
just
at
have
the same
hair
time,
that's
like
not
you said,
covering
Triple
it,
AD,
so
they
I think it
also
looks
need
different.
just as badly. Only one of them can walk away with it. And I want to circle back to what you brought up about Yaki on that Daredevil, because Illicit on the Daredevil for Triple AD has also often been a key figure of this Triple AD squad, and I imagine
Just,
this might
just
be
beat the
one
Jeffs,
of the
bro.
few
Just
pick
beat
and ban phases where we actually do see that Devil from Hell's Kitchen making an appearance. He's kind of lower on the ban priority than someone like, you know, Gambit or Elsa, but when you've got people like Illicit or Yaki in the lobby, it is definitely something that you need to consider.
Yeah, definitely going to be trading blows in that draft in terms of just Daredevil alone, let alone the rest of the draft. But these two teams really looking to prove themselves in this matchup. Reject looking to restore the faith, and Triple AD looking to make their mark and prove that they belong here with the other qualified teams like Pirates. As you saw, that all kicks off on the one Clintar map we have seen plenty of here in the preseason, Celestial Husk, as Triple AD going to go head-to-head
I put this Wolf and Namor on
Reject. An
alt.
uphill battle maybe on both sides of the board here as they look to scramble to the top of the peak in this opening match of the night.
We get to make our brief stop through Clintar, a neighborhood that most of our teams don't really enjoy going to all that often. I think they keep the windows rolled up through this particular neighborhood, but hey, you know, with the random draw for
and I
a
permed my hair,
domination map,
yeah.
you gotta go to
What's
Clintar
up,
at
Matt?
least once. And now we're gonna get to see the picks and the bans kicking off, and it looks like we're already getting a piece of that branching path narrative on both sides. And we've got Triple AD going for the Elsa ban, while
Gambit
Reject
ban,
is
Gambit protect.
just super quick
Uh-oh.
to secure that one-sided Gambit.
Yeah, you know, I hear if
Uh-oh.
you leave the windows rolled down on Clintar, sometimes you may end up getting slimed. So definitely good advice to keep the windows rolled up. But yeah, we are going to be seeing, like we talked about, when
Banning
explaining
Loki,
the
so there's
draft
no
phase,
double
there is
Loki
a
Gambit.
one-sided Gambit coming through for Reject.
Banning
Of course,
Elsa.
Gambit enables a ton of
I'll probably
strategies, a
ban
ton of
Loki
win
here
conditions,
if
so
I'm
no
on
shocker to see him being high
Team
priority.
Reject.
Triple AD going to
Mantis,
go for
okay.
the damage output. They are going to save the Elsa for themselves. But Loki, you know, I think
Should I play
the prediction
Valorant or
coming true
Monster
from
Hunter?
that draft
Monster
phase
Hunter.
explanation. Loki already banned out here, so definitely some high value
Star-Lord
targets right out of the gate,
van.
draft number one.
No tank.
And you can already see, you know, Triple AD, when you see that Gambit Protect come out, there's a couple of bans that you kind of have to hit. The Loki is one of them because you don't want to be double dipping on the Raging Royal Flush. The Star-Lord is another one of them because that combination with the Royal Flush and the Galactic Legend is an insta-fight win if you can
Two
get
games
that
of
one off
DPS 120 plus
successfully.
deaths.
And another
Jesus.
one that we might see, depending on who is capable of bringing it to the helm, is
Invis
Rogue.
Protect.
I don't know if they're, you know, either of these teams do have like a dedicated Rogue player or
Daredevil,
someone who's
man.
prolific on that hero. I haven't seen a whole lot of it from either side, but that might be what the last ban ends up being. But hey, let's
Daredevil
talk a little bit
protects.
about that Devil from Hell's Kitchen one more time, shall we?
Yeah, Matt Murdock, Daredevil on the board here for Reject. So Yaki going to be playing that Daredevil into this map, and it is going to do a one-sided Daredevil.
What do I do
So
when
a couple
my
of big
team doesn't
one-sided
break group
pickups
walls?
for Reject
Lose the
here.
game.
And you know, CB, I know you had your eyes on Star-Lord coming into this season of Ignite, talking about
Oh,
how
my
he's a
back.
big cornerstone for a lot of strategies here. So no shocker to see Reject saving the Gambit. That Raging Royal Flush Galactic Legend combo, absolutely deadly. So I like the ban coming through from Triple AD. They read the save here.
We'll
and
take
are
yourself
trying
up there, like
respond
to go
in
Emma, but Emma
kind.
doesn't
But
get
that's
that
kind of the
screwed.
question here. Yaki already locked in the Daredevil and ready to go
You
here.
can either
But
dive
Rocco,
the
I
enemy
know,
back
also has
line
a
and hope
very,
they die
very
first
tough
before your
Elsa.
team
So
dies,
it is gonna be a
or
duel to watch here between these two
Emma's
players, as
fine.
they're gonna be looking to
It's
put
not
numbers
terrible
up
to
on the
agree.
board like never before seen. Mathematicians in the audience,
With
get
a
your
KD.
degree ready because
That would
I
also
don't know
help.
if I can count that high.
Yeah, Rocco was just running away with some of the games in MRC on this Elsa Bloodstone. It's one of those things that you just can't really give him for free, but we talked again about, you know, Illicit on that Daredevil and how you can't really give him that either, so it was a bit of a pick your poison, right? Like, there's a secret third option, right? Like, it's usually like the Gambit or the Elsa, but when you have players like Illicit or Yaki in the lobby, that Daredevil becomes
Diamond
a third
Elo's
thing that
not
you have
real.
to pay
I
very
agree.
close attention to.
What's
And
that means?
the Reject, they are going to be the ones coming out there with
I was
that.
wondering if
Say
you're
some
like
interesting things
your
that's a
stream streak would
spoiled
be ruined,
surprise for you
because I
guys.
imagine
know
you
you're
wouldn't be up at
loving
this
these
time.
beauty shots of
But
this
you are.
neighborhood through your car windows that you keep rolled up very tightly, much like the rest of our
Hello.
teams. Illicit
You have a
is
magic
gonna
and
be
a
coming out
sigh.
on the
GG.
Ultron to start off
We're watching
with.
the
Those
Asia
drones
series right
do
now.
give a little bit of a damage boost and can work as a,
Team
sort
Red
of
is probably
pseudo
gonna win
stand-in
this.
for the Mantis, who does get banned out. That's
Oh my
another one of
God,
those bans
Salik's
that you
so
have
hot.
to hit when you see the Elsa Protect come through.
Yeah, and
Always
when
up past
Triple
12
AD has
PM
been
PST.
winning maps, Illicit has been on the Ultron several times, so there's a lot of deadly precision for both sides of the board here, but we are ready to go here. Triple AD and Reject gonna take the fight straight to each other right out the gate here. Yaki on the move on the Daredevil,
Whoa,
and he
whoa,
goes
whoa.
down first.
What is
No
Yaki
Slight
doing
will
to be
find
inside
the
dead
first
there?
KO of the match. Piggy and Brownie, though, gonna make it a 2-for-1, favoring Reject, so they lose the lawyer, but they do win the battle here to start things off. Brownie high flying on the Psylocke to get things underway here.
Is he expecting
on
me to
the
just be a
Celestial
no
Husk.
live
Between
stream
these two teams,
watching
both of
sheep?
them looking to break
Yes.
out of this 1-1 record that they are on here, so it is going to be a fight to
Hope
the
our Asian
very
brothers
end
will
here,
win this.
and Brownie
Hopefully.
already on the move on this Psylocke.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice
that's gonna
kills.
be a,
Yeah,
I think
Brownie's
that's
just
two
nice
doubles
shredding them
back-to-back.
right now.
We'll call it a quad. It wasn't really a quad, but still able to get just pretty much everybody. Yaki,
Is
the
this Asia
sacrificial
Ignite?
lamb
It
for
is
Reject,
Cloud.
and then Brownie
Hello.
just comes in with the cleanup. And
Yo, yo,
Triple AD,
yo,
I don't
third
know if
slinger.
they know what hit him. I mean, Psylocke is one of those heroes that You do
Notice
kinda
Namor
have to
doesn't
take
work
those
with multiple
attention. She's not
diving him.
always gonna
Yeah,
be
it's
in
kind of
the
hard
face of
to
bans, but when she's
get him
in
set
the
up there.
lobby, she can put out a
Oh,
ton of
wow, he
pressure,
got
but Gargoyle
shit
will
on.
be doing no such thing himself on the Venom as Rocco just puts the buckshot right between his
Who's
teeth.
behind you? Don't worry about it.
Really looking to put pedal to the metal here on the point and chasing down several members.
Did you see that Swamp Gaming dropped the map to FlyQuest? They
They
still won though, right? I expected Swamp to win against Fly.
For now, that's a raging royal flush from Seung-hoon there on the
2-1.
gambit, and Reject gonna look to capitalize
Alright.
on it. Still in control and still on the move here. Brownie
Ooh.
more and more KOs on that Psylocke left and right. Glartrox from Rocco as well to follow up. But
Actually
it is gonna
didn't
be
work out for
Reject
them.
walking away with the battle here. Not enough bodies from Triple AD to contest right now, and 50% captured for Reject. They are on a roll so far.
Triple AD's kind of just getting shit on.
Very scary when
What's
Rocco
up,
comes
Sue?
out with 2 off of just, you know, the neutral damage.
Star-Lord
then pops the
Capsai.
Apex
Yeah, you
Predator,
definitely don't play
catches
Namor
2,
there.
leaving them
You
out
just get
there,
run
but
over.
Some good mag levels are coming up from Piggy to help keep the rest of the team alive, and we're able to live to fight another day, and only one more day, or one more fight rather, on the
Which one is
docket.
used a lot
Crossing
more?
that 70% threshold. The longer this fight goes on, the less of a chance of a retake Triple AD will have.
I'm not sure. Maybe they do play a lot of
Reject
Ultron.
a lot of the cards here. Several ults. The first one of which, of course,
Uh-oh.
dancing butterflies coming down from Brownie.
Uh-oh.
And the Beast of the Abyss from Gargoyle
Uh-oh.
as well. That forces out what
Ooh.
Triple AD has.
Piggy
From
dead.
overhead, though, dunked by Tuba onto Piggy. So the battle of the masters.
I don't know
of
what that jet
magnetism here, and
was.
Tuba takes it in spite of Piggy looking so good on that Magneto lately. He will walk away still holding the Meteor M, but Reject
Here's what
still
Ultron is used
holding
because
the
they put it on
point here.
Elsa.
And Gargoyle
Yeah.
on that Venom trying to hold
Most
on
of the
to it,
time
but
it's just for
finally,
like triple
Triple AD
support,
makes the flip the
pocketing
first time
whatever
this
DPS you
matchup,
have
and
if you don't
are
have a
in the driver's
Mantis,
seat, while
or to like
Reject
reinforce the
send it back
Mantis
to
damage
scramble
boost.
and regroup for now.
Do I get to know the heroes before they come out since you're a partner? No, but I get early access to the season.
A great way to punish some over-aggression that comes
Top
out
3
from
thinking pro
Gargoyle.
play is so
Gonna have the last
crazy.
stand
Yeah.
going into this
He just
next
lives
fight.
forever.
Honestly, I think you just kind of let that one rip. Already taking Gargoyle for a
Oh,
ride.
damn.
And there's a nice little 1-2. I don't even know if he meant to get Brownie in there, but he got him nonetheless.
On the cusp here, Reject almost retaking it, but they will drop another fight here. Triple AD in control there.
What do you think
Last
about
stand
Cap?
from
What a
Alyssa is
coincidence.
good, and the Kumiho
Cap
as
is good.
well from Winsker. So White Fox already
Cap's
making
a good
an appearance
character.
here. Of course, this week in preseason, we are playing with those White Fox buffs. So definitely a hero you're going to be seeing more out of tonight. But CB, it looks like for now, Triple AD taking control of the match here.
Yeah, and with no smite holding on to that freedom charge, they should have a good forward path to hold on to it, at least through that 50% threshold, as we're crossing that one there now. And looks like he's going to hold on to it until Reject forces his hand on that one. And speaking of hands, Seung-hoon has got one to play, a Razor Royal Flush. And
He's still mid and ranked. True.
Rocco, trust in the heart of the cards.
Got full hand here for Reject as they will cash in most of their resources. Yaki on the move there, taking out Quasit from Triple AD. Brownie will find Tuba. Windsor goes down as well. Most of Triple AD offline. Illicit chase down. No smite walking away just barely. Rocco the only one left standing. And Reject will make the retake here. 95%.
Gonna nerf Daredevil again?
I don't know if
You think
Triple
so?
AD has enough time to make it back to the point here. Rocco on the move, but they will give it up here.
GG.
And Reject will take point 1 on Celestial Husk.
I did like the fight that Triple AD were able to win, and I also do, again, like the Wolverine swap, but I think, you know, they lost those first 2 fights and really only had enough breathing room to try and take that one retake. And
Still
after
so
that,
strong even though he's been hard nerfed
perfect.
3 times.
Yeah, that Razor Row flush, man. It's just some
Yeah.
of those things that when it's on the
I don't even know what you would nerf about Daredevil,
just a simply,
to be honest.
I push Q and we win button, but it's pretty close, especially when you couple it with Yaki's Let the Devil Out. I mean, it's not the same as the Galactic Legend, but it's
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
as
Like,
deadly.
what would you nerf about Daredevil?
Plenty of combo potential
Still on your
from that
transition from
ult,
Penny to
although
Rogue
definitely
tank, they
shows
just need
you
to buff
why
Penny low.
Gambit one side is
Yeah,
so
that character's
big
never getting
coming out of that
buffed.
draft phase there for Reject.
Not
They
in a
are gonna
meaningful
come into
way.
this with a couple ults ready to go. Reject's got Meteor M and Feast of the Abyss as well, so they've got some output potential here to start things off. Rocco, of course, Apex Predator waiting in the wings for Reject. So a lot of questions about this first fight here, but you know, like you said, Reject had such a big lead there. It was
Players said to
an
me Penny can
uphill
contest
battle for
Daredevil.
Triple AD to try and get control. So we're gonna be looking for them to
A bad
maybe try to
Daredevil,
wrest
yeah.
control away early and see how they handle it going forward.
Curious to see, though, how these Vanguard ultimates from Reject are going to be used, because you call out, you know, the ult advantage for Reject and that Apex Predator from Rocco, which didn't actually get enough last
Doesn't
time
get a fuck
around. I'm
about
wondering
Penny?
if Reject call out that they have that advantage, just try and go aggressive with this Feast of the Abyss
Shorter
from
deflect
Gargoyle.
time or slower
Lurkin,
movement
he's
when
looking
marking?
for a spot to hit that diving strike, but no one is showing themselves just yet, so Illicit going to rule the skies, try and keep Yaki in check, and Yaki's trying to go for an anime battle with the Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, definitely eyes in the sky for Triple AD. Illicit back over onto the Ultron. Speaking of sky,
I don't know how you would like
Piggy charging
nerf
up will knock
Daredevil
him
without
down
making
here.
them
Brownie
terrible
and
to play.
Gargoyle into the KO feed, though,
I'll be
as
dead
they
honest.
will take control of this first battle. Lastro gets one in there as well. Is this going to be a full ace there for Reject to start off? Point number 2. Triple AD in trouble here at the outset, but plenty of time here, but a very nice fight to start off a Reject.
And I'm glad I was kind of right that the Vanguard ults were used early for Reject. You know, you just saw Quasi
Kill Elsa to Widow tier though, I don't care.
Gargoyle seizes the
I feel that.
opportunity with that piece of the Abyss. Piggy with the Meteor M, I guess just for a little bit of tempo, keep Reject in control of the point here. Now they're going to be staring down the barrel of another one from Tuba. Some more ults are going to be coming online for Triple AD. But Lastro with its Jeff. This is one of the maps on Clintar that does have that environmental potential. You've got to watch out. Early Dance the Butterfly going to come out, but Quasit is good with the invisible boundary. And now Reject gonna try and pop that its Jeff. Did we get anything with it though?
Oh, missed a Jeff.
It does
GG.
look like we've got a shark in the water. Is holding 2. Can't get him to the edge here, but we'll take him to the rest of Reject to finish the job there. Lastro taking down Rocco. So Elsa Bloodstone sent back to spawn. Make that 3 members of Triple AD. Again, a knockdown, drag out victory here for Reject. They will take yet another
I mean,
ace.
like,
very clean, a beautiful team play from this Reject team, and they still have a Daredevil all ready to go too.
And this Apex Predator
also
from
not so
Rocco,
good.
so
Your
we
team
saw
just
that a
not
couple
dealing with
fights
their.
ago, but it's also been missing in these last couple of fights here. I think it's
Now
because
you
Triple AD
can.
have been caught off guard by the aggression from Reject. Reject are angry from that loss.
Only really way to beat an Elsa is like if the Elsa's just getting perma marked, or if your team comp is just better, like you have a Gambit on your team. Really, just play Hella. Ban that guy. Never mind. I was gonna agree with you, and then you decided to say some shit like play Hella. This fucking freak.
Unleashed from the White Fox here. Big smashes there on the point as Triple AD.
This fucking guy. He's dead.
A kick or two will be all they need to make it happen. Piggy again overhead on the Meteor M.
Yo, where's my second support there?
For Reject, trying to find the KOs, but will not come through here. No Smite takes one, but Yaki gonna even it right back up for Reject here as Brownie and Yaki
Invis
will help
one.
them take full control.
Nice.
A double KO on
Oh,
the
shit.
Psylocke for Brownie, looking to make it 3. Can't quite get the final hit here, but that is the
I don't really even
final
have anything to say about this
overtime
game.
ticks away, and
It's just
will have a
Reject
very
is just
confident
shitting on them with a superior dive comp and a superior camping comp.
Reject here. Every fight that they won was quick and decisive, and the fights that Triple AD won or
How-
looked like they were going to win, which I mean,
Invite
they only
to your
actually won that
games,
one
I'll
fight
do
on
it.
Celestial
How is that
Man.
a bad
Outside of
take?
that, which
I
was
do it. I main
very
Elsa, bruh. I would
opportunistic,
know how to
let's
fight
say it
her.
was Illicit on the
It's not
Wolverine,
rage bait. Just
coming
say
up with a
you're
couple of,
not
you
a
know,
DPS
stray
specialist.
KOs here and there. You know, you got no
Alright,
Smite
but you
on
got
the
it.
Venom, catching
Just play
out
Hella.
the Gambit, catching out Sunghoon away from the rest of the pack. Some good opportunistic plays, but the opportunities are only going to present themselves every once in a blue
Has
moon.
anyone seen a
Reject,
Hella in
they
these
don't need
games, by the
opportunities.
way?
They make their
I
own
feel like Hella hasn't been
opportunities.
played
They go
once.
aggressive. They've got
I've seen Spider-Man, I've seen
really
Black
any
Panther, I've seen
standout players
Psylocke,
on the side
Daredevil,
of Reject,
Star-Lord,
because everybody's firing on all cylinders. You can give
Wolverine.
Brownie the nod with those 9 final elims on the Psylocke.
I don't know if I've seen a
Very
Hella
show
or a
force for
Namor.
this
I've
team
seen
from start to
Phoenix.
finish, but it's just Reject playing good, clean Marvel rivals, and Triple AD a little bit behind in step.
Yeah, I mean, feels like each member of Reject kind of hitting their flowers there. Of course, Piggy, big Meteor M's, all preseason week 1 along for him. Brownie, plenty of multi-KOs, same with Yaki. Lastro, great ults on the It's Jeff. And of course, Sunghoon enabling the entire team to make all of that
I was
happen.
at some pro play, but
MVP
Namor
deserved
solid.
as he's kind of the engine for the rest
Haven't
of
seen a lot of
people, but
Pope, just
course,
some
Hard
Namor.
does not work with just one part alone, as this Reject team, like you said, on all cylinders, truly each member putting in the work to maintain that lead over Triple AD. So a very different looking Reject from last night. Very confident, in control of the match, even when they're not in control of the capture
Bro, this
points.
guy is
Definitely
pissing
what
me
you want to
off,
see
man.
here on the side of Reject.
And I think for
Playing
Reject, it
fucking
also does
Restroom
kinda
with
come
it.
down to the scouting.
Fuck
I know
you.
we were highlighting, or I was at
Yeah,
the
why
very
is
least
Pokemon
highlighting
Black so
Brownie
hard, and why am I
with
so
Yaki,
shit?
but Yaki being able to get that one-sided Daredevil and keep Illicit off of the Matt Murdock, I think did also pay off
Oh,
dividends
he's
for
faster.
Reject. Talk a little bit about this branching path narrative with the pick in the fan base, and how that third option is one you got to pay attention to for the likes of
Elsa
Triple AD.
loses
We
most
will
of the
be
time
paying
if you're a
close attention to
BP
that,
main
as
in a
Reject
hallway.
are on match point, and
Okay,
Triple
you're
AD
just
still
lying
looking
now.
for the rebound match, and might need a rebound
Well, you're
for the
just
rebound
genuinely
match at this
lying.
rate if they go down. We're gonna cut to a quick break. We will be right back.
Top
Don't go
BP is like Celestial 2 peak. There's no BP higher than that. Son. Son. Yo, I am terrible at Pokemon. I'm getting legit wiped by a singular Zekrom. Or Restroom. If you wait for her the off angle. That just doesn't work either. Like, you would have to go against a 0 stacks Elsa to have a chance on Black Panther if that Elsa's somewhat competent. Honda's one of the ball right now. I don't give a fuck. Xylan's one of the ball on Penny Parker. That doesn't make Penny Parker good. I legit got 1v6 by a fucking Restroom. Holy shit, I'm terrible. What region this is? Pokemon Black. Two accounts of Celestial? Yeah, Celestial. If you flank her, you can win. I mean, if Penny puts down 3 mines on top of Elsa, he can win. Full power Elsa versus full power Black Panther. Elsa wins every single time. Oh, you meant to Ignite. My fault. This is Asia region right now. What DPS genuinely contest Elsa? Daredevil in close range. Elsa. They know how to beat her. I think she's good, but I think a lot of people can't fight her. Well, yeah. I don't know what you mean by some top players saying they know how to beat her. What's up, Stat?
Game 1 of Triple AD versus Reject in the books, and Reject looking confident as ever as they walk away with the win. One-sided Gambit and one-sided Daredevil CB. I have to imagine Triple AD's draft going to be looking a lot different on map 2.
I mean, I sure hope so.
Lamps is a top player? Question mark.
Dive teams that seem to specialize in the Daredevil in one way or another. But if Alyssa doesn't have access to it, you can't let Yaki have it one-sided. I think that's just a recipe for disaster and a recipe to get yourself knocked down in the power rankings here. But one key ingredient to the recipe for success for Triple AD is evidently going to be Museum of Contemplation, a map we have seen quite a fair bit of and has kind of bred an interesting variety of compositions. You know, just a couple patches ago, it was front to back central, it was Midtown 2 for all intents and purposes, but in this new world that we have cultivated with the, you know, the 20% ult reductions and the new divey meta, a lot more room for some of these pop-off plays from the duelist players. We do tend to see a lot more dive from it, a lot more venom, a lot more, you know, I shouldn't say a lot more. We do still see a lot of Daredevil on it. We also see some weird cheese strats coming out here from time to time, and I'm sure
I'm about to tell the biggest lie I can to avoid my presentation, but worried if I'll get caught somehow.
What we need to see here from Triple AD is either a Daredevil ban or a new strategy that can
What's the lie about?
card to reject.
You just don't be banning Elsa TBH. You're just playing against bad players TBH.
But yeah, Museum of Contemplation in a big counter pick for a lot of teams here. So Triple AD looking to turn the
I don't know. There's like this thing with people where they will genuinely just say like, yeah, I don't ban meta. I'm not a meta sheep. And I'll see them like on Reddit or on TikTok or like in my games. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like genuinely, what are you saying?
Night for both of these teams, but an even longer one from here on out for Triple AD, because even if they get this map win,
like I've seen some people in Reddit or like just in games, and they'll be like, yeah, I ban based around my team. I don't ban just meta. I'm not a sheep. I'm not banning Gambit. I'm not banning Elsa. I'm not banning Tankpool. They're just whatever. And I'll check their account and they're like negative win rate. I'm like, okay, so what the fuck are you talking about then?
front of them, I'm
I
going
don't
to
ban
finish
meta
my
all these
plate
meta
before I
slaves.
have dessert, even if
What's up,
dessert might just be the end of it.
V17O Red? Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, definitely don't want to get too
What's up,
far
Dak?
ahead of themselves here. Cannot count out this triple AD team, but save in the opposite direction. You know, of course, the counter pick. It is
Not
nice to play on
delusional.
your own
You spelled
territory,
delusional
but
wrong.
like you said, CB, that is the question.
DELUSIONAL.
Of contemplation, they will be on Reject's turf in the Decider map. So definitely want to see them
I
limp
keep
up a little
burping.
more here, get some more hits in, and that all starts from the draft phase. Of course, Reject did walk away with one-sided Gambit and one-sided Daredevil. Of course, Gambit enabler for all compositions across the board, but that Daredevil especially deadly in the hands.
I'm not at the spelling bee.
So I look
You
for
spell
Triple
come on
AD
and
to
B
change
wrong.
things up out the gate
GG.
here. But of course, you know, they already
the
went
heck,
to some
man?
of their most popular choices in the preseason so far. Of course, they had
He just has a thing for
on,
dill.
Ultron,
Ah.
making the rounds a lot more lately, so definitely going to be looking for some more of that out of them here.
I don't know why people
Yeah,
don't
I
like
think this is one of those
pickles.
maps where the Ultron
Rose
very
Vanguard
much so
subreddit got
can
so many
come out
idiots
to play,
telling they had no
because
problems
even
with
though
season 2
there are
Emma and how
ceilings,
fair and balanced she
they are
was.
just quite high, and there is a lot of airspace that can be easily dominated by,
Alright,
say,
good. We
Ultron
actually
or
banned Gambit this
House of
time.
Star-Lord,
Looking
which is
smart.
another one of those bans that I think needs to come through. And my
You can let
question
Elsa
for
through,
Triple AD
man.
is, are you
Let
willing
Elsa
to
through.
sacrifice
Just ban Gambit.
the
Gambit is such a
Star-Lord in order to
boring
get the
character to
Daredevil
play
ban, right?
against,
Like,
man.
you're gonna have to face one of those two things. Luckily, I don't think
Like,
you
the only
need
way
to
you win
worry
against the
about
Gambit team on the enemy
rogue
team
in
and when
this
you don't have a Gambit
situation,
is
but
if their Gambit is
you do
legit
still
terrible.
need to hit all the other notes. Low-key, potentially
I'm here for the
Star-Lord,
vibes.
and almost certainly Daredevil.
Mantis
with
Protect.
Gambit banned out from both teams right off
Are
the
they
rip
gonna
here,
save their
definitely
Gambit
not too much
or
to worry
the
about
Elsa
with
here?
Rogue, of course, Mantis going to be the save for
I
Triple
wonder,
AD.
I wonder.
Kind of a stand-in, has some damage boost potential as well. Definitely can serve as an enabler. So if you can't get Gambit, not a bad second option to go for here. Reject going to take
Save
away
Elsa?
Rocco's Elsa, though. Rocco, definitely one of the standout players on map one
They
on
grouped.
the Elsa Bloodstone. So no
And they're
shot
gonna
here.
yoink it
Reject
too.
take it right for themselves here too. So they're
Jesus.
definitely expecting a little more aggressive.
Like, it's
draft from
disgusting how
Triple AD,
every
I
game is
believe,
either you
with
both
that
have an Elsa or
situation.
you both have a
Yeah,
Gambit.
Brownie about to say anything you can do, I can do better. And of course,
Or
Triple AD, that's
one
not
team
just
has a
one-sided
Gambit, one team
Mantis
has
just
an
for the sake
Elsa.
of having a one-sided Mantis. Again,
Or you just
when
don't
you
give
see
both.
the Elsa come out, you can't be dealing with a damage boosted Elsa. I think that's the last thing that
Nobody
you
should be
want.
buffed
Homegirl
to a
already
character's
does enough
level.
damage as it is.
They
We
just-
don't
they should
want
just
that
all get
extra
nerfed.
12%.
I'm sick and tired
You
of
know,
this shit.
if you're gonna have
I don't
an
want
Ultron,
17
sure,
tanks that
whatever,
are on the
fine.
same level
We'll
as current
force
Groot
you
or
to
Prime
play that
Emma.
Ultron in
That shit
response.
is
And there's
brain
that
dead.
Daredevil ban coming out from Triple AD just as we suspected. Matched with a Vanpool
Did he
ban,
get off
another-
Angela?
and a
He actually
one-sided
did.
Vanpool. Actually, whoa, okay,
He won
hold
today
up.
when he
Reject
wasn't
are
playing Angela.
once again staging a coup in the ban phase.
Yeah, that is definitely
Dude,
big.
Elsa and Tank
Vanguard,
Pool
Deadpool, probably the
protects are
strongest
like
of the three variants,
Thanos
one you see
protects.
very-
Holy
probably
shit.
the most often in Ignite, saved just for themselves
Things
here.
are so
A big
bad,
tool
so
off
weak.
the
Wah,
table
wah,
for
wah.
Triple AD. They are hovering the Loki ban here potentially. I like
You don't
the
know what
draft
lie you
from
should be
both
telling
sides.
anyway.
It is very in your face, going for the throat.
Banning
You know, almost
Loki
every pick
and
these teams are
Mantis
making.
and
Gotta
Gambit
respect it,
and
gotta respect
Daredevil.
the adjustment from
Hmm.
Triple AD as they might be bringing in a one-sided Daredevil perhaps.
Daredevil
And
needs to
we
be
see Jeff
needs to
over there,
genuinely
but
go.
I don't know,
I
want the
agree.
DD here, maybe.
Character's too strong.
I definitely want the Jeff a lot more than the Daredevil. Okay, yeah.
Daredevil
or
protect
sorry,
and ban.
I want the Daredevil
Yeah, yeah.
protect. I was like, I don't want the Jeff. There's no environmental potential here on Museum of Contemplation, and I think the corridors
Never
just
Cloak and
aren't
Dagger
narrow
and make
enough to get
Squirrel
the
Girl and
maximum
Wanda
out
his
of
scan
that
and
joyful
Cloak and
splash
Dagger.
healing, so Jeff not
GM and every Smurf
great when it comes to
displays
Museum of
him, and I can't do anything
Contemplation,
about
but,
him
hey,
except ban
nevertheless,
him.
We're gonna
Yep.
see him on both sides, or at least
You just
cover
ban a
from him
tank
right
pull if
away,
he's on the
so
enemy team,
what do I
especially
know?
if you
I'm
don't
just
have a
caster
tank
and
pull on your
analyst.
team.
These players, they know what's up. If you get the Deadpool team up though,
Unless
as,
you
as
yourself are
Piggy
gonna
does
play
with
tank
that
pool.
one-sided ban pool, Jeff does also do a lot more healing. So you know, even if the corridors aren't quite as narrow for that joyful splash, you also have the you know, the teddy bear,
Oh.
a little bit of extra AOE heals.
My back
Yeah,
hurts.
both of these teams very effective on their toes here. Lots of
Genuinely
adjustment
too meta.
on both sides of the board here. Definitely going to see
WTTK.
a different matchup as we head
You don't see
for
many
Museum
people
of
talking about it because
Contemplation,
most of the people
one
on
the
Pistol
newest
Lobbies when
maps
they
in
got
the
shit
game.
aim.
Not quite the
Yep.
newest in the map pool, you know, save that for a
Bad
short
numbers
shoot
OP.
here, but
How
we
did
are
that
off
fix
to
it?
map
Fix
number
what?
2. Reject looking
No,
to
they just
close
nerfed his
out their
numbers.
first of 2 matches
Simple.
tonight, while Triple AD trying to stay alive here against one of the top teams.
His
here
damage
in
reduction
the
is really
Pacific
high.
region
His
for sure.
fucking.
So, big match on our hands here, and an all-important match for both of these teams, really.
And
He does too
as
much
we,
damage.
go
He
into the
lives
map
too
here in
long.
Just a second, I want to just go ahead and pre-stage this by saying I have never eaten my words faster than when talking about how Jeff's not good on this map, because both teams are completely correct with the composition around
Reject just
the
wins
Jeff.
this with this
Reject,
comp. They
I
should.
mentioned the Vanpool team up just a second ago. They're double dipping with the Symbiote Shenanigans team up as well, so Lastro is going to be giving low
Searching
berry
exercises?
heals
Yeah.
to Reject, and you still have
gonna stretch my back.
So much healing
Alyssa trying to go for the back line here with the dive. We're splitting 3-3. Shouldn't matter, assuming Reject gets this kill here. Hitting hard fast. There we go.
No X-ray vision there for Brownie on the side of Reject, and Reject
Yeah, the team up with the Deadpool and the Venom basically makes Jeff a support ult perma. He just has so much healing. Yeah, tank pool having a team up with Jeff makes him really good. Tank pool also has good mobility and shields and damage reduction, and he's good in both melee and range.
Reject have no choice but respect that, and they no longer have control over that initial corner there. So, yeah, Triple AD, he's getting out the gates there. Piggy going straight to sleep after that bad hammer.
Doesn't manage to get it out here. Reject gonna follow up a little bit on it. That'll convert one.
Oh, I just fucking split my legs. Ah, I'm stretching it though. That's good. Dude, I went down too fast. Holy shit. Jeff also needs to be nerfed. I agree.
And is going for the back line there. We'll find Seunghoon, catches him by surprise. One strategist offline for Reject, but Yaki will play right through.
He's broken the rank too. Yep.
Into the KO feed as well here. Illicit putting in as much work as possible, but so far 2 for 3, all favoring Reject as finally the Daredevil is backed off.
Yeah, I don't really know what you can do as Triple AD. Like, this comp is just Thanos comp.
Really not getting the most out of these dives, and I gotta think if you're Triple AD, you know, you gotta either sync up these dives with Illicit, or you gotta just like make a swap and just play a little bit more brawly, let Reject come to you, but that might be the last thing that you want to do because they are more than happy to
Meta's dead?
that's your game.
No.
Dance the butterfly and Feast of the Abyss. No elims coming out, but Triple AD have definitely flipped.
Oh, he's dead.
Teams going band for band the ultimate, but Triple AD emerging victorious for now. No smite and Illicit will find a couple of KOs here. The door in front of them very quickly opening towards checkpoint number 1. Feast of the Abyss.
Oh, what is my Invis woman doing?
Yaki taking in some KOs for themselves, while Illicit still putting in work for this Triple AD roster. So Illicit over onto the Daredevil.
Temple and Elsa, that's actually GG's? Yeah. Yeah, this is legit an insane team to go against.
Instead of just letting 1 or 2 stars try and dictate the whole fight.
Well, it's now or never.
Smurfs for perma shit talking? I don't know why they do that. Only time I shit talk on on a Smurf account is when my teammates talk shit to me. I never shit talk the enemy team, I don't think.
No one's getting swallowed up there, and Piggy gonna take down Rocco. It's looking pretty rough, but here's a selfie to commemorate the moment.
Jeff Cap.
Here as Reject slowly converting to KOs here. Quasit will find Lastro, wins the Jeff mirror fight.
Was brain dead.
The rest of Reject still in the battle against Triple AD. 30 seconds and counting for them to
Smurfing on meta characters is brain dead.
Feels like they have a white knuckle grip on this objective. Will not let this thing go over to Triple AD. Of course, Illicit putting in work on the Daredevil.
Wow.
Shut down
Insta
by
dead.
the Psylocke there. Yaki with a big KO here. Game changer for Reject within the
Why are we on
last
Luna
10
over
seconds.
Mantis?
Triple AD, not enough time to try and muster one last united front. Piggy gets one more Deadpool.
Can they even touch point? Okay, they did.
From Brownie as well.
Oh no, did y'all see that?
And sent back to spawn while OT ticks down, and Reject looking to try and close this out. One more meteor for 2.
That Venom literally swung into an Elsa ult.
0 checkpoints for Triple AD.
That's a statement from Reject. They are saying, like,
should talk on my Smurf account team, beat him next match, and it felt so good. Nice. Smurfing at 3 AM on Tank Bull is crazy.
Triple AD, like I said, a dive team who has the Jeff team up with the Venom. No smite, gets caught out so many times, and sometimes even Illicit with him by Yaki on this Psylocke, and everybody is
Did I
just
get a
turning
cut?
around and
I
marking
did.
the Venom.
What's up, Sky?
Triple AD are just failing to capitalize off of that
I
space
think they need to
created
get
by
out
that
triple
interaction,
support
and
here.
not enough space.
I don't
was
know
created
why
at
they're
all.
still
They're
running
on
triple
Cap Point
support.
A, and
There we
that's
go.
rough. That's really rough, because like I mentioned, both of these teams, they need their bounce back. This has to be the moment for Triple AD, but it looks like it's gonna be the moment for Reject unless Triple AD have a Herculean hold here.
BP's design is toxic for this game.
A successful defense from Triple AD would be absolutely massive, but Reject looking to clock out and rest up until their second match later tonight here. It does kind of feel like Triple AD feeling around in the dark for some weaknesses here and there and just not finding the holes that they need to.
Wanda's more toxic, hear me out.
Now, Triple AD on the defense, they just have 90
When do I ban you?
so heels definitely
I forget what part of the script where I start just banning you and preventing you from talking ever again in my chat.
As the doors open, Triple AD have
Execution
their
test character. What does that even mean, bro?
Doing a little bit of cutting as well, perforating Tuba there, already forcing that mag to play scared. He can't hold his front line as aggressively as he really needs to, and look at how Reject just come right out.
Oh, don't bully him.
We'll claim your mag as well. He's mine now.
He didn't. He legit flew backwards, bro. Did y'all see that? Who we banning? What you mean? Oh. I see. Oh. Nice shots, Rocco. Good shit, man. Now I got a family. Oh, and Nose might actually live sad. Wow.
While the rest of Reject trying to keep this cart moving. I see Illicit taking up some of those flank routes once again, but there's the net pull from Piggy on the front lines right alongside Yaki here, trying to keep that pressure and keep some space ahead for the cart to keep moving, but Illicit
Brownie
will
dead.
take down Lastro here. Yaki going low as well as Brownie.
Just getting shit on by the Daredevil.
On the behalf of Illicit, making a triple KO there for the Devil of Hell's Kitchen.
He has haircut. Steps.
Onto the thing from Tuba, so now there's a little bit more peeling for the backline.
Find S in the side mouse and you go backwards. What?
From downtown, and Reject have been scuppered at least for the time being, but that's only for about a minute and 15 seconds. We still have 2:45 in the time bank and plenty of time for Reject to make a play, but Illicit wants to seize the moment, gets punished there.
Why are we just perma-dying to the Daredevil here?
KO onto the Jeff there, and no smite going
They're telling me that's intended on
Wool.
Wool.
Triple AD still are in fighting form for this next recontest here, as the Batsmobile once again going to be taken out of park and start slowly driving forward here, but Rocco, another Elim like before, could potentially be another pressure valve here for Triple AD.
Yeah, definitely not down for the 3 count yet as Triple AD gonna muster for another fight here. Gargoyle low on the symbiotic resistance and Yaki as well. Several members of Reject going down, but it's Jeff coming out from Lastro. Does not look like he picks up anybody, and Triple AD will convert.
Yeah, let's swap off the Venom if we're not gonna be able to hit their backline here.
Time away on defense here. Definitely a better defensive effort than we might have expected.
You don't like Psylocke being meta?
Ultimates here, I mean, Triple AD have a lot of cards on their side of the table, especially with a clobber.
On the front, it looks okay. Don't move your head to the side. What you mean, bro?
I think the caffeine just kicked in and Triple AD have woken up.
He went thing after getting tired of bullied by Wolverine.
For them, another cup of Joe has let the Devil out and is going to use it right on top of the back line. But on the other side,
You despise Cloak and Dagger.
The butterfly is going to take down Rocco. Couldn't get inside of the invisible boundary. Clobber in time.
Bro, Lastro is just perma-dead on the fucking... Oh my... Yeah, Reject's about to lose. Can we not... Can we lock in? Can we lock in?
Reject drained the bank to try and make that happen, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, that was a ton of commitment for Reject for not a lot of value at all. They're beautifully played by Triple AD. They still have It's Jeff online ready to go for what could be potentially the last fight here on defense. Reject still about 50 meters or so to go to try and close this thing out, and they are going to be on the move and trying to do it. Illicit caught out by Brownie, though, on the Elsa. Will manage to get away. No, he won't. Brownie will take him down there. Not the pick you want to see on the side of Triple AD here as Reject mustered and ready to go here. Back in control of the cart and on the move. A solid return.
I don't mind characters that aren't based on aim, as long as they have that's not their entire identity. If that makes sense. So like, if there's something that's reliant on the aim, like on the auto aim, like a resource management, like Scarlet Witch's right click, I'm okay with it. But for characters like Cloak and Dagger, it's legit just auto aim and you don't get anything out of it. You know what I mean? Or does that make sense? I don't even know what I said. If what I said made sense. C9. We left the point. Reject loses.
100% right take takes the invis. Kidnaps her off the point.
Yo,
Triple
reject.
AD in
Lock it
control of
in,
the
man.
payload when the timer reaches 0, and they will
Yeah, so my thing about
taking
no
us
aim
to map
characters is
3.
like,
I
as long as
cannot believe
they're
what I just saw.
I don't even know what I just saw because when
there's
I
something
saw the
that
map and I saw it kick into slow motion. I'm like, well, someone C9, but who won? And
as long as the
Triple AD,
auto aim
by the
itself
skin
is
of
not
their
the
teeth,
core
escape with Museum of Contemplation. If you're Reject,
mechanic
you
that the
can't feel
character's
good about
based
that, but if
around,
you're Triple AD,
it's alright.
you gotta be feeling on cloud 9.
So like Moira has auto aim damage, but then the core of her gameplay is like her resource management on her healing, right? With Cloak and Dagger, it's just auto aim for the sake of auto aiming. With Scarlet Witch, auto aim recharges her right click, which means her right clicks do more damage, and they do more damage if you hit them. So I'm okay with both Scarlet Witch and Moira. But Cloak and Dagger is legit just auto aim, and there's no downside, there's no, like, it encourages you to auto aim. What are the poke characters you think are somewhat balanced and not OP?
Museum, not as much as I thought when the map came out, but these two together.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of
Reject
work
just
in the
trolled that
back
game.
hallways of the Museum of Contemplation are definitely winning to some important
Balanced
only
poke
areas
characters.
to get some of these KOs, but Triple AD managed to hang on here at the very last second. You know, when the fight is that close, I see a Jeff ult go off, and the timer reaches 0. I assume the
Like,
Jeff unfortunately walked away from the point, but no, it is.
I guess
Reject with
technically
no
Hela
lives
right now is
on the
more
objective
balanced
the
than
whole game.
anything else,
And
like
now,
Elsa,
the position they don't want to be in,
or
Reject is
like
tied
Phoenix.
with Triple AD going into map number 3.
And I'm starting
I
to
guess
sense a recurring
Punisher.
problem here because they
Punisher's
got
like the
significant
only
portion of the fights lost against
only
Pirates
alright
yesterday were also
poke
as a
character in
result
the game.
of C9. So I think we need to get Reject a map. I think we need to show them where the mission area is and keep them firmly
Shotguns,
on
you
it.
do
Maybe
die.
maybe
Yeah,
put a
but
leash on
like
them so they don't
he has
get
to be
too
within
far
shotgun
away from the
range.
Batmobile. Next time around, we'll hit the,
I'll take that over Hela
walls,
headshot at me
grab a couple of
two
those
tap
things. If
across
you
the
guys know
map.
anything, let me know, but we're gonna go to a quick
Losing with
break.
both
We will
tank
be
pool and
right
Elsa's
back.
crazy.
Don't
Yeah,
go
I don't
anywhere,
know
we have
what
got
they're
the
thinking.
we've got the
Psylocke?
finale
I
of
don't really
this
consider her
series on the other
poke.
side of it.
Yo, how I hate it when there's this awkward time where they're just waiting for the camera to change away.
I think we're staying with it.
I think we're staying with it. Are we staying with
I mean,
it?
high octane
okay
fight
with
like
that.
that can't just step away for that long. You know, it is kind of a tense moment here as
Fucking
Max
production,
wraps up
bro.
A C9 moment, unfortunately for Reject here. Triple AD gonna stay in the fight and get us to map 3. But unfortunately for them,
Have you played with the mark? Have you seen how stupid Punisher is? Yeah, I mean, I know. I've seen Toothless hit rank 1.
Throw it to a quick break here, let these teams catch their breath, and get ready for the decider right after this.
Fucking production, bro. Too corny for me? That's kind of their job, to be corny a little bit. They have to hype up the game, you know. Fallout says shotgun needs to be 3 meters, not 8 meters. Is it really 8 meters? Yeah, they could probably balance it a little bit. Any pro drama? Nah. What's the drama? Variety is just hard to balance. Brawlers with poke is lame. I wish everyone had a gun TBH. Marvel's a Disney product, they gotta be corny. Surely. Spark Chief and Light got beef. Fallout begins at 8 meters, decreasing to 40% at 15. That is insane. Why is it only until 40%? Hello? What's up, Vegan Thrasher? Hello, hello. Marvel Rivals is just Pokemon, bro. I like this art. This is a good, like, screensaver. That's just cool. Shotgun does 350 damage. Yeah, they could probably nerf that. Yeah, Reject should have definitely swapped off the Venom Dive comp there. At the very least, swap off Jeff. Because last year was legit getting no value with the Zolts and Perma dying to Daredevil, and then they weren't doing anything back to him. Venom couldn't really hit a dive target when they were going triple support. So, yep. You're live again? What's up, Corey? We're watching Asia right now. The team that should have won trolled. Thieves get in trouble for shit talking on Twitter? Supposedly. I don't know if they actually are getting punished right now or not. Like on the troll their game against FlyQuest today? Did they really?
Yeah, from a dominant performance on map 1 to a very awkward performance at the end, almost as awkward as my attempt to throw to break last time around. That's on me, my bad. I'll take the L on that one. And Reject unfortunately gonna have no choice but take the L on Museum of Contemplation and take the series for the first time to Symbiotic Surface. We are back on Clintar, baby. I hope you got the car windows rolled right back up.
Yeah, or grab your parka, you know, umbrella, whatever you need to avoid the slime here. It's everywhere, but yes, it is Symbiotic Surface in store. I feel like we maybe cast our
drama's more entertaining than the actual games. True.
But, definitely a miracle moment for Triple AD to take Museum of Contemplation and get us here. The downside, of course, this is Reject's choice, so they are on Reject's turf as both teams gonna look to close it out. But you know, again, it feels
I think
like
all these teams are just pent up with stress, you know. Let's get somebody to blow off some of their steam. Thoughts? Also making them boring, not even Gambit. I agree. The meta is just boring right now. It's just so boring. Also, I'm pissed. I was about to get a 2-on-1 in my dream, and then I woke up right as it was about to happen. Flock my life, bro. I like when they're playing around Gambit. Gambit comes boring. 2-on-1 with who? Don't worry about it. Happens to the best of us? I know, bro. It's annoying. With two femboys, right? Nope. It was in Korea. I think it's a premonition, guys. I think it's future sight. This December, something will happen.
Yeah, and I mean, gotta give a lot of respect to Triple AD. They didn't just throw in the towel on Museum of Contemplation after they got held short of checkpoint number 1, and that's what
threw in the towel. They threw hands.
Escorts.
No,
okay.
They really did. I mean, that's what gave them the opportunity to take advantage.
How would you nerf Groot? Make his ult take longer to build up. I think it's a good start.
Love to see it here, but of course, Reject plenty of opportunity here for them to try
What's up, Blaz?
And restore the faith here, because again, I feel like there are some questions. There's a lot of wavering opinion about them right now, so this is their opportunity to shut that down and finish this thing off here. And again, this is just their first match of the night. They're going to be taking on Zero Tenacity later too.
What region we watching? Asia right now.
Determined that this will be a long night for both of these teams. It was already going to be. They had to be on their Lionel Richie business going all night long, but now they got to go through a
VRM,
series
VRM,
just to get to their
VRM,
next objective.
VRM.
That's not going to be a guarantee. And I also can't give you a whole lot of guarantees.
Are the games? We're watching the first series, our first set. First game, the team trolled. Triple AD should be losing. Right now it's 1-1 because Reject trolled their second game. Nightmare Organizer has been playing some of their players. I think it's their Overwatch team members that were getting shafted, but Nightmare made a public statement on Twitter about it. I did see that, yeah. Banning Elsa both sides, protecting the Mantis is really strong for them. Banning another Elsa, okay.
Now, of course, Gambit off the table. Triple AD definitely learned their lesson from map 1 not to give Shunghoon the Gambit. They will take the one-sided
Daredevil bans on both sides.
Both sides actually gonna ban the Daredevil, so no Daredevil either.
That's so funny to me. That's so funny to me.
Yeah, I saw what Danny Koo said on Twitter. I don't agree, but
all right, we got it. We gotta put him.
When the big man says to put it away, you gotta put it away.
So help me.
Well, one hero making it through the draft phase this time. Loki gonna be saved by Triple AD here, so we're gonna get to see some Loki action on Symbiotic Surface here. But yeah, it is like you said, there are a lot of questions here on this map. You haven't seen it too much. Teams don't seem to be too fond of it here in this season, so that's the question. Is it just a comfort pick for Reject, or is it kind of a secret weapon, a little bit of a
Warlock ban?
Either way, Adam Warlock, the Golden God, taken off the table.
Why are we saving Jeff? Well, we just lost last game because of the Jeff.
Jeff save and Lastro already hovering the Jeff again.
So the Jeff, I think,
was it professional to post it? I agree. I don't know why they did that.
Jeff is pretty much, you know, the core enabler when it comes to the healers of Dive. But what I'm seeing right now is on the defensive side for Triple AD, you've got Mantis, you've got Loki, and no Groot ban. There is going to be a ban onto the Vanpool, which might be one of Groot's chief ops right now. You can play a pretty decent front-to-back composition here with the Groot if that's what you want to play, and I think that might be one of your strongest plays
Practice what you
forward,
preach.
especially when you have all of these pieces already lined up. You know, a Mantis Loki triple strat with a Groot, can't hate it.
Yeah, stars definitely aligning for that.
Bro, I'm about to get swept by N, man. This guy's just too fucking good at the video game. This N AI. My Pokemon team sucks. So the one it was easier to OTP? I don't know about that. Bro, I'm just getting swept by Archeops.
For now, but some changes, you know, kind of on both sides of the board here. But Reject, I think these are a lot of the signature heroes for these players. Of course, you know, Yaki, Daredevil, definitely a menace, but Psylocke, definitely not to be sneezed at when Yaki is piloting the ninja either. So good solid draft days for both of these teams here. This is the decider for this matchup. One win apiece.
Thor doesn't work with this meta. I am finding. He's all right.
No Groot, though, going to be coming out from Triple AD, opting for the Mag and the Vanpool, which, you know, of course, you managed to get a ban, so you do technically have it one-sided. Going to be your strongest tool, so
easier to OTP with a hero that doesn't require brain function.
I think is a little bit interesting from Illicit.
What does that mean?
Counter dive tool, I think, is afraid of that.
Triple AD running out with triple support and tank pool Namor. Reject running out with Elsa, Emma, and double support. Oh shit, Yaki did. With the Venom, Jeff, and the Invis.
For one upgrade there, so a solid start for Triple AD. Almost 60 seconds off the clock, while Reject a little bit of cold feet here, trying to think about how to handle this one. But I do see Gargoyle right up in their face on that.
I think Yaki needs to be taking right side high ground with the rest of the team. I think going main here is pretty troll when they have triple support. Just go right side, force them out, make them back up, make them rotate.
Biding their time, waiting for the fight to kick off properly until they can walk right in. But no smite just has to be the bouncer, hold the door, and stop them from getting in. And Reject are going to stay split.
Just feel like Reject kind of slowly pushing their way
yeah. Reject just deserves to lose with how they're playing.
On the Venom, send him all the way back to square one here, but it does feel like Reject kind of encroaching more and more on Triple AD's space here. They are getting close to at least contesting that first capture point here, but a slow start for both sides of the board here. Reject trying to dust themselves off a little bit after the missteps on Museum of Contemplation. A minute and 30 off the clock, and now Reject standing on the border of that first capture point.
So hard with the triple strategist lineup for this this Venom to get much of anything done.
Yo, like low-key, Lastra and Gargoyle are pissing me off with how they're playing. Why are you Elsa ulting into that? Yo, what are we doing on the side of Reject? We are legit throwing.
Reject again repelled from this point.
Yeah, Tuba power leveling that Deadpool. Second selfie I've seen him snag this game, and now Triple AD.
When did you get put in the quad book? What does that mean?
The only ult they don't have is the Deadpool, and they're going to push up a little bit here. Tuba leading the charge there for the rest of Triple AD, as Reject now under halfway of their time bank still remaining, as they are still looking for a path forward here. It looked like
wait, don't go for aggressive portal play off rib, just running main over and over like a bunch of diamond players. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I'm so tall. Can't get over me. I'm so low. Can't get under me. I must be all these things, for I just threw out the love of my dreams. What are you doing? You are trolling.
They don't want to dance with Yaki. You can go stag on this one.
And Triple AD send most of Reject back to spawn with just
dude, this team is okay. You know what? Fuck Reject. They are terrible. Creator Dogware recommends creators based off of the characters. You're under for Peni and Angela. Oh, really? That's cool. Namor is a solo DPS. Yep.
Just trying to look for an opening that they have not been able to find, or one that's just not there.
Thought you knew?
No.
I think I heard about that, but I don't know who or what a quad is.
They're gonna have the you got a Mischief, they're gonna have the, I mean, they're gonna have the Deadpool ult as well, and the Meteor M. Like, there's a lot of tools that Triple AD can use defensively here. Gargoyle already forced back, and there's that Banhammer coming out. It's on to Sunghoon, the last person that you wanted on, and goodbye, Sunghoon.
Insane target prio here for Triple AD.
You know what?
Strategist offline for Reject. Piggy going overhead for a Meteor.
I'm sick and tired of trying to beat N with underleveled Pokemon. I'm just gonna trade over my strongest mons from my other city.
Medicine will find Piggy on the Magneto, and Reject dropping like flies here. Tuba, another KO.
What is this Elsa ult, man? You're legit just throwing the game.
Overtime in effect, and immediately ticking down here. A couple of members of Reject still alive. Triple AD's got an invisible boundary here as well. Strange portal does come through though.
Doesn't matter. You guys are just terrible.
Sunghoon does get the invisible boundary down for Reject now, as they will hang on with just a second of overtime left, but they can't quite grab onto the point like they'd like to here. Gargoyle over onto the Wolverine here, does make it onto the point, is still alive here. Yaki hanging on by a thread as well, but no ults for either team there as Reject finally on the charge here.
Why did we waste our Invisible? Oh, we were on Loki. I see, never mind. It was the Loki copy.
From Gargoyle as well, as Reject just trying to get in the fight at the last second here. It's Jeff coming out from Lastro as well. Maybe too little too late for Reject, as all of Triple AD still standing on the point. Invisible boundary does go down. There's the dance of the butterflies from Yaki as well, but a couple of members of Reject go down. And Nagamoto whiff
missed.
From Illicit as well here. Triple AD trying to get back onto the point, trying to regain control here, but Reject can't stand on it, and Triple AD will shut them down at 0 capture points.
Reject is horrible. Never mind. You on the Pokemon Rogue? I'm on the Pokemon Black and White.
From the second that overtime
Reject the Korean team? I'm 90% sure, yes.
My cortisol has spiked to levels hitherto
What's up, I'll see you tomorrow. Reject's gonna throw. Yeah, Reject lost.
Get the cap there. They get a couple of ticks, but
alright, see ya, Blast.
I don't know that I like the strategy that they approached this map with to begin with. I mean, I guess I was right about one thing. This map is a secret weapon. So secret that even Reject don't know how they want to play it.
Reject is legit just terrible.
In an icebox the whole time for Reject. They just couldn't commit. They did at the very end, but just too little, too late. Triple AD able to re-muster the defense there, get right back on the point, push them off, and that was all she wrote for Reject offense. Just 65% of that first capture point.
We rooting for him? Why? We were rooting for Reject because they were a better team. This team on the red. But now I don't like them anymore because they're throwing. They're just legit terrible. Alright, good night, sleeps. The fuck is this? Angela, creators, team captain Fumiata, Cubles, and Fullmetallamps. Penny Parker.
Managed to prevent that 65% from coming through. It's still a win condition.
Cringe Alarm, Flexstar, Ishigo, Quad, Brandon, Fullmetallamps.
I mean, it's less than 2 ticks. It's a tick and a half, and
Cloak and Dagger Invis is open and they still play Jeff. That's not why they're losing, but sure. Look at this portal play. I mean, this is just textbook. Look at this shit. Just flip map, please just flip map.
Yeah, not as good backup options without the Adam Warlock on the table here. Reject gonna look to out-sustain Triple AD here, but it is almost one fight for Reject here to take this point and take the series home here. Just under 60 seconds used.
Look at how Reject is struggling to just deal with what AD is doing. We just farm 2 build and we win. They just use Soul Bond. I need you to ult their support surge as tank pool. Let's get a tank pool ult. There we go. What? Look at the tank pool. Look at the tank pool. Watch tank pool POV, man. Tank pool POV, please. Bro, what is my spectator team doing? Oh, damn. They trolled.
That's courtesy of Yaki on the Adam Warlock. So Reject so far able to beat them back, but how long can they hold out?
That 2-man hit squad of Yaki and Brownie, that's exactly what you need for Reject, but you've only managed to buy yourself a minute and a half. There's still 2:30 in the time bank for Triple AD, and they didn't use any ults on that first engagement, aside from the Banhammer from Tuba, but that's one of those ultimates that you build up really fast, especially once you start to get that XP, you start to get the upgrades, especially onto those Desert Eagles. Once those things turn golden, you can expect that thing to be coming off cooldown, and going to be another easy win condition for Triple AD. You can't let that one happen. Here's the other silver lining, though. Yaki, 73% to a Karmic Revival. Sunghoon has the God of Mischief, so you have your double res just about ready to go, and more ults to bleed this one out to nothing.
Yeah, definitely could be a wash in this fight.
How did that Glarchuk just climb over the entire wall? Bad copy. Cloak ult early. Oh, big kill. Why are we trolling like that when we know they have ults? They have a second cloak ult. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, yikes.
For Gargoyle and a double for Brownie here as Triple AD sick, running for the hills, and now Yaki ready to go with that Karmic Revival for the next
Is
fight.
Triple AD really gonna lose here on attack?
I do gotta question the judgment of Sunghoon to copy the Cloak and Dagger ultimate and then go knees deep into the enemy composition just to get popped by a Maelstrom from No Smite, but there's no questions about that dunk from Gargoyle, putting an exclamation point on that fight and putting the kibosh on this attack from Triple AD. Only a minute left. A lot of ults for Triple AD to try and brute force this one, but again, that Karmic Revival that Yaki is holding on to, that is the key to victory for Reject. They have to keep Yaki hidden. You can even see he is far
Mantis
away,
ult to go in. Cloak ult to match.
and let his team do the work until it's his time to shine.
Right, Eternal Bond on the point now. Reject looking to repel Triple AD potentially one last time in this matchup to close things out. A couple ults still in the bank for Triple AD. Reject, though, holding firmly onto that Adam Warlock ult until they absolutely need it, and they may very well. Banhammer coming through for Tuba as well here on the Deadpool. Has been on the move on the Vanpool this entire map. No Smite falls to Piggy, though. One KO coming through.
Why did we wait so long to Mantis ult? We had it the entire time.
As Illicit will even the odds here, does have the Insong.
How is Yaki dead on?
Looking for the opportunity to use it. Tuba will pick up one on the Deadpool, and that brings out the Karmic Revival from Yaki, but an immediate KO onto the Adam Warlock there. Illicit
Reject lost.
Huge on that Insong Inferno here at the last
Reject
second,
lost.
AD looking to close things out.
You did a video where you do a bar review like an esports announcer. I did that for Honor Thieves. Well, I don't know what you mean by esports announcer. Wow.
The story of the series and the story of
Reject is legit terrible.
repeated misfortunes is that they either can't or
Ah,
don't touch the point.
Jesus. What are they doing, guys? I mean, fuck, you know. You know, I was talking to one of the people who plays for Z10, Zero Tenacity, and they said our only competition is Rejects and Pirates in Asia. That's where you're gonna get the best quality matches.
On your map
Rejects
pick,
just shit the bed, so... Rejects played. I'm gonna message him right now. AD was low-key trolling. They low-key were, and they still won, because Rejects was that much worse. Corny as hell making puns like these people. Nope.
and they have survived their way up in the power rankings, and they can walk into this next matchup they've got later on tonight against Rival with their head held high, knowing that they
This guy is so happy about how Rejects played so bad.
was the best in the region.
3-hour downtime before playing this.
Rattle for Reject on that Museum of Contemplation misstep, and it feels like they just couldn't recover. They built the confidence there, you know, near the end of that attack phase,
Wow,
but it was
Rejects is
too
terrible.
Too late for them to come back, and it all just fell apart for them at the last second. I thought for sure that Strange Portal was going to make it in time, but no.
Wow.
Miracle pulled through here. Triple AD take down Reject. They move to 2-1, and Reject falls to 1-2.
Like, look, I have Rejects as top 2 on my predictions.
On deck later
They're
on.
just terrible.
What a matchup here, especially for Triple AD.
They're just terrible.
That's the definition of bad to worse for Reject. You go from looking so clean, like clinical, surgical precision on every single dive. Everything was executed to perfection on Celestial Husk, but it just kind of
Reject is
fell
top
apart.
1?
Even
Yeah.
even
Never
Museum
listen to
of
Cass's
Contemplation,
opinions ever
you
again.
looked clinical. You looked stellar.
Said
every
Betsu.
single dive, every single elim, every
Yeah,
single
Rejects
play
just
was
played
perfect
terribly.
until
I don't know.
that's
Like,
the
look, I have
the
Triple
end.
AD as
And,
legit
we can
bottom
give the assist
on the
to Closet
fucking
with the
standings
Jeb,
right now.
Taking the Invisible Woman off, maybe it was, maybe it was the Invis's job to protect the cart and keep it in contention for the time being.
You predict
but
all win up with
that's
flames.
rough. That is very
My
rough.
NA
And
is just
like you
complete
said, yeah,
shit
their
right
cage
now.
Very much so rattled that even on their map pick,
I mean, I don't even watch Europe, so I don't care.
I don't even know. I don't even know what I saw because I don't think I like that strategy that they came out with.
I mean, no, it's not at all the result we were
I
expecting.
mean,
going
wow,
into
that
this.
was
Not to say
so
that Triple AD
bad.
were never going to win this match. Clearly, we would have been wrong thinking that. But, you know, it definitely seemed like Reject's opportunity to bounce back after their matchup against Pirates last night. If you're going to drop a
They
match
lost because they didn't have
in
their
Asia
animated
Pacific,
champion
it should
icons
be to a
equipped.
team
Oh,
like
right,
Pirates,
of course.
like Zero Tenacity, that are at the top of the leaderboards. But to drop this
Rejects
Triple
lost?
AD
Yep.
here is huge.
They lost
Triple AD
1-2.
to secure this is big for
1-2,
them to
2-1.
statement of statements made to the entire region. The Pirates aren't the only qualified team here in Asia with some teeth, because now Triple AD sitting in the positive after defeating the partner team out of Asia. I mean, a massive, massive win coming through here for them. Cannot give them enough respect. I saw Tuba picking up the MVP there on Symbiotic Surface. Deadpool power leveling session there for Triple AD.
They hard through second
Tuba
match.
making it
They hard
look
through
easy.
both
Do not say
matches.
his name
I don't know what
backwards,
they're
I swear.
doing.
And
But
for Reject, like again, I hate to
I was
harp on
smashing
them
both
so
those
much,
main
but these
position with the way these
jitters,
games
you
be
know,
going.
If
Yep.
Pirates had just have them shaken, they need to get these jitters out before playoffs, because I think, you know, with the power and the talent that we've seen in the good parts of Reject, this team should still make playoffs.
I don't know
and
why
almost
Gargoyle
certainly
just kept
will,
forcing
and
Venom the
there may
entire
come a time where
time.
they have to
He
face
needed to
off
swap.
against Pirates again, but now there's another monkey on their back. Two of them coming out of MRC. The top two teams out of MRC have bested the partner team back to back, and I gotta be like, again, full credit to Triple AD, but they should not have won this match.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
I
based
agree.
on what we were seeing in that matchup, right?
They
it's
should
the-
not have
it's
won
the
this
walking
match.
off the point on Museum of Contemplation.
But we're
It's the
just
total
somehow worse,
indecisiveness,
so.
the split party from Reject on Symbiotic Surface. Again, to drop that map on their own territory of their own
Yeah,
choosing
like this person.
is huge. I mean, cannot understate how big it is for
Yo,
Triple
foe.
AD to pick
Shut
that
the
up. I mean,
fuck up,
definitely
man.
consistent. You know, not everything went their way, especially
Let's
on
kiss.
Symbiotic
What's up,
Surface.
Peni?
So they dropped a couple fights here and there, but this Triple AD's team so consistent through potentially rough waters. So we do want to hear from Triple AD about this matchup, and I believe we're going to be talking to No Smite about this big win here.
Hello, No
Hi, No Smite. Hi. Hey, so
Yo,
how
is
would
that
you
me?
evaluate your individual performance in this match?
What the flark?
I think I didn't play well because I'm so nervous this match. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
He was nervous, guys.
I get it. You know, maybe get the nerves out though. But you know, it
Decent
wasn't just
diminishing
you.
of
You had
value.
your teammates there as well. Who do you think
Yeah.
was your standout teammate in this match?
Tell Regis Org to fire the coach and to hire you to whoop their asses in the safe.
Illicit and Tuba plays very well, I think. Illicit, Daredevil, and Tuba's Deadpool was, yeah, they carried me.
Why is lock the fuck in deleted, bro?
Yeah, very, very good performance from Tuba and Illicit, yeah. And speaking of Tuba and Illicit, in Game 2, Museum of Contemplation, Tuba and Illicit were very, very strong, but your team, really nice defense at the very end. How did you communicate that critical moment?
At the moment, we calm down and we planned how to use our ult, and we played that, yeah.
Yeah.
We play it.
Yep.
Sometimes it's just that easy. You guys make it look easy there, even if there was a little bit of difficulty at the end. Thank you so much, No Smite, for joining us. Yeah, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Twins.
We heard here, No Smite even himself said maybe we didn't play so well, but clearly the result does not match their thoughts on it. But yeah, I mean, a solid performance from that team from top to bottom. You know, of course, Illicit as well, big player. Tuba, again, that Deadpool. Cannot understate that Vanpool. Absolute menace there on a Symbiotic Surface. So, I mean, we've said it over and over again, but a massive win here for Triple AD. So big.
I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit. You know, I don't know if I would say that Illicit and Tuba carried him, because he was definitely getting in there with a couple of good KOs. He definitely hit some good shots here and there, and was integral to the team's success. But you know, Illicit kind of ran away with it on Museum of Contemplation, especially. Some good stuff coming out top to bottom from Triple AD, and we have not seen the last of them. They will be on deck a little bit later on tonight against Rival Esports, but we have more Marvel Rivals action here in the APAC Pacific region. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick little break, and we have got the next match on the other side of it.
She's
See
hating
you
on
in a minute.
AAA. Not really. Is that hating? Is that considered hating? Yeah, that was so sad to watch from Rejects. Like, I would be ashamed if I'm them. If that's how, like, I'm playing. Because what the fuck is that? That guy looks like the bloke from Toy Story. This fucking guy. Pirates just win. How many points do I have? 680. Yeah, let's use all our points here. 680. Why does Namor's titties looking like they can cut diamonds? Objection. Get a new Invis skin. I could, but I don't want to support Invis propaganda. Yeah. Shouldn't have one-tricked her. That's different. Yeah, these recolors suck dick. You queuing with anyone? I'm not queuing right now, nervous. What's up, man? We're watching Asia Rivals. Guys, what skins should I buy? I have 11,000 credits. New Peni skin is not pretty? Yeah. I have 11,000 credits. What should I buy, guys? Should I save up for summer and just buy all the Gunnar skins and just go all out? Save for summer. Get me a skin. I can't get you a skin with blue credits. That's the worst part about it. It would be nice though. Yeah, it's only with gold skins. Or with gold credits. I could buy this bundle. I played with these characters in Israel. Tree pose. You like that bundle? Best Groot skin? You think so? Does Groot have a Christmas tree skin? I forget. Because this is like the closest one. Is your favorite?
All right, well, Rivals, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Asia Pacific region. A big matchup and a big win for Triple AD over Reject in the first match of the night.
He does have a Christmas skin.
Hold your breath because we are diving right back in. We have Pirates taking on XOXO01 for the second match of the night.
And I like that you said diving into it. That's a good choice of words because we are absolutely going to be doing some diving. I mean, a lot of teams like to play dive
because
it's
beard
the
in that
hot new
skin.
thing.
I
It's
really.
the flavor of the month. It's what all the cool kids are doing.
I wish I could check it out in game, but I can't.
Because it's all they know. It's in their DNA. If you ask them, they would say the D in DNA stands for dive.
What's up, Power Games?
You know,
What's up, Mike? Not playing any games right now. We're watching the Asia Ignite series.
In the Asia region, like you said,
So
big
hopefully
dive
that
fans
goes
for sure.
well.
Of course, Pirates, kind of the final boss of the MRC qualified teams, definitely the top one right now. But, you know, Triple AD very much gaining some ground in that department. So Pirates looking to try and come through and maintain that clean 2-0 record. Of course, EXO enter this match at 2-1. So very solid performance for them thus far. But a win here against Pirates would be big for them for sure.
And we're a long way from the Caribbean, but these Pirates of the Pacific have booty in their sights, and they have sailed their way into some pretty easy waters thus far. But now it's time for the skill check of the region, XOXO01. I think this one is going to be
What the fuck did we just say there?
Any way you slice it. Here is the roster. These are the boys that took it home in MRC Season 6, and a large part of it is courtesy of Kaidia. I want to highlight this Angela player.
Chillin got drunk and went on a good streak last night.
I think especially with some of the results we've seen lately, I think Kaidia has to be in the conversation for one of the best Vanguards in the entire region. Easily the best Angela in the region. When Kaidia is on the one-winged Angel, it is always winnable for this team, and that's another one of those
real?
things that
Kaidia's a good
lot of
Angela?
teams I don't think are thinking
I haven't
about.
seen that.
I don't think you're going to ever try and target ban Kaidia, but if you do, that might be one way to try and ground this team, but
the best
that's
Angela.
the least of your worries. That's just where it starts.
Yeah, of course, and fun on the Venom too. So consistent with that hero. The Vanguard line for Pirates definitely to be feared, but XOXO01, plenty of weapons in their own right here. Of course, I go eyes drawn right to Sungjuk Woo on that Spider-Man. Definitely one of the YWL light kind of players here in the Asia Pacific region, but no doubt plenty of solid players on EXO's side as well. I know Ace, you know, no matter whether EXO is winning or losing the map, Ace always seems to have a solid performance, so a player that this team can really lean on to come through even when the waters get rough.
And the waters, regardless of how rough the waters may or may not be, Sungjuk Woo is always going to be the captain of this team in my eyes. He will be the one at the helm. I have watched this guy play in one, not even in one series, in one map, play Magneto, Iron Fist, and Rocket Raccoon. He does not know any role. He is the ultimate flex player. But
XOXO should lose this. Their best player, as far as I know, is Sungjuk Woo, and that guy's not exactly the best.
What he ends up on, what survives the draft phase in terms of duelists, always manages to find one that he can cook with for sure. So both of these teams, plenty of tools in the arsenal to go to war against one another, and war they shall go. As of course, Pirates looking to hold on to that flawless record. EXO looking to just take down even more top teams here in the Asia Pacific region. Both of these teams experienced here as they will kick off this matchup once again on Celestial Husk. We've seen a lot of this map here in Ignite so far this season.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I would say it's a favorite. It's definitely not one of mine, but it's still a fun map and still has produced some very interesting results and always going to be a fun time to check in on. And by the way, I want to circle back because you also mentioned, you know, of this EXO roster alone fills, and I want to highlight him as well because this team, EXO, we're going to see some crazy stuff coming out of this team. We're going to see compositions that you don't often see. In a previous series, we saw them come out with the Black Panther Hulk team up for the first time ever. But it's calculated, it's smart, because they cap point A on Arako, and then Alone Fills sees the Thing swap come out from the other team to counter, and he instantly goes Punisher, and then takes over the game on the Punisher. So it's not just going to be total mindless dive, war of attrition, throw ourselves at the machine until the machine bends to our will. No, they have a plan. It's going to be chaotic, and it's not always going to go according to plan, but trust me when I tell you, they do have a plan.
Yeah,
Kappa.
method to the madness for sure for XOXO01. This first map, though, definitely going to set the pace for the rest of this series. Pirates, a team that is very solid on domination on a lot of different maps. EXO, I feel like they've dropped a fair few of their dom maps so far, so maybe not their strongest game mode here, but if they can open up with a win, that would be huge for the rest of the series. Of course, I do look for Pirates to come out of the gate swinging here and maybe just play a dom like they normally do in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, dominant, I think, is the name of the game with Pirates, because again, the last team that has made them drop a single map has been AAAD back in MRC Season 6, and they have been undefeated since then. I mean, outside of scrims, who even knows? But I would hazard a guess that they have probably also gone undefeated in scrims at this rate. They look that good, they look that strong, and they look that consistent. And the thing about this team that sticks with me is you and I got to cast this team. It was AAAD versus Pirates, and AAAD would come out of the gates and get 2 quick KOs, and they would still lose the fight because KDO would return with 2 more on the other end on that Angela. That's why I feel like any fight is winnable if he is on that Angela. Any situation is winnable for Pirates. They have a wealth of win conditions, and Kaidia has the capability to seemingly create more out of thin air.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like their roster has several players that are strong enough and consistent enough that they can literally anchor to and rally around no matter what the situation they find themselves in. And that creates an overall very consistent team that can be tough to dethrone. And Pirates have shown you that so far. They've won their first couple series. They're looking to make this one win number 3 as we head for
Gambit ban,
Celestial
Mantis
Husk
ban.
up first.
Really?
Gambit off the table for EXO, but EXO are going to ban out the Mantis first.
I do also want to point out, Kaidia and Alonefills both flashing the Lord icon on the Deadpool, which, as we all know, does bonus damage.
Really? I hadn't heard that.
I've heard it a lot in my games ever since he dropped, but you know what else I have heard a lot of is that Gambit never folds, and Pirates are going to be trying to secure a one-sided Gambit.
Yep.
And we'll succeed in doing so. We'll see where that goes from here, but you're going to be looking at XOXO01, and they're going to be like, okay, we got to hit the same notes now that we see the Gambit. We can't give them the Loki. We can't let them double up. Do we go for the Star-Lord? They're going to shut down the Daredevil, which, as we have seen, a lot of teams in this region do like to lean on, so not a bad ban coming out there.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the Gambit save come through, it really kind of tells you we need to ban a couple other things around him, and you end up having to dump so much into stopping the heroes that he enables. So it can kind of throw a wrench in the works of your ban phase there. So not just Gambit himself being strong, but it is who he enables that makes him so deadly. Elsa Bloodstone save for Pirates as well, so they get 2 very powerful heroes here out of the draft phase. They will not have access to DD, though. They will not have Invis, and EXO are going to save Jeff for themselves here to round out their side of the draft. I have to say, I feel like I favor Pirates draft here a little more, but EXO, I feel like a team you really got to let them cook
the other
before
team
you can
Gambit
make a
worked for
determination
anyone.
of what it's looking like for them.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of target
Oh,
bans coming out
has
here from
giving the
Pirates,
other
not
team
trying
Gambit ever
to,
worked
you know,
for
hit
anyone?
any of the chicanery that XOXO1 are known
Usually
for.
no.
So, like no Spider-Man bans,
remember
no
a time
Magic
where it
bans,
worked
certainly no
out.
Black Panther bans in Year of Our Lord 2026, but
I mean, these bans on
looks like,
Pirates
to my eyes, this looks like about the most normal
are
ban
just
phase that I've ever seen out of an
infinitely
XOXO1
So both.
map here, but I think that Invis ban is quite interesting. I think Invis is currently the strongest of the, we'll call them main healer strategists, and going to be forcing the Cloak and Dagger, which since the move over to dive has kind of slipped down the
Valentina
pecking
won.
order a little bit
I
there,
did not
so
see that
Rest
actually.
Her
I didn't watch the
hovering
rest of the
that.
NA
It's gonna
games.
be like the next best option. I don't know if that's what they're going to stick with, but it does kind of put a wrench into things.
Yeah, and I also noticed no Captain America ban coming through, so that does leave Cap on the table for Zetha to pick up as well over on the side of EXO. If they want to go to that, I did see him hovering thing there at the end of
Even
the
have Star-Lord
ban phase,
and
though,
Rogue still.
Definitely
Yep.
question of what they're going to come
Review
out
that game?
of the spawn room
Sure.
with.
We
But
can
we
watch
are
over
ready for domination here on Celestial Husk. Pirates sitting at 2-0, taking on XOXO01, still standing at a solid 2-1 record for themselves. Hard to say who we think is going to win this one, because if you asked me on the last match, I would have said Reject, and I would have been proven horribly wrong. So I will keep that one on reserve for now. But a solid matchup for sure. I mean, these two teams definitely feel around the
You
same
understand why the
power
opposing
level,
team lost
an
like
even
that?
matchup. And it feels
Sure,
that
we can
way
talk about
coming
it.
down the card as we go all throughout this
When that
night.
first
But
came easy.
we are ready. MRC final boss versus the
I need to eat
Bridesmaids,
and
but
sleep.
still looking
Good night,
for their
Beans.
wedding here in this
Thanks
season
for
of
hanging
Ignite.
out.
it from EXO. Gonna open things up with a strange TP play. Is it gonna be a kidnap, or is it going to be just trying to get all the troops into the back line and catch Pirates by surprise? They do throw the Terra Cape on in through.
This
but
portal
doesn't
sucks.
look like they caught anybody. Instead, just gonna use it for positioning here, and that gives Pirates the high ground essentially for free now. And speaking of high ground, Return doesn't need
portal.
the ground at all. Bro is on the Ultron. He can fly.
Yeah, again, Ultron making his rounds so far in the preseason. Definitely getting a lot of value out of him so far here. Mission area
Other two,
unlocked.
Valentina's team obliterated them. Really? What's
What's
up, Agathor?
Kaidia on the move, on the Vanpool, on the table for just
Oh, Mac's dead. He's so dead.
We'll find Ace to start things
Some
off
Jeff
here,
Blue
and
on Iron
Pirates
Fist doing
already
nothing.
on the move. They've got the coordinates towards victory.
Solo DPS Iron
And
Fist,
they
by the
will
way,
take
into an
the
Elsa
capture
Bloodstone.
as well.
Lol.
Almost all of EXO headed back to the spawn room to dust themselves.
Spawn held them
Yeah,
on the last game.
Kaidia just gets
That
right
is
up in Ace's
disgusting.
face and just hits the double deagles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taps. I don't know how many it took, but it was a lot quicker than Ace could count to that number. So XOXO01 already going to be behind the 8-ball here, and they use their strange
Looked like a
TP
quick
just
play
to try and get
match. Oh,
positioning, and then
yikes.
immediately lost said positioning here. So now they just got to hoof it right into the
Yeah,
beat
we'll check it
grinder.
out.
That is vital on this Elsa Bloodstone, pumping in the damage, and there's the ever-looming threat of Kaidia with that Banhammer, but
Ooh.
I mean, you're not even getting that far. You're just.
I mean, like, do we
taking
even have to
damage
watch
here
the
from
rest of
Hoodie
this
and
game,
Return.
bro?
Now Kaidia going in with those katanas, cleaving XOXO01 and leaving only ribbons behind.
Oh, it's cut.
And
It's
Vital
already over.
taxing every single member of EXO on their way to the point there. Half health bars for almost all of them. Easy cleanup for those Deadpool katanas to just slice and dice like a hot knife through butter. EXO back to spawn, back up and ready for another fight. But Pirates already 50%
Swamp
of the
gaming,
lane
yeah.
captured. So big neutral game for this Pirates.
Ever seen a
squad
teamfight
here.
move to
EXO
that area?
trying to pick things back up. The Pirates
Most team
already
fights
on
don't
the
happen
move.
main in
Kaidia
these
pushing
pro
up
play
yet
games
again here,
because
meeting him at the tunnel as EXO walking right
main
out of
is
spawn, but
usually
Ace
dog shit
on the move over onto the
to
Angela
walk
for
into.
Sunjok Wu
Ace is not
also
gonna do
making
anything,
trouble
by the
from
way.
Spider-Man. XOXO01
Of
have
course,
had
as soon as I
enough
say
of
that, he
attempting
gets
to
a
be
kill in
normal.
return.
They
But
march to the beat of their own drum, and it's time to
yeah,
start
I mean, look at
marching,
that.
but Vital's
Literally
gonna send Ace
instantly
marching right
dead
back to spawn with
on
another
the
elevated gun shot
Angela
there,
character because they have
Aztec
Elsa.
taking
It's
down
just
the
not fun.
aforementioned Sunjok Wu, putting the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man back in the neighborhood
Just
where
can't
he came
do
from.
anything.
Again, the spawn door.
Wow.
Turtle Pond coming out from Redster. XOXO01 still think this is turnable, and
You
84%,
have a
they
40-year-old
better be
stomach.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, mid-fight ult swing here towards Pirates. They'll throw down the fate of both worlds. That's
I have
Aztec
really
on
bad
the snow
indigestion.
here. Plenty of sustain for this team.
Like, what do you do on Angela? Like, legit, get off the character, bro.
But still some damage coming down. In the meantime, though, Hoodie on the Gambit will find Ace and send one back. No value out of that Galactic Legend as Pirates will take it to 99 overtime. I do see a Sunjok Wu Spider-Man flying through somewhere there. Spectacular spin does come through. They're going to try one last attempt here to stay in on it. A Vital, they cannot stop this Elsa Bloodstone here.
No doubt.
It is going to be a 2 for 2, make it 3 for 2, favoring Pirates here as Fun comes through with another one on the Magneto and still holding the Meteor M2 to try and finish things off. Ace falls and now overtime, ready to tick back down here, but still in the fight here. Sunjok Wu on the Spider-Man trying to buy time, but gets caught outside the capture circle, and that is point number 1 for Pirates.
That is such an unfortunate snare placement, but it does catch a spider in its web. Oh, how the tables have turned, and Pirates taking Celestial Codex quite handily. And XOXO01, I'm not certain what the game plan was there. They're getting into something that feels a little bit more like the XOXO01 that we all know and love, you know, with the Spider-Man. Now switching over to the Hulk. I mean, we're getting a different flavor of dive coming out here from EXO, but Pirates, they don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? They just need to play good and do damage, and Vital has done more than enough damage on the Elsa.
This must be
I like how
Screams,
you
right?
said it,
Surely.
taxing XOXO01's health
I think
bars
she was
late
standing on the
into
trap on
fight
purpose, yeah.
For K to just be able to go in there with the katanas and cut them all down to shreds. And I kind of feel like unless you can shut down Vital, that is going to be the pattern that we see throughout the rest of Celestial Husk, or whatever's left of it.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Pirates playing on that sturdy ground, going with what they know. XOXO thinking outside the box, as they usually do here. Pretty interesting comp coming out the gate here, but that is what has led EXO to so many victories in the past here, so they are definitely looking to capitalize on that outside the box.
Yeah, I just don't see a world where XOXO wins this.
And what they know is Kaidia leading the charge yet again. Deadpool right up in their area, quite literally, to start things off here. One Meteor M ready to go for Pirates. That's all they've got to start things off here, but they are taking some solid
The Full Metal
positioning here.
Gooners.
Kadia on the high ground
Yeah, I'll
there,
make it that.
sniping
I'll
it
make that my
down
team
onto
name.
EXO as they will charge onto the point here for the opening salvo of this second capture point here. Some damage down onto Hoodie. Damn it, in trouble here, but of course, plenty of time for Pirates to recover here. Deadpool all ready to go, and Kadia is going to let it rip here. The Van Hammer on the board here. Vital's going to throw down the Apex Predator as well. Ace Hulkin out there, World Breaker coming through to try and knock
Invite
some
Kite to my
Pirates
team?
off of
Sure,
this
bro.
point here, but quite a tug of war to start things off.
Zeta with a Maelstrom is able to take down Vital. Rester gonna go ahead and pop that. Oh, the final exam actually, the strap pool coming out from return does get the jackpot, but I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of people around to cash out with him. Is Kadia still firmly in control of the point, just letting those Eagles fly with the
What even
Devil in the
happened
area,
to that
getting
Hulk, man?
fire rate boost.
Damn. They
One
hit the
quick
headshot.
shot. That was disgusting onto Ace.
Got Bruce Banner sniped out. Eye of Agamotto from Zetha. Unfortunately, a whiff, and Pirates will look to convert a KO onto the
Nice
syringe
kill on the
here
Sung
as
Juk Wu
Pirates
guy.
just looking to keep bodies on the point, but nobody has made the capture quite yet.
Yo, can we
Finally,
Oh,
Pirates will get it.
that's so
What a
bad.
fight there for the first capture here on checkpoint number 2. Does draw out the Mantis all from
Oh,
EXO,
crash
but not
shots.
enough to save the gambit on the
Double
side of
support ult.
Pirates.
That's
The
not great.
dance floor ready to go here, and overhead Ultron on the Rage of Ultron as well, as Pirates try to hold through, losing one of their strategists, and it looks like they will stand tall here on the point.
There was a bit of a layering of the strategist ultimates, if you can call Rage of Ultron a strategist ult, and Pirates are going to be forced to retreat now, not having that, waiting for Hoodie to come back. There is that Rage of Oil flush, and Zeta gets caught out in no man's land, and Ace is going to fall as well. And this is finally going
Is
to
this
be
Ignite?
Pirates
What's up,
evicting
Canary?
everyone from their territory. Is 33% and counting now. Finally, they can breathe a sigh of relief as XOXO1 are repelled, but for how long? As they have a very fast composition, they have a let the devil out, and before long, Zeta will have another Eye of Agamotto, and that's enough tools, I think, to get them in that door, and Sung Juk Woo gonna let the devil out come out, and try and say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, looking to do anything they can to literally turn the tide away from Pirates here. Apex Predator coming down from Vital. Will convert one. Sung Juk Woo going back to spawn. Aztac and returning your KO feed as well. Picking up the rest of XOXO. Set him up and knock him down here. An ace for Pirates. And one
Like, I
selfie
genuinely
for
do not
Kaida.
see
They're
a
up
world
on
where
the
XOXO could
ready to
possibly
go
win
here.
into that
Critical
comp.
performance there in
Unless
that fight
Pirates was
from
literally
Pirates.
just
They are
terrible.
70% of the way there, and quickly time running out for EXO to get in the fight here on map 1.
Like,
And I like
they just
where
have
Pirates
OP
play that fight. They
characters.
play on the
You
back
can't
of the
do
point
anything
and
about
force this
that.
Hulk to come to him where there's a ceiling above him, and he can't really jump in any deeper, and it's just not enough value coming out from this Hulk pick right now, and now Pirates taking the fight straight to XOXO01 at the choke point here, not even letting them get to the point, gonna once again back up and watch them go back into that cubby yet again and try and play that health pack. No,
Do you
I
think they're gonna nerf
scatter a
Elsa's
little
ult?
bit and wait for Zeta to come down, trying to
They need to nerf her
not
neutral.
group up and play around this incoming Eye of Agamotto, and meanwhile,
shit.
Sung Juk Woo sneaks in the back door and takes down Aztac.
Soul Resurgence
shit.
popping off right away for EXO. They are going to look to follow up on those couple of KOs, and follow up they will there. Rester on the Deadpool ult as well. They are coming through big here
I mean,
at the last second.
Mantis ult
XOXO
into
is
a
almost
Luna
ready to
dive
make that
can't really
capture
do
there,
much
but they
there if you're a
cannot
reject
finish
or
off
Pirates.
The last members of Pirates, they will clear it finally, and EXO in control for the first time on this second capture point. And they've got plenty of ults left to hold on to it with, too.
And I thought for sure, going back to what I was just saying, that Pirates would go back into that cubby, but no, I think that's an uncharacteristic mistake of them to split off, and that just creates an opportunity for Sung Juk Woo to take the 1v1, and a Daredevil in a 1v1, he'll win that nearly 100% of the time, and especially against an Aztac on that Luna Snow with no Fate of Both Worlds online, it's just not happening, my friend. Now XOXO1 have the ults, and they have control of the point. This is where they gotta start cooking. Good exile onto Kaida as well to kick things off. I don't think they're gonna confirm an Elim there, but they are gonna put the fear into him.
Yeah, the name of the game for EXO here is going to be buying as much time as they can. A KO on to return will do it, though. Rester putting in some work on the Deadpool here. Alone does go with the Jeff ult, but shot down by Kaidia there at the last second before he could finish his meal there. Now Pirates slowly trying to regain control here. They just need to win one fight to take this map home, and that they might do here. Ace back down to Beauty Banner and back to the spawn room, along with the Mantis. Sung Juk Woo so low on that Daredevil as well. Zetha, the rest
Even
of
got
the
a
team gonna
jackpot.
follow them
Oh
all
my
back
god.
to the grave here as Pirates will
Triple support
return
Olympics.
The point to
Yep.
their possession. There is a strange portal from Ace, but it is
GG.
not going to be there in time
Oh, he's
unless
stalling.
somebody from EXO can buy them some time, and all the troops move right back through the portal here. Pirates got to win another one to take this map home. Apex Predator from Vital doesn't look
Where'd my
like he gets a
Elsa
ton
ult
of
go?
value here, but now Pirates a little bit on the back foot with just a second of overtime left. Sunstruck Blue lets the devil out one more time and shut right back down by Vital on the Elsa. Monster Piercer
Play the
pierces
game,
right through the
Chad.
Mantis
Nope.
and the Deadpool, and Pirates will
Wow.
take map 1.
That elephant gun shot there from Vital. Bro will address any elephant in the room and firmly remove them from said room. This room, Celestial Codex, Celestial Hand, the entire Celestial Husk belonging to Pirates, and
I mean,
outside of that one little rally there from XOXO01, there was really no
what do you even
doubt.
do about that?
I do like the composition that they come out with towards the end, and I like the strategies, but Pirates do a very good job of playing around it. They understand that, you know, if you're going to go up against the Hulk, you want to have something for him to bonk his head on, so he can't just jump in onto your back line. You do a good job as well of keeping Sungjung Woo in check for the most part. When he pops that Let the Devil Out, it's not the most opportunistic ult, it's a desperation ult to try and make something happen, and that's kind of the way that you want to force XOXO01 to be playing. If they're going to be playing chaotic, trying to force something to happen, they're not in control. They're not in the driver's seat. You can't let them have control and start to run away with the map, but it's going to be their map pick next, and I have a question for you, and I think you might know the answer, but if you're XOXO01, where do you take Pirates?
Well, we know that Pirates are very, very strong on Dawn. EXO, as far as I'm aware, have yet to lose a convergence map so far in Ignite. So my question, I guess, or my answer is they're definitely going convergence. I don't know which one. Are we going to go back to Symbiotic Surface, though? Are we going to go to Central Park? It seems like a lot of teams end up favoring Central Park, but I do have a feeling that EXO are going to want to take this to the game mode that they have yet to be stopped.
Can't just give the other
So
team
look
Gambit,
for
Elsa, and
convergence,
Tank
but
Pool? Yeah, I don't know
Central
what
Park,
they're
maybe?
thinking.
I think Central Park historically has been a pretty good map for XOXO01. I've seen a lot of tape of this team on that particular map from previous MRCs, even besting the likes of Zero Tenacity on that map relatively consistently, and we'll probably see a little bit more of that. My money, though, is going to be on Araco, but, you know, we can have a little wager, and we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll find out which of the two of us is correct. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you on the other side.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
Ugly ass magic skin. We're about to time you out for just saying that. How dare you? How dare you think you have any rights after saying something like that? Oh. Ban him, you bitch ass. Well, that was rude. Bum bum bum. Insulting women right after Women's Month? That's what I'm saying, bro. Fucking racist. I like Magic, but that skin really ain't it. Magic is the bomb. True. Magic is also the truth.
Rivals, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. Pirates taking on XOXO01, and so far, Pirates sailing towards victory there with a solid performance on domination. But now the ball in Exo's court, it is their map choice, so playing in their turf now may be an opportunity for them to start turning things around. We are going to Museum of Contemplation, though. Seems to be a very, very popular pick among a lot of the teams here tonight so far.
Yeah, we were both wrong. I bet on Araco. You said Central Park. I mean, I guess I'll take the victory, kinda, because it was a convoy map. But then we're going back to Museum of Contemplation once more. I guess no payout. I was gonna have you like, you know, do something humiliating, like, you know, proclaim my superiority to the world or something like that. I don't know. You know, whatever. It's fine. We can just move past that and move on over to the next map pick here. This, I think, is an interesting one though for EXO because, yeah, you can dive on this one, but I don't know if you can really play EXO's flavor of dive, if that makes any sense. They like to play a little bit more of that flanky kind of like look for an opportunity.
Which map would you choose, Lamps?
Sort of dive,
I like Spider Islands.
I'm just going to jump at you and hurt you kind of
I like
dive
Spider
that
Islands
a
the
lot of other
most.
teams like to play, which does work quite well on Museum of Contemplation, but as that one Dan
I don't know why they keep
has
choosing
for this
Museum.
team, YWL
A
at home.
lot of these
YWL
teams.
also historically plays pretty well on this map, so, you know, long story short, don't hate it, don't love it. Openly optimistic.
Yeah, and maybe that's kind of what they're going for here. They want to maybe take a chance at taking this map so they can save the convergence for the end, because EXO, a team historically that has done very well on that game mode up to now. So yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of maybe we go along the same route. You know, YWL and EXO
You like the
have
new
some of
map?
the same DNA.
I haven't played it yet,
Here,
but from what I can see, I'm not gonna like it.
Reminder.
Right, of course. Take notes, by the way. That will be on the exam at the end, of course, if you're a student at ESU. But anyway, yeah, I think EXO definitely the map pick I would expect out of a loose cannon, you know, kind of subverting both of our expectations going into this one. But, you know, that's what's led them to victory in the past here. But, of course, Pirates, a very confident performance there on domination for map 1. So they are looking clean. They are looking comfortable here and looking to maybe clock out here after just 2 maps. But, you know, I kind of thought the same thing about Reject in game 1, and then I was immediately proven wrong in every way feasible. So we will have to see if that's how things shake out here.
And I also think if there's one team that you can't just like clock out after one map against, it's XOXO01. All right, they're historically very, I don't want to say very bad at domination, but pretty weak on it. But when it starts to get into the convoy and the convergence, that's where they really start to cook, especially when it's on their map pick where they can
Where the Tiger, you don't like
decide the
Kunlun?
entire terms
Why
of
is
the
that?
engagement. They also get to pick whichever side they start off on.
I think that map's
you know,
alright.
If I know them, they might want to go for attack first so they can just get all of their aggression out and set the bar right away, and then just know what they got to do on the defensive side. We'll see if that ends up being how it plays out. But I'm curious for the pick and ban phase on this one, because I don't think you're gonna fear anything like, you know, the Spider-Man or the Daredevil from Sungjung
You know, like the
Blue,
tunnel part?
especially
see
on
that.
like this kind of map situation where you can kind of just keep some of these flank routes locked down.
I get
don't
what
think
you
you're worried
mean.
about his Iron Fist, which I've seen a lot of historically coming out either. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I think if you're Pirates, you just kind of play it normal, to be honest.
I was going to say, we're missing one piece of the Sungjung Woo trifecta here, being the Iron Fist, but so far, Pirates have had answers to the Sungjung Woo, Spider-Man, and the Daredevil, so I have no doubt they have something prepped for the Iron Fist as well. But we are ready to head on to map number 2 here, Museum of Contemplation. It is EXO's pick here as they fight to stay alive in this series against Pirates. Of course, Pirates still undefeated so far in the preseason at 2-0. XOXO have marked 1 loss and 2 wins to their name here, and they're looking to make it their 3rd. So both of these teams, veterans, plenty of Ignite experience behind them, so have no doubt that it's going to be a race to the finish. But so far, Pirates sailing the high seas very comfortably for now, but I have to imagine there's something still in the back pocket that EXO's been saving for.
And, well, it's going to have to come out now, otherwise, we might not get to see it at all. As EXO, I've called them the skill check of this region, but they very much so.
I swear every
Reject
team has
could
played
continue to
Museum.
slide down the pecking order further and further from that kind of top 3. A lot of people had them pegged as. Pirates have the opportunity to cement themselves as a top 3, as everyone else seems to be tripping over their shoelaces and falling further down than we would like for them to be. But kicking things off with this ban phase, nothing too fancy here coming out. It's going to be the Mantis Protect coming out from EXO, and a one-sided Mantis at that. I take it back. That is actually a little bit interesting.
Again,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
they protect the Mantis, they don't ban out Gambit, they don't ban out Loki, they don't... Oh my god.
That in there, so Loki off the table for EXO as they will move.
They don't ban Elsa, they don't ban Tankful. Like, what are we doing?
No doubt the Gambit came in so clutch on that first map.
Can they choose any map? Any convoy map, yeah.
The duelists in the lineup that it is no shock they're going to try and save him here. But maybe Loki not going to be on the board for anybody. Kind of looking like our ban explanation graphic at the beginning of the night here.
Yeah, my army of Lokis will not be approaching your location. In fact, they are going to be seated. They are going to be benched here.
They banned
Here's the interesting
Daredevil
thing.
again.
Neither team has touched Elsa Bloodstone in either way, shape, or form. There we go. There's the protect coming out from Pirates. They read my mind. I think we
Can
were
we ban
all thinking
Tankful?
it, though. Like, you're going to see EXO reach for that Mantis. They're going to try and center
They're
the
banning
strategy
Ultron
around that, and that's not
over
a bad way
Tankful.
to go. But to also not ban out the Elsa when you did have an opportunity to do so, that might come back to bite them because we know how lethal
trolling.
Vital can be on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him every single time.
And then we're
EXO
saving
tried to run to
Jeff.
the point. Our health bars halfway emptied. That is
They
courtesy
didn't
of
change their
Vital's
bans that
Elsa.
often
So
last game.
absolutely living up to the namesake. Picked up the MVP on map 1 on
Like,
the
what
Elsa,
are we
and they're
doing?
just going to retread that same ground here. EXO going to round it off with a ban onto the Ultron, and they will save the Jeff for themselves here. Pirates looking to ban out Daredevil, so no Daredevil on the board for either side here if they choose to lock it in. But I don't know, this one a
Jeff
little
is OP, I
weird for me,
guess.
this draft phase. Not exactly what I expected to see from EXO starting things off here. Pirates get away with a lot here, actually.
A Mantis and a Jeff Protect, though. Like, I'm not certain what we're cooking, and is Sungjuk Woo hover? Okay, it's like, what? Okay, what are you going to play? Because you were hovering the magic for a second. Okay, he's toying with us.
As I would expect from loose cannons here out of the Asia region, and maybe that draft also a little
Jesus.
indicative of their status.
We fucking
As
lost.
the loose cannons here. Of course, you know, this EXO team, very experienced at Ignite. They have been around for several stages now. Kind of feels like they've been always the bridesmaid, but never the bride here. Trying to turn this season of Ignite into their wedding that they have waited so long for. But right now, Pirates standing tall after that first map win here and looking to close things out. You can't count EXO out, of course. You never know what the loose cannons are going to end up doing here, but it is going to be EXO on the attacking side first, and maybe not to spoil it too much, but we might get the last piece of the Sungjuk Woo trifecta out the spawn gate here.
Maybe. Okay, he stood still for a second there. I thought he was gonna make the swap as well, but I like what I'm seeing out of EXO. I think it's interesting. I think it's exactly the kind of interesting that we are used to seeing from this team and need to see from this team to try and catch Pirates off guard, but turn on the Namor. They're already ready for whatever
We're on
Sungjuk
Thing.
Woo is going to be coming out with, and he's
Why?
already caught a trident right between the eyes. Not going to be falling as a result of it, but we'll be
Why are
thinking
we on
twice
Thing?
about approaching.
And Iron Fist.
Definitely thought they would have some answers for this last Sungjuk Woo hero, and that they do. They've got answers for the strategist line.
Bro,
EXO as
what are
well.
you
That
rolling
answer is
out
a
on
reset
Thing
button
for?
Right back to spawn there. Luna and White
Am
Fox
I-
both sent back along with the
like,
Thing
hello?
as well. So Pirates opening salvo on defense. Solid start for them, but of course, EXO gonna get right back up and dust themselves off. Long way to go here on Museum of Contemplation.
Sungjuk Woo can take a moment to think about what he's done. Something interesting, by the way, is that Vital is already max instinct, so those cooldowns are going to be instantaneous. So a lot of
How did they
elements
actually
are
get a
gonna
kill
be
there
coming out, but
on
there's
the
a
map?
shot
Why
across
is he
the
even
bow
there?
for you. Fun, punched down, pummeled into a fine powder by the Iron Fist of Sungjuk Woo, and that's going to be enough to get around that first corner. They want to keep the pressure going. Sungjuk Woo looking to try and find someone else that he can burst out, and Kaidia is going to be on the chopping block.
Now Sungjuk Woo just eating the Pirates Vanguard line alive here, opening the door for EXO to start coming through onto those duelists and the strategists as well here. Good shots for them. Fun walking it back on the Magneto and ready for a brawl here. Zetha helmeted up, ready to take the pitch here for EXO as they're already on the move over halfway to that first capture point. Plenty of path to go
Please
here.
live.
Fun standing in front for the team here, trying to soak, but EXO definitely looking to put some pressure on here. Return checking those flank routes here. They do not
Nice
want to get
kill.
caught by surprise, and Return will take one onto Ace there, sending the Magneto back.
Yep, and that's going to be Zetha turning corner and running and getting back with the rest of the team. I think without the Magneto there and the shielding, they're going to take too much punishment from the spam damage coming out from both the Namor squids and just the raw trident damage, and they really don't want to deal with that. But here's the problem. They're giving Pirates time to build up this last little bit of percentage to their ultimate, so now Pirates can plan. They can decide, when do I want to pop this? How do I want to use this? What's this shark in my backline? Where did he go? Return popped him like a balloon.
Yeah, massive wave kind of coming from Pirates here as they find one.
Uh-oh.
They're going to look to follow up on it, but a
Big
big
ult.
dunk from Ace taking down Vital. Elsa Bloodstone out the picture for now.
I think we'll live this, right? We Gambit ult this whale, maybe? We don't need whale.
Offline for now, but it keeps Exo in the fight here as they are looking to try and roll on through.
Oh,
Hoodie
he's won.
on the Gambit as well, finding one here. Exo.
Yeah, let's get a headshot
little bit of
going.
Step back here, but not bad progress.
From my
Still a
Namor.
minute 30 left to go here, so they gotta find a way to get this over the last hill to that first checkpoint.
Clobber Time and Living Chi, not the biggest of wombo combos, not what you would have thought about, but it is one that is going to be online, and Exo can potentially use that one. Alone Kills also has its Jeff.
That
There's
thing
the
will
Clobber
actually hit.
Time. Not quite
Wow.
as big as you would have liked it to be. It's going to be fun about absorbing the brunt of that
Uh-oh.
damage, but with a Meteor Ram, he can absorb a lot more and then some and send it right back the way it came.
Definitely
Ooh,
just felt like
nice
that
kill on
Clobber Time
Sung.
out there on its own. No real follow-up from Exo. Breaking even here, 1-for-1 on
Living
both
Chi was
sides of the board here. Oh,
Let's,
yeah, the Living
let's
Chi
not
goes down too, so
C9,
one more ult
okay.
offline. Exo here, Vital
Oh,
lets
shit.
that, the Apex Predator rip there. It's Jeff from Alone
Alright.
somewhere in the backline. I do think he caught somebody, maybe not here. And a big horn there, the Horn of Proteus overhead for a return, but he will go down. Song Wu over onto the Spider-Man and finds one KO.
Okay,
Hashtag Invisible
I
Boundary
mean-
to try and get them back in the fight here on a defense.
Who are
Exo
you
just
rooting
a
for?
few
Pirates.
scan meters away, but shut down by Pirates.
I think the Jeff ult from Alone Kills was just to get a healing pool and try and keep Exo alive in the
What
fight
the
for a
fuck
while,
is
but
Sung Wu
it's not gonna
doing,
be
bro?
enough. This is our Sung
What?
Wu with an assassination on return, and that's on point B. Bro, you gotta cap point A first. Get back into the fight here as it's about to kick off around this first quarter here. Pirates
Fucking Spider-Man
looking to hold
players,
the
bro.
door, but they're gonna have to do it without their Phoenix.
Yeah, not a lot of
Ooh,
resources
and he
in the
dies.
tank here, but Hoodie will take one big
Build this
hit
Gambit ult
onto
fast.
Sung Wu's
Please build this
Spider-Man.
Gambit ult
Deadpool
fast.
ult as well, so Pirates gonna try to follow through
Gambit
here and
ult.
shut them down
Build
just
it.
short of this
Build the
first
Gambit ult.
checkpoint. Wrestler's got another Fate of Both Worlds ready to go for the team, but it's just
Gambit ult
some
in
time
3,
here. There is a white box
2,
ult on the board somewhere
1.
here, but there's the Rage
And
Royal
you're all
flush
dead.
from Hoodie. Plenty of damage gonna come through for Pirates now. Kumiho unleashed, gonna look to try and keep Exo in the fight here. Long enough for Ace and Zephyr to pull this off here. Overhead Meteor in from Ace.
Oh,
Wins
that's
there. Apex
BM.
Predator from Vital at the
That's
last
so
here. Will find
BM.
a couple of KOs. Hoodie helping to clean up and finish the job, and Pirates will hold them just short of checkpoint number 1.
Despite Sung Wu's best shenanigans, Pirates are able, like you say, to hold them shy. Another full cap, but I don't know. This still gives me a little bit of pause after that last series. I don't know if I trust it. I think it might still be winnable for Exo. Pirates have been a little bit more clean. They're more keen to stick onto the point like glue, and they do just that. That's how they're able to hold on there, and I like Vital with that Apex Predator at the end. The exclamation point
Like,
on what was an
I don't even
emphatic
have anything to say about
defense
these
there.
games.
A couple
It's
of
just,
strays
it was
here
just
and there.
lost from
You know,
ban
the
phase,
Spider-Man going in
you know?
arguably too deep just to try and
They're just
find
not
the
even on
healing
the same
onto
fucking
Phoenix,
level.
But whatever, we take it. Unfortunately, just getting popped by the AoE damage, the anti from Hoodie on that Gambit. It's not often you see the Gambit getting active in the Elim feed, but Hoodie was making his presence known there, and Pirates riding that high, seemingly all the way to a 2-0 victory here against Exo, unless this defense is stellar.
Yeah, I mean, solid timing on the Gambit pick there at the very last second. But yeah, I'm with you. I can't say that this is open and shut here. Of course, Reject did hold their opponents, so, you know, at one time here, did hold their opponents short of that first checkpoint. Can't count Exo out just yet, but it feels like Pirates are holding steady to the game that they know. We said this between maps, but it feels like Exo is kind of playing a different sort of game, and Pirates are just choosing not to play and getting a lot of value as a result of that. So last chance here for Exo to stay alive in this series. 101 meters is all Pirates gotta clear. A couple of fights they'll have to win to get there, but plenty of work cut out for Exo here on defense.
Now, they have no time for Exo's childish games. They are on the quest for the Black Pearl and nothing short. Zeta, they good Oh, Mad Cannon goes a little bit wide there. I was gonna say good Mad Cannon. I expected that one to hit, but Vital was able to hit the schmooves and get out alive. And Pirates can keep this pressure going. And now Return just able to pepper these shots down range with the angle here, even getting on an
Return, taking the flank
route there
off
as well.
angle.
That's gonna be a pinch that I think Exo are gonna have to pay close attention to. They take
Somehow
out
my
Aztec,
Aztec
though.
is
That's a
dead.
good way to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely some way to get your head in the game here as EXO will take control of the cart for now. Gonna have to wait for the invis to walk it back. Kaidia's got Banhammer ready to go on the Deadpool as well. So they've got some options here. A couple heroes looking pretty good in terms of ult charge. But right now it is a neutral game and Pirates gonna have to turn the tide somehow here. Vital on the move.
Just ult this and you win.
The Elsa will find Zephyr.
You don't even need to ult.
Magneto
Well,
on the table here. Invis shut down
okay.
yet again. Return and Vital filling the KO feed for potentially the last time this series as Hoodie gets in there as well. Again on the gambit. Door wide open here as Zephyr going over to the Doctor Strange. Gonna try to get the portal here in at the last second, but Vital throws down Apex Predator to stop him in his tracks. 2:30 still on the clock, and Pirates on the move with EXO scrambling to get back to the point.
Did y'all see that? Vital said GG. The fucking Elsa on Pirates. I mean, that is sad.
Man, all right. I will not be fooled again. Pirates will get the full cap there emphatically and decisively. And you are right, Vital. GG's.
Yeah, it was kind of all
That
over
was
with the
just
crying
so
as soon as
sad.
came on the line there, and that was the wrap. Of course, the end song Inferno at the very end too, just to kind of put a nice little bow on this matchup here. But Vital MVP 2 times in a row here, and Pirates will close it out in a clean 2-0 over EXO here, as they will advance to 3 games undefeated so far in the preseason. What a performance for Pirates here yet again.
And if EXO was the skill check past flying colors, Pirates are clearly skilled enough to be at the top of the pecking order.
Lost
and
it.
With that
Lost
win,
in it right
at least
now,
for time
the baby
being,
phase.
cement themselves at the top of the leaderboards. It's still an opportunity for Zero Tenacity later on tonight to match that one.
Blatant
Pirates
match
right
fixing.
now are
On
riding
God,
a
I have
wave
no
that will
respect
take
for
them
EXO.
all the way to the top if they let it. And I
Lost
think
in
they
the
got
ban
wind in their
phase?
sails,
Yeah,
they got
I don't
the
know what they're
momentum,
doing.
They've got the duelist players popping off left and right. Vital with 10 final blows, 9 for return, and by the way, 4 out of that 9, nearly half, was in the last 5 seconds of that map. It's insane stuff coming out from this team, and they just look like the cleanest team in the region, bar none. This is what we thought Reject would be, but no, Pirate are the new top of the Asia Pacific.
Yeah, the real deal for hair out of this Pirate squad. Of course, a lot of them Ignite veterans in their own right. Plenty of experience at the top levels here in the Asia region especially. So they have definitely played these games before, and they know them quite well. They choose not to play the EXO game here, and they will walk away 2 maps to none. A solid performance from them. EXO now sitting at 2-2 overall, so still definitely in the chase, definitely comfortable in the middle of the pack somewhere, but Pirates definitely starting to cement themselves here as a force to be reckoned with in Asia Pacific.
And something I was worried about was, you know, the win from AAAD over Reject earlier tonight. If that might have taken a little bit of the wind out of Pirates' sails and been like, okay, well maybe Reject is just a lot weaker than we thought. And maybe it wasn't such a big deal that Pirates beat them. And Pirates come out with a statement and they say, no, it was that big of a deal. We are a big deal, and we are going to be a problem in that playoff bracket, and we'll see you there.
I mean, absolutely no doubt in my mind that they're going to be one of the teams to be reckoned with. Of course, another one, Zero Tenacity, still floating out there somewhere in the stratosphere as another team looking forward to the collision course between those two. But I mean, again, a beautiful performance for Pirates on all cylinders. Again here, another team top to bottom.
EXO players were paid to throw. It's so blatant. I don't know why this isn't investigated on.
Things out of them as they continue down the warpath.
Yeah, how do I sign up for
And, we
XO?
are
I'm
going to
Plat,
continue
but I
our
think I have a...
warpath here in the Pacific regions. We've got more action on the other side of a quick little
These
break
fucking
here. Don't go
guys.
anywhere. We have got game number 3 on deck, and we'll see you for that in just a bit.
What the fuck is TTK doing over here? Do people actually gamble on this? I'm sure some people do. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, some of these games are very obvious, so you could win a lot of money, I guess. Loyalty or Nahex? Who wins? Who is this player? I'll say Nahex wins. No, let's put my money on loyalty. We'll do 1,500.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
You're beautiful. Thanks, man. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Why are you so goated? Don't know. Is there no unique Pokemon in Pokemon White? Bless you. Thank you. So there's no routes for Brick Bronze back then? What is Brick Bronze? There's only these mons that are exclusive. Look at my Roblox game. Oh. A lot of people look back on it fondly, including me. Bum 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 bum. Wow, there's a lot of Pokemon in the White Forest. Holy shit. It's the Fullmetallamps age. True. Yo, you gotta drop the V-necks. What do you mean, bro? These aren't V-necks.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to more Ignite preseason action here out of the Asia-Pacific region. Pirates taking a very comfortable and confident 2-0 victory in our last match. And now, this next match, even though the season of Elsa Bloodstone is over, these two
He's
teams
like pulling on his shirt?
definitely in the
No,
hunt
these shirts
for
are
an
just
Ignite win
fucking
here as N1
too.
Hex
Like, look
looking
at
to take
this.
on a Loyalty.
They're so baggy.
And both teams thus far
They
have
are
had a
eunuchs. You
pretty
look
rough
like a
go
hot
of it.
mess.
Both
Fix your
sitting
shirt.
at,
Bro, look
I
at.
think
You could fit 2 of my
0-3
bodies in
and
here.
0-2 respectively, but I think for N1 Hex, they have showed a little bit of an upward trajectory.
just too
as of
skinny.
late, taking
That's
a
all
couple
it
maps
is.
off of heavy hitters, and for Loyalty, arguably their 2 biggest challenges have already come and gone, and they do have some opportunities to get some wins under their belt from here on out. Not all hope is lost for these teams' playoff hopes, but in order to keep that hope alive, this I think is a must-win, and I'm expecting both teams to throw down.
Holy, that shirt
Yeah,
is
I
massive.
really kind of have the same
Tied at
input
the
on
back like a
both
crop
sides of the
top.
coin here.
Yep.
You know, if there is a
I'll
match
do that.
that these teams are
Crop
gonna
tops
win,
are hot,
it is this
by the
one
way.
right here.
I don't know if
Definitely
anyone
an even
agrees.
matchup between the 2 lower power level teams out of the MRC qualifiers, but you know that can all change very quickly with a win tonight to start
I
turning
agree.
things around. And you know, like we've already pointed out, you know, N1 Hex have picked up some map wins here and there, some surprising ones too, but they have yet to find a way to finish their food and take a series home for themselves. Loyalty, meanwhile, looking to try and just close out a series here and get some points up on the board. So yeah, definitely a big spotlight match for both of these teams.
And even though I think a lot of people have predicted that these 2 would be kind of the, like you said, the lower power level teams,
Crop tops on
after the
whom?
way yesterday
On
and
most
today
healthy
have gone
people?
thus far, I don't think anyone's predictions really matter anymore. We're in
Yeah.
completely uncharted territory outside of those of us who believe that Pirates would be #1. I saw a couple of Preds like that, and those I think do still hold water, pun intended. It's how many Pirates puns can we get throughout the night. They're not even playing anymore. It's time to move on. It's time to take a look at what is in front of us now, and that is N1 Hex versus Loyalty. And here is the N1 Hex roster. And this Vanguard lineup, JT3 and D-Spooky, I think, for my money, are going to be the helmsman of this particular ship. I did it again. There's another one.
Wow, good one.
Chalk another one up for the pirate puns, but
That
we gotta
wasn't on
sail away
purpose.
from those.
That one was not on purpose. I planned a lot of bits beforehand. That wasn't one of them.
Ooh, yeah, so N1 Hex are not pirates, but they definitely do have some big names on this lineup. Of course, you already called out JT3 and D-Spooky. You know, another one I've looked at is Doxlin has an insane Elsa Bloodstone in the back pocket. If she makes it through the draft phase, which Elsa snuck through a lot so far throughout the night, so expect to maybe see some more Monster Hunter hitting the field. But yeah, you know, N1, they picked up some maps, they have some big names, definitely a team to be on the lookout for, and no doubt they are hungry to try and close this one out for sure.
Yeah, the pieces all fit together. I think it's just a matter of trying to find out where and how they fit together. Surely they can piece something together. And on the other side, also looking to try and piece a win together is going to be Loyalty. And this team, you know, like we said, I think their two of their biggest challenges are going to be behind them. I'm not going to say that it's going to get any easier for them going forward. There's still a lot of scary prospects in the field here, especially with so much uncertainty. But one thing is for certain: if they want to see playoffs, they got to get a win here up against N1 Hex, and I think leading the charge is going to have to be Wuvo, who has been a standout on that hit scan roll.
Yeah, especially on the Phoenix. Absolutely insane stuff there. So definitely a player they're going to want to try to anchor around, revolve some strategy around here. But I think you're right. I think a lot of this matchup is going to be trying not to do anything too fancy here. Stick to what you know, stick to the fundamentals, and pull out the win. Because at this point, you know, you just want to find some stable footing for yourself. Because we still have another week of preseason here. But this matchup, both of these teams in the hunt for their first Ignite win, all going to start off on
I finally caught the
Hell's Heaven.
Landorus.
Of course,
Nice.
random domination for map one, and this time the roulette hands us the Hydra Charteris base here. So, you know, obviously pretty common pick. A lot of teams very comfortable here on Hell's Heaven. I have no doubt we're going to be seeing some flanks and some dives here for sure.
Bro,
Oh, 100%.
what is wrong
And,
with people like this
finally
guy?
get to break
Landor's
free of
fucking
the Clintar
hideous?
curse.
Fuck
no more
you.
Celestial Husk, and we get to try something a little bit new, a little bit fresh, if you can call this new. It's one of the original maps from the launch of this game. But to your point about dives, I think that is one thing we could see, yes, but we could also see a fair bit of front-to-back playstyle. Is there's a couple of the sub-maps here that are quite conducive to that. I'm thinking of Frozen Airfield as a great one, especially for the hero pools of, like I mentioned, JT3 and D-Spooky. I think, you know, they showed the Mag and the Groot, and those are both heroes that I kind of know them for from having watched them in the past. I think of JT3, I think of Magneto. Bro is crazy on the Master of Magnetism, and D-Spooky, you know, he's played a fair bit of, you know, the Venom for a little bit of that dive flavor, but I've also seen a lot of him on that Groot, and I think the Groot might be where he ends up shining. I think those are the kinds of heroes that you're going to want to lean into if you want to try and get your first win, and against a team like Loyalty, I think you can make that work.
Yeah, and I mean, with these two teams being winless so far, they need to find their stars here. They need to find the anchors that they can rely on every single map in and out to revolve their strategy around.
Anchors, that's another one.
I'm never going to escape the pirate puns. But hey, as long as they're standing atop the Asia region, no doubt they're going to be in the back of everyone's mind. But yeah, for these two teams, an opportunity to kind of show their stuff, right? They've had some pretty front-loaded schedules compared to a lot of the other teams here in the Asia-Pacific region. So this is a pretty even playing field for them to kind of show what they're made of, show their stuff, and maybe send out a statement that says, hey, don't count us out quite yet. Because
people like them enjoy the rage
man,
man, get defensive when someone actually gets mad. Like, how are you going to look for a reaction and get mad when you receive one? Yeah, I don't know.
They got to take the initiative.
It's just weird.
Pick up a big win. So eyes are definitely going to be on these two as they are ready to get going here on Hell's Heaven.
I think, you know, if you're Loyalty, you have a little bit more of a buffer to, you know, potentially, I'm not going to suggest that they lose this series. I would never just say, yeah, no, you can totally lose it. You're fine. No. I think, but because they've only played 2 matches so far and still have a little bit more ahead of them, there is an opportunity to, but there is still, like we said, going to be a lot of uncertainty going forward and some more challenges to come. They have a little bit more room to grow and to learn and to kind of get the wind in their sails. Get the wind in their sails and start to get things going. But I do also think that if you end up falling to N1 Hex, it's gonna be rough. You know, it's gonna be a good litmus test for the power scaling of this team. And if this team is losing to N1 Hex, can we really expect them to be able to best a team like Pirates, who I think are still might be in the future for this team?
Yeah, I mean, ironically enough, it feels like this is a match that both of these teams should and almost have to win. But of course, there is only room enough for one of them to pull that off. So, you know, of course, a lot to look out for in this match. But, you know, for N1 Hex, a big opportunity to actually finish out the meal, seal the deal, and take a series win home. But for Loyalty, it feels like they're kind of on even playing field. You know, having already gone up against Zero Tenacity and Triple AD, they've had some Titans in their way, but now it kind of feels like this match is more their speed. So both of them gotta win this, but of course, only one of them can.
And with teams like Reject and Rival still kind of uncertain in their future, you know, you want to be the team coming out ahead here because there will be an opportunity to seize that moment in the near future. Maybe get a win over one of those teams if you can. I know N1 Hex has already fallen to Rival, but they did take a map off of them, and that is not nothing. That is going to be something, especially if, you know, things in this region ends up so close that it comes down into map differential. While a lot of these people had them outside of the playoffs in their predictions, neither of them are firmly outside yet, but I do think a loss here might paint them in that that picture a little bit more permanently.
Yeah, especially for N1 Hex being 0-3 currently, they really need to pull this win out here. A draft phase already underway. Gambit off the table. Vanpool on the board for Loyalty. They'll make that save, but N1 Hex gonna ban out the backup plan from
banning
Gambit as well.
Gambit,
Mantis off the
Mantis,
table, and they'll take
tank
Vanpool
protects
as
on
well.
both
So we're gonna be
sides.
seeing a lot of, seeing and hearing a lot of
This
Deadpool
guy's saying,
on this first
still
map.
crying?
But do they have
what is
Lord
wrong with
icons? I think
And
that's the
do
key.
they
If,
do bonus damage?
if they don't have the lore icons, they're not going to be doing bonus damage, which I think,
Like,
you know,
what
might
the
very
fuck
much so
is
hinder
wrong
them.
with
That's a
people?
joke, by the way. That's not a just in case, because I realize I said that with my, like, real analytical voice, not my gaslighty joke voice. I need to differentiate that a little bit better. But the Mantis ban going to be coming out from the side of Loyalty to mirror the one over on N1 Hex, so no bugs for either side. Vanpool, like you mentioned, no Elsa Bloodstone. It's a lot of mirror bans and protects here, but the protect on the invis, I think, does kind of change the game here for N1 Hex.
Yeah, Jeff Band coming through for Loyalty, kind of interesting there, but Hell's Heaven, a couple opportunities here and there for Jeff, I guess. They'll say
This doesn't
Invis
answer the
as well.
question.
It's almost a total mirror down the line here. Do N1 Hex
If this
ban the Jeff
last
and lock
ban is a
in?
Jeff, it's a Wolverine. Okay, all right. So
Okay.
we're not perfectly symmetrical. There is a crack in the mirror here. It's not a perfect spitting image of what I see, but it will change
Oh.
things at least a little bit here. But I think both teams
Okay,
leaning
so
into this
Nihex
invis means that
protects
even if you're going to see
the...
some of
Both
these
teams
dive
protect
vanguards coming
Invis
out,
tank
like you
pool,
see
and they
Annex,
ban out
hovering that
Elsa Mantis
that
Gambit,
Venom right
and then
now,
now
I
it's
think
just
it's still
Jeff
going
and
to be
Wolverine.
kind of a more front to back play style because you need invis and the healing.
I'm
that
playing
you can
Pokemon
provide,
Black
and
right
you
now,
need
yeah.
that invisible boundary to be
Except
able to
MK.
keep that up.
I'm
So
playing
maybe gonna try and
the
slow
first one, not the
things down
second
a
one.
little bit in the tempo here as they are still
I'm not sure why
trying
they
to figure
banned
out
Wool.
exactly what to bring to the table here. N1 Hex
Do they have a Wool
currently
player?
sitting at 0-3, Loyalty at 0-2. Both of these teams MRC qualifier teams, so even playing field
Misinformation.
for this
Am I a
matchup
Pokemon
here as
MMO
they
player?
both
No,
look
I'm not.
to get on the board and keep their playoff hopes alive here. Interesting
I've heard
stuff
about it,
coming
never
out of the
tried it.
draft phase. Both teams saving the same heroes, almost banning all the same ones out here. But yeah, I do look for a little bit slower pace on this matchup to start things off here. We'll see what happens when things heat up between them, though.
I think Loyalty,
I'm a dumb
they do
chud.
have a interesting triple
I agree.
Vanguard dive composition being hovered right now with Yugen on the Namor. Probably anticipating a dive coming out from N1 Hex. And as for N1 Hex, I'm really not sure what to make of this composition. I think we're going to go for a strange TP play early on. I'm wondering if the Spooky is going to make a swap after this one, but I'm also curious if this is going to be successful. There's a lot of slippery targets. No assassination's going to come out, no kidnaps, no nothing, just a bit of early positioning.
We recommend as
here.
all the first 5 regions with
that
PvP
either,
trade,
but
etc.
are we gonna be able
Maybe.
to set Doxlin up on a pinch angle
Low
for
Tide,
Star-Lord
Abra,
if that's the
Machop.
way we want to play this?
Yeah, both of them just kind of
Nidoran,
meeting face to face straight up.
Maggie.
Nothing explosive right out the gate here as the mission area ready to get unlocked here. But it is going to be D
Plus
Spooky
5 low
on the
tech.
first KO of this matchup here. Namor is sent back to spawn for Loyalty here. And Wubo going to follow it up on the
6,
Deadpool.
7,
Grab
That's
that
8
selfie
Pokemon.
real
What's the
quick
other
here.
2?
D Spooky grabbing another one on the Doctor Strange there off that Maelstrom of Madness as N1 Hex.
Well, for Zekrom, I got bamboozled at the end.
Bodies for Loyalty dropping courtesy of that Doctor Strange. DC Danny overhead on the Ultron as well, helping to clean up here. Venom sent back by Doxlin, and that is all she wrote there. N1 Hex first capture
Well, I got the
here on
source
Hell's
kit, so
Heaven.
that's 9.
And it may be a front-to-back composition from N1 Hex, but it's still super aggressive, and that aggression does pay off dividends. Even with the TP, D Spooky takes the fight right to Loyalty. Finds an early elim, and now now Yugen swapping over onto the Star-Lord to try and mirror Doxlin. They're gonna be behind in that Galactic Legend charge.
I'm not really sure who's gonna win
enough to
this
potentially make
based
a
on the
difference if it comes back
teams.
down to it. JT3
Okay.
gonna go ahead and pop
Well,
that
Nehex just
Van
got a
Hammer
really
early
good
on, and
kill.
Kubo is going to be felled, and this is N1 Hex continuing to bring the fight straight to Loyalty's front door, and will kick them right back through that door. It's a triple for Jam on Bure.
Yeah, as I say, can't just look to the duelist line for N1 Hex to pick up those KOs because the strategist will do it too. Big work there for the Invis, pushing Loyalty all the way to spawn there. DC Danny already got a KO or two on the Ultron there, and that Encephalo Ray, very deadly, and Ultron definitely making his way around Ignite these days. N1 Hex, 50% of the way captured. Rage of Ultron popping off for N1 Hex here, putting some damage down and trying to keep Loyalty contained here. Lid firmly on the bottle as N1 Hex come out strong here. D-Spooky airmail on that Eye of Agamotto will find a couple there. Will stun the Kumiho Unleashed.
I thought he was going to explode. Invis there. He did a lip burr. Feels so dirty for knowing the incognito command.
As they go through the ult barrage from N1 Hex. Doxlin goes overhead with the Galactic Legend as
It's,
well. Yugen overhead as well.
it's just a shortcut, man.
But it is going to be Yugen that finds the Galactic Legend for N1 Hex and takes
Big
down the
three-man.
rest of the
I don't know
team.
why we Venom ulted.
Big swing for Loyalty as they will make the capture and stop N1 Hex at 81%.
I mean, that fight really couldn't have been any more explosive. I think the only thing that would have made it a little bit more so is if Jamon had the invisible boundary to pop to try and keep Doxlin alive, maybe through that Galactic Legend duel, but it's going to be Yugen that ends up coming up ahead, but bringing that invisible boundary onto that next fight does give N1 Hex a pretty easy win condition here, and if they keep up the aggressive tempo that they've had thus far, I think you can just
You saw it on TikTok once. Have you ever put someone on incognito and they questioned why you knew it?
Stop
No.
the help from ever coming to them, but don't even need it. Just with the daggers of the Nock taking down Scape.
Yeah, pressure already coming back on from N1 Hex here. D-Spooky putting in a lot of work here. A whole corporation from this Doctor Strange for N1 Hex.
If you don't use incognito mode for any reason at all, you're just a noob. You're a low elo Google user.
As they might look to push that bubble out yet again.
Alright, well, first round. What's up, Serve? What's up, little Eevee? Oh, you're on the YouTube today. Yeah, it looks like Nehex should win this first round. They just have a lot more ults.
Potentially a third in that Rage of Ultron going
What's up, Hoodie Mars?
overhead, though the portal is good. Escape drops down onto the point as we are going to overtime for Loyalty to try and take this thing back. JT3 on the Deadpool. All gonna be another Banhammer coming through. Doxlin picks up one on Escape. Doctor Strange sent back as overtime starting to tick down, though. Big invisible boundary for both teams here. Venn diagram on the board.
Where's my White
as
Fox
N1
going?
Hex will come up big 2-1 for now. D-Spooky yet again on that Eye of Agamotto on target. Finds two. Will find one. Conversion for N1 Hex. Big plays coming through as they will close out checkpoint number 1.
Sleep schedule's just asked again.
Doctor
GG.
Strange has just been the plunger of the French press, just pushing Loyalty down, making a nice cup of joe, and then sipping on that for the caffeine boost to keep the aggression up throughout the entirety of Eldritch Monument.
Projected to win this?
Really no notes. I mean,
We
outside
really
of
don't
one
know because they're
heroic
both
play from
legit
Loyalty,
bottom of the
were
barrel
never
teams.
even in that map, and now as we go into Frozen Airfield, I imagine it's going to be more
So,
of the same. We don't get to
you know,
see Super Soldier Factory.
there's that.
Loyalty can't lean back on that Angela just yet. They have to go through another gauntlet of D-Spooky on this Doctor Strange, where he's going to have the home field advantage.
And I mean, it really just goes to show you how strong Star-Lord is. I know you've said several times that stocks for Peter Quill very high in this season of Ignite, and it just goes to show you how powerful that ultimate is. It turned around the whole fight for Loyalty and gave them the cap they had. But again, N1 Hex had just taken that lead and ran with it. So too much ground to try and make up here. So now N1 Hex in control here on Hell's Heaven. They've got a couple ults to start things off. So I look for a very aggressive N1 Hex out the gate, which is really no different from how they played Checkpoint 1.
In these Spidey games. Any team playing Spider-Man has Throne, so yeah. Portal on the high ground from Nehex. They're gonna drop down on Loyalty as soon as they walk out.
Like Galactic Legend, you gotta try and buy time and get a couple of fights. Take it all tactically to where you can get Jamon back to that invisible boundary so you can actually try and make something out of it. But
That ult is pretty early, I can't lie.
Popping the Galactic Legend early on, and that's gonna be two coming off the back of it.
But they get two off of it, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Legend here, cleaning up the duelist line for Loyalty. No teeth left for them here as N1 Hex.
Loyalty has a tough name, but it's cringe. Nehex has a letter in the name which more corners have Loyalty protected the win. Okay. When am I playing in Ignite? When I get signed on the pro team, because some of these players are legit terrible.
On the move here, front line for Loyalty. They are going to push right back here.
I mean, they are legit bad.
In the same trap as last time, they get stuck in the spawn here.
Only some Jit wordplay, Spidey.
than
We got
they
a
were
couple
last
Spidey
time,
players
but,
in the
you know,
Asia
right now it
scene.
feels like resources for both
For real?
teams, breaking even
I
as
could
Yugen
definitely be on a
getting
team
cheeky
if
there
I was
from
like living in Korea.
Rising Blitz coming out from Yugen. He's gonna have to get more than cheeky. He's gonna have to get active, but I'm not seeing anything active in the KO feed just yet. The
Bang
Kumio
Bang
at least from
Gambit.
Fish is absorbing a lot of
They
the
both ban
damage,
Gambit.
and You see Danny is gonna fall. Rubo with some cleanup damage there. No Rage of Voltron coming out, but the Rage of D-Spooky will not be felled. The Maelstrom of Madness is gonna come out, putting Wuvo back in his place, but Jamlon getting taken down there by the Deagles from Annex here, and it's super scrappy, but I think Loyalty may have finally gotten their way into it as Yugen is good for a two-piece, and the Blaster Barrage now to try and melt down D-Spooky's shield, and once that shield falls, so too
Pros
will
are
the
legit the
Doctor.
best of the
Doctor is
best.
out.
Yeah.
Loyalty are
In
in.
this game, it's terrible.
Yeah, Loyalty definitely catching up here. An earlier retake.
Must
and
be like
point number
PG
one.
stats
But
looking
it
wise,
did
but
feel
he
like
has
they're
200%
kinda
more
shaky on
value.
their feet. You know,
I
Skate
would think
goes
so.
For the Eye of Agamotto, finds one or two, but it's a little bit rocky. Not the most confident play, but they do manage to get a hold of the point. So now it's about kind of building that tsunami, right? Finding the confidence over time for this Loyalty team. They do have to find a little bit of a disadvantage though. D-Spooky and DC Danny gonna come in with
What's the last
ults
mod?
right out the gate. Jamon
Can't be
also
that
is gonna
bad?
have
No,
that
they're
invisible
bad.
boundary for too long here. So N1 Hex ready to scrap once again. Fish on the move.
What the fuck is that Stranger's Crosshair? What are you gonna play when Angela's banned in Pro Play?
They're
They're almost never gonna be banning Angela, I would imagine.
For sure. DC Danny going for the Rage of Ultron, letting that rage fly here.
I'll just have to learn more characters though.
On the Psylocke, that's going to force out invisible boundaries on both sides of the board. Venn diagram yet again here. D-Spooky, another Eye of Agamotto goes through, but no good on that one here. No stuns coming through. JT3 going to pop the Deadpool ult as well. And Doxlin yet again, satellite overhead for N1 Hex. Galactic Legend getting some damage down. Will find at least one here. Fish on the crowd yet again on that white box, putting in some work here. Name a member of N1 Hex, and they are in your KO feed as they are hungry for this recapture here.
I gotta give a shout out to the healers from
Penny's
N1
meta.
Hex.
You let the cut
Doxlin got
marinate.
hit with that banhammer, and you saw that Deadpool.
Yeah, I don't
was
really
just
know
rocking
what's
him like he was trying to go for the whack-a-mole
like. There's
world
really
record,
nothing
but
unique happening
Doxlin's
here.
health bar
Like I'm
never
not saying
dipped
anything that would be
below
like,
half
wow,
HP, and a large part of
that's a
that
good
is
team.
thanks to
It's
Jamon,
legit
who,
just ult
despite
trades and
using
whoever has the
invisible
better
bounty,
ults
30% over to
so
another
far.
one. Pretty much, I'd say 29% of that is just off of Doxlin. So now N1 Hex back in control. Looking at this Eye of Agamotto coming out potentially from Escape. Are they going to have an answer from this one? I'm not quite sure. Wuvo going in early with that Dance the Butterfly, but N1 Hex seemingly able to parry it.
Oh,
Big airmail from
4-man. Holy shit.
Convert on it, 3 for Escape. Follows it up with a huge
See, but like,
maelstrom
that's not
of
impressive
madness that
because he's a good
swallows all of
strange.
N1
It's just like,
Gonna follow the
wow,
rest of the
you
team
actually
back.
did something for
Jamon, the
once.
only one able to escape, and now Loyalty right back
Me and
in the
Lamps get on the
driver's
Korean
seat
team,
here,
we'll
just
bring the
20%
synergy.
short
Yep.
of where N1 Hex are. Definitely a lot more
Times it for you, I don't usually stream around this time. I took a nap earlier, and now it is 4:34 a.m.
Did pull N1 Hex back, and that just created the opening for Escape to go for the leap there. That tomahawk, that tomahawk Eye of Agamotto, as it's called sometimes. And now Yugen has the Galactic Legend, and he's got the angle, and he's been so good on the Star-Lord thus far. Been almost single-handedly keeping Loyalty alive in this fight, but now the Kumiho Unleashed going to do the very same from Gamebo.
Yeah, big support plays for N1 Hex.
Big
Strategist
ults.
on point here. They will find the breakthrough against Loyalty as we go into overtime on point number 2. All of N1 Hex standing on this point, and they are shredding through Loyalty.
Power Rangers Battle for the
Rumo
Grid,
hanging
Mystic
on by a
Force,
thread there, finally
SPD,
taken down
Udana,
by
Cut
Jamon's
Man's
in
Anubis.
here
Like, what the
as
fuck are
N1
you
Hex
saying?
will make the retake here. I see the strange portal coming through for Loyalty.
Are the support players good? No.
Counter portal here. They will find the strange. Buy them some time. 97 and counting here as Doxlin.
Miriku?
100%
What's up,
on that
Grease?
Galactic Legend, ready for one last fight for the map here. N1 X looking to close it out. They will let all of the ultimates fly. They will find
Okay,
the KOs,
well, I lost all
and
my
they will
points.
find Hell's
Do I
Heaven.
gap?
N1 Hex goes up 1-0.
Probably not.
And that is the work that N1 Hex have been putting in over the past couple of days, paying off, able to get that map
Well, I don't know.
quite cleanly.
I might be like a support on the same level as them, to be honest.
Favor, but that is thanks to some pop-up performances from Yugen. Outside of those pop-up performances, though, N1 Hex seemed to be the better team, at least based on the eye test and based off of one map. Hell's Heaven very much so going their way, and D-Spooky absolutely the one leading the charge.
Really now.
Yeah, the Sorcerer's
We will
Supreme
lose crazy
so
bad
good
in the
for
tournament
both
game
of these
against
teams.
that team.
Can't overlook the strange
Yeah,
plays
you're
from
losing terribly.
Loyalty either.
Happy
You know, the
Easter.
big Eye of Agamotto
You don't have a
quad
chance,
follow-up. I mean, huge
like
stuff
genuinely.
out of Dr. Strange for
It'd be
this
faster
match,
for you
but
guys to
yes,
FF than to
well-deserved
like try a
by
game out.
D-Spooky. Big anchor for this N1 Hex team as they are still
No
finding
hate,
their
though.
identity here and finding who the stars to revolve around are. Right now, D-Spooky
Should we do Preds in your chat if they get 4+ votes? If you guys want to do Preds, we could do Preds.
A lot more of a knockdown drag-out fight for both of these teams, so it feels like Loyalty not too far in the rearview mirror of N1 Hex, but definitely great to take that map number 1.
Oh, cool.
The question here for Loyalty is, are they going to be able to shore up the neutral game and stop relying on some of
Mods,
these pop-up
set up
performances
Preds.
from the likes of Yugen? I mean, there is some degree of planning there. I know I go back to that fight with the Dance the Butterfly from Wuvo, creating enough space for the Eye of Agamotto
Not a
to come
mod
through
in
after
sight.
that, but we need to see more and more
Hey man,
of that
cut 'em
start
some
to,
slack.
amass
They're
for
busy
Loyalty
doing,
if they start to get some of these wins under their belt. Like we said, this is a must-win map for, I think, or a must-win match for both teams, rather. And if you're Loyalty and you're falling to N1 Hex, well, N1 Hex can get a little bit of momentum going, and you are still struggling to get out of park.
They were too busy gooning with aim, probably.
You, especially in a post
Yeah, we lost.
global alt nerf world, you cannot rely on those pop-off ult.
Busy
point,
sleeping? What do we pay them for? That's what I'm saying, man.
You to the win. So, you know,
Stars
I
MIA.
think that's the first thing we got to see out of Loyalty.
Stars
to
probably
clean up,
taking
but
a
of
nap
course, back to the
or
drawing board
sleeping.
next for them. But man, what a win here for N1 Hex. Very impressive stuff on L7.
Yeah, and there might be another one on the other side of this break if N1 Hex can keep this reign of dominance going over Loyalty and cement themselves atop the pecking order, at least
And just
atop
probably
Loyalty.
sleeping.
But
Yep.
we'll see if that is the future that we live in, because we got to go to a real quick break.
I
Don't
would
go anywhere,
imagine
chat. We got
so.
map number 2 coming your way right after this.
Trap bench. Did I talk to you yet? C dot. Okay. Someone said something about Wormhole, but Lotad. Fucking Viz. Can't you do the Preds? I can. I'll do them when the next game starts. Magnemite. Abra. Magpie. This guy talked about Machop. This guy talked about Lotads. Nidoran. Aaron. Fuck Invis, she has a husband, bro. I think I talked to everybody here. Are there any hidden items here? Thanks for the follow, the anchor guy. I like the song. This music is nice. Yay, gambling. Have a good morning. I'm gonna get some sleep. Alright, see ya, Evie. Good night, good night. Rico, my phone account. We are going against the Avengers. Yep. Yeah, you just give up, bro. Also, why do you have 2 accounts? Oh.
Welcome back to some more preseason Asia action here. N1 Hex and Loyalty going head.
Huh?
I mean, I hope it's not more of the same, because as we kind of discussed a little bit in the break, if we go to another kind of front-to-back playstyle, which, hey-ho, it's Midtown, so we very well might be doing just
Mrs.
that.
dating rivals has a
N1
tank.
Hex
I'm not
just
sure.
seem a lot better practice when it comes to this particular composition, even though it is a even though it's a playstyle that's a couple of minutes old, it can still be refined, it can still be perfected, and I think N1 Hex are trying to do that, at least for the time being, because that's what their Vanguard lineup is so good at, especially despooking on the Doctor Strange. Now that we are in a more neutral game where we're less reliant on ultimates, Doctor Strange is someone who can get a lot of damage downrange real fast, and those Maelstroms are something you have to be keeping an eye on, because once he gets up to that dark magic on 100%, that's just a time bomb waiting to go off.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of Sorcerer Supreme action from both sides of the coin on map number 1. Expect to see more of that going forward. But yeah, you know, it does feel like of the teams in the Asia region, the ones that might struggle with those 20% ult nerf changes the most are the MRC teams. Of course, they get their invite to Ignite out of the MRC in a world where ults matter a lot.
I don't know
more,
about top
big
10,
pop-off plays
but
are kind of
they're
the
very
bread and
good.
butter for
Yeah.
a lot of squads. But now we live in the world where the neutral is so much more important for these teams, and it feels like N1 Hex working to adapt and getting better at it, but it feels like Loyalty still haven't quite found their footing in this meta.
It's like a totally different game from the one that they qualified in, right? Like, you talk about how they qualified through MRC, but we were playing that on the patch that, like, didn't have White Fox, didn't have the 20%. You know, it was very much so you try to play around using as many ults as you can, you know, comboing them as best you can and making sure you always have an ult for the next fight. That doesn't really happen anymore. It takes you a lot longer.
Am I
to get
better,
those
though?
ultimates. A lot
No,
more
probably
can
not.
happen if you don't have them, and you will be punished for not having the right one at the right moment. So you have to pay close attention to the Stratus ultimates, you have to pay close attention to the Star-Lord ultimates, and, you know, Yugen was making the most of those Star-Lord ultimates, but what do we got for me in between that? Unfortunately, on Hell's Heaven, it wasn't enough to get Loyalty the win here, and as we go to Midtown, I'm hoping they have learned their lesson, and they start to get a little bit more pokey in between, you know, maybe get a little bit more hit scan action going, and try and make something happen in the neutral.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna just ban this guy on YouTube.
Because you're right, it kind of feels like Loyalty's answer or their game plan is go big on Galactic Legend, which when you get it to pop off, sure, it does work pretty well, as we saw on map number 1, but there's so much time in between. That cadence is so long that they've got to find more to do in between those moments. So it's all
What
about
did Buddy
that
do?
moment-to-moment,
I
what
don't
can
know.
you
He
do
just said,
in
like,
the neutral. So I'm with you.
he's
I hope
spamming
to
the
see them
same
take
message
advantage of
3
those sidelines.
times,
It is gonna be Loyalty's
which is
pick here.
Power Rangers
So you
Battle
have
for
to
the
be
Grid,
maybe
Mystic
coming in, they
Force,
have a game
SPD,
plan, ready
Udana,
to go,
Cat
but the question
Mansk,
is it on
Anubis,
to those
Kruger,
couple
Donnie,
patches ago? Because
Doggy,
remember,
Kruger,
it's not
Swan,
just the
May,
20%
Gronger,
global ult nerf patch, but now we're
Karanger,
also in the
Liembo,
post
Karak.
White Fox buff patch. So there,
Like, did
like
I
you
just
said,
cast
there
a spell?
are changes these teams are trying to adapt to. I mean, it is pretty tough out here to keep up.
And I will
Buddy
say,
speaking
though, that both
facts.
of these teams did have some good highlights coming out with the White Fox
PRBF,
specifically. The post-buff
TGM,
White Fox, Fish had a couple of interesting
KM,
moments getting those marbles right down range and just finding a low HP target and getting active in the KO. Something you don't often see
Yeah, I don't
from
think
the
that's what that is
strategist lineup.
either.
There was also Jamon on the Invis that was doing the very same, and it feels to me like N1 Hex, while they may have sunk at first when transitioning to this new environment, they're slowly learning to swim bit by bit, piece by piece, as everybody is starting to come alive. And if they keep that momentum going, that upward trajectory we talked about in those last couple of maps, or those last couple of series, could potentially take them further and further up as some of these other teams start to slide on down. But there's one more hurdle they got to get through, and that is going to be here on Midtown. They got to best Loyalty if they want to keep those hopes alive. And a ban on the Gambit from both sides is how we are going to kick things off. We talk a little bit about this branching path narrative. Which way are these two teams going to go from here?
It looks like N1 Hex going to try and get that Mantis, so definitely second best option if Rage and Royal Flush off the table for sure here. But yeah, you're right. You know, you did kind of see the advancement.
This guy's
from
definitely playing Black
Loyalty.
Panther.
Checkpoint 2 was a lot more back and forth, 99-99 at the very end. So it does kind of feel like they're trying to catch up here. But, you know, the question of being, is it too little too late? Do they really have time to make up that lost ground? So that's the question that I think Loyalty is going to have to answer here on Midtown. They do ban away the Vanpool from N1 Hex, and they'll take an Elsa save for themselves here. Yugen's already got the Elsa log locked in, so you know where that's going. But there's not going to be any Vanguard Deadpool showing up here on Midtown because N1 Hex is going to take him right off the table as well.
It's also going to be a mandatory Mantis ban that comes in from N1 Hex. Again, you see the Elsa, especially a one-sided Elsa coming out for Yugen. You can't have her damage boosted, so great heads-up play here. But I'm wondering, are we going to see the Ultron as well? Because we have seen it a couple times as a stand-in for the Mantis just to get another form of damage boost, albeit a more temporary one, onto the Elsa, and it has worked out quite well in the past. And, you know, you got to imagine both of these teams, if they want to be staying in the conversation for the playoffs, they have to be studying off the other team's homework. And hey, if it's working for them, it's going to have to work for us here as well. Invis Protect going to come out from Loyalty, and potentially a Wolverine band next online for N1 Hex.
Yeah, and not just the damage boost off the Ultron, but, you know, the Encephalo Ray, quite long range, and he can put out some surprising damage, too, so he can help put in a little bit of the work, assist that duelist line, too. So, you know, not a bad option here. It definitely explains a lot of why you're seeing so much Ultron and Ignite these days, a lot more than we ever have in pro play before. Invis going to be on both sides of the board, though, taking advantage of that invisible boundary. Then, of course, Jambon just putting in so much work on the Invis, the aggro Invis there, plenty of chaos.
Where's the laughing emoji, but he got none
for
here.
them on map
Don't know,
number
man.
one. Gonna look to keep that going on map number
I
two
guess let's
here.
do
Loki
predictions.
band to wrap things up from Loyalty, and that is the draft here going into Midtown. We are ready. N1 Hex trying to close this thing out, and Loyalty looking to take a map and stay alive here on this series.
Is a little bit of a late Loki ban that comes through. I think Loyalty do actually end up securing a one-sided Loki here, and we're going to secure a little bit more time
Let's do
for our
2
teams
minutes.
to get back together, because I think we did have a disconnect here. We're going to try and get everybody back in the lobby here, but first impressions off of the draft phase here is I think both teams do want to try and go back to that front-to-back playstyle. I don't think either of them wants to try and get too active in the dive compositions, because, you know, at times their coordination has been
Skip
not
2 words, by
necessarily
the way.
what you need in order to make a dive composition work
Which
the
mean-
way a team that, say, not to, you know, mention them every 5 minutes, but Pirates and the way that their dives tend to work out. You know, you have one person go in and you've got the next ready to follow up. It's usually going to be, you know, you're going to have like Vital ready to follow up, or you're going to have Aztac like off on a flank on the Jeff ready to follow up to try and aid with the Venom dives. You don't see that a lot from these teams, so going back to something a little bit more comfortable I think works out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. It's all about the coordination. You know, that's the key to running a dive comp. You have to be in sync with each other. Comms have to be very active, and you have to be confident in what you're going to do. I feel like with front to back, you can get away a little bit with taking your time, a little bit more on comms to coordinate. Not quite as tight of a
Gamble,
window
guys.
as it is for a dive. So both teams, I like to see they're kind of speaking the same language here. They both feel comfortable bringing that comp to bear against one another. So definitely looking to kind of brawl it out against one another. But yeah, you know, draft, not bad on either side of the board. The Wolf Band onto Loyalty is kind of interesting. I guess I don't 100% know or don't get the shout on that, but you know, I think overall though, they look pretty clean. They both get some good pieces reserved for themselves. N1X basically secured their strategist line in this draft phase, so nothing to sneeze at there either.
But I think going back to a previous point, though, is that Loyalty just didn't look quite as strong as N1 Hex on this style of play when it came to Hell's Heaven, which is a map that I think facilitates it quite well outside of Super Soldier Factory, which we didn't see, so we only saw the good stuff here for this particular composition, and Midtown is seemingly made for this same compositional style, so I don't know, maybe Loyalty will hoist themselves with their own petard here, because I don't know that that was the right move. Like, I don't know what else they really have in the toolbox, but there's got to be something else, right? Like, if it's a hammer versus hammer fight and N1 Hex have the bigger hammer, like, I don't know, maybe go get a bone saw, do something.
Well, you know, I like, you know, there are some target bans coming out from Loyalty. I like the jabs here and there. You know, taking the Vanpool away from JT3, taking the Elsa away from.
Can't lie, I feel like
from
Yamcha
Godsling.
going against,
But, you know, of
like,
course, a lot of these
Jesus.
players have other heroes in their back pocket too. We saw Fish on the White Fox, but I also saw on this draft phase maybe
Yeah,
covering the strat pool this time around.
like, I
So
really
no
do
Vanguard
not have
Vanpool,
anything to
but maybe
say.
they'll look to take advantage of the strategist variant instead.
You're just
So,
gonna
you know,
lose.
of course, the target banning is big in Ignite. You know, this ban system really rewards teams for doing their homework and knowing these players.
I'm confused
But,
by
you know,
what
the
I'm doing
counter
on this
to that is
Pokemon
just
DS game.
widening your hero pool, understanding how to play more characters, you know, picking up more than just a couple, but more than my hero pool for sure. But yeah, that is kind of the question: is are those target bans enough to stop N1 Hex, and what do they do on the other side of the draft phase when some of their comforts are taken away? That's kind of the key and a big question they'll have to answer if they want to close this thing out in just 2, or if Loyalty maybe
Lamps
found
Hope.
a little bit of a weakness here to take them to map 3.
And speaking of
I did not know how to
widening
say
your
that
hero
name.
pool, and also speaking of the strat pool,
Karu?
something I only
Hello.
realized literally today as we were casting one of the previous series, where I believe it was it might have been EXO that came out with the strat pool. I'm not quite sure. I just learned that the strat pool is actually skinnier than the van pool, which makes sense when you think about it, but I legitimately thought that all of them were the same model. But I was looking and I was like, oh, wait, have you been on a diet, my friends? You're looking a little bit more slender.
I guess I'd never noticed, but that does kind of make sense, you know, and I feel like a lot of the time the frames across the board for each role, you know, duelist, strategist, vanguard, they do kind of have a look to them, right? You know, the vanguards are all kind of big, beefy, large, and in charge.
Brolic
some
boys.
Of the duelists, yeah, true. Some of the duelists are a little muscular.
Who's next on the list?
You know,
What does that
Daredevil,
mean?
I feel like you could get away with saying he's a vanguard. He's a little buff, a little more buff than Matt Murdock normally looks. But yeah, it's interesting. I guess I hadn't noticed that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were also wearing the Gen G jersey. You know, by the way, buy the bundle. Go on in, buy the bundle, support your favorite teams. And black is a slimming color, so maybe it just, you know, kind of like accentuated the curves of Deadpool a little bit. He's known for being quite curvy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it all over the game, you know, in the
Akari
MVP screens, you know,
Yonaga.
when you click him on
Hello.
the hero page.
Good night,
plenty
Hoodie.
of opportunities for,
Hello.
Deadpool
You
to
find
show
people calling
his
Angela
stuff
Mangela
in
kind of weird?
rivals.
I find it
Of
very
course, in
weird.
the pro scene, Deadpool been all over the place, whether it's strap pool or van pool. I feel like we don't see the duelist version that much. Just doesn't seem like he's come into the picture. But you know, Vanguard, Deadpool,
somewhere.
kind of the bread and butter.
We do somewhere.
What
yeah,
are
we
they
lost,
talking
we'll play
about?
it. Jitward will play the dual pool
Just
from
being
time to time.
freaks, man.
So we have, what's interesting, we've actually seen all three variants of the Deadpool just in the Ignite preseason. To be like, I think myself and a lot of people thought that it would only be the Van pool pretty much ruling the roost. And if you look at the pick and ban phase, for the most part, that's still kind of the case. But you know, if you can't play the ban pool and you still want to play the strat pool, Banhammer is still just as good. You can also use the final exam on the strat pool for that overhealth as well. You get the jackpot. We've seen that come into play a couple of times. It's not a terrible strategy to utilize, and I kind of feel like the one weakness of a strat pool specifically, I think, is just, you know, as strong as the ultimates are, they're not your traditional like strategist ultimates, so you're not really getting the same utility or healing as you would out of like Adam Warlock or Invis or even Rocket. You know, you still have to kind of make the most of it, but still got a fair bit of sustained healing throughout. He can keep up with the likes of Gambit, and I think Strat Pool kind of competes with Gambit for playtime, which is why you don't see a whole lot of him. But if Gambit is banned, next best thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it catches people off guard. It definitely has caught me off guard several times when I see a strat pool and then see the scoreboard.
Ninja tutorial video has been a great help to me. Oh, nice. I'm glad I helped.
Outright, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. But yeah, definitely the ult is kind of the drawback to that strat pool. It can be a little more tricky to figure out. Not like you said.
I mean,
not
I
your
assume you
traditional
speak English good
strategist
enough
ult that you
to
expect a lot
understand
of
it,
other kids. So,
but
you know, maybe another reason why you don't see
would
it too
you
much.
like
Again, maybe gonna see some
a,
strat pool
I
get
guess,
busted out here
written
as we
down
are
version
waiting on this
of the
matchup.
English one
It
so
does
you could
look like
translate it
Loyalty
to
may
whatever
be
language you
having a
speak?
technical issue
Or is
here,
it
so
alright?
taking a second to get them all ready to go and in charge,
Because
because
I usually have scripts for those, so you could just
especially
copy
not when you're
paste
facing
into like
down
a
match
translator
point
if there's
here,
something you don't
on
understand, you know?
Midtown. So giving them the opportunity to kind of, you know, prep and get really fully into the game.
Yeah, and until then, you can enjoy us yapping, and you know, we're talking a lot about strategies here. I'm curious if, because we haven't like played together a whole lot lately. Have you expanded your hero
Lamps.
pool? Not to put you on blast,
Most
but I
interesting
mean,
you've
is
learned
it more than just the rocket
recently.
now? Like, what are we learning lately?
I'm a bum.
So, if I learned anything over watching Ignite basically every single match the last couple weeks, it's that
True.
Ultron is back, baby. So, I'm
Hello,
playing some
Spain
Ultron,
Sweet.
to some pretty decent success, I will say. He's got some good healing output. I found that Ultron and White Fox together is a pretty nice combination. You can get a lot done with that.
That was
Especially,
horrible
you know,
timing.
keep the drones on the White
You're so
Fox.
helpful,
It kind
man.
of goes
True.
crazy sometimes. Catches people kind of on the back foot. So that's definitely been a fun one. But you know, I kind of have feet in different pools. You know, I play a lot of strategists. That's kind of my go-to. But do play a lot of Vanguard. So I play a lot of Van pool. I have noticed, and you know, seeing map number 1, I have noticed that Doctor Strange stocks way up this season.
How's the
here.
comp grind going?
You know, got a lot of potential. Again,
I haven't been
so much
playing
more
comp.
use in the neutral game, so you know, can get a lot done on a Doctor Strange, even for myself. You know, far from a pro player, but yeah. So you know, a little bit of a mix of everything. I don't really do
Still
duelists.
Celestial
I
too,
can't do duelists, but
but-
I'll flex between strategist and Vanguard.
Not even the Scroll Girl, like,
Surely.
or the Moon
I'll,
Knight. Like, you don't even have to
I'll
try
find out.
on Moon Knight. Like, he
There
does
aren't
the
many
aiming
people-
for you.
there
You
aren't
just
many
throw it
people
on the
playing
Ankh and just,
tank and ranked
you know,
matches, so I'm
point your
practicing
cursor
playing
at
tank.
that, and it'll do the whole job,
Yeah,
right? Like,
it sucks.
It doesn't seem too hard. I believe in you. I think you could do. If you can play Rocket,
But-
you can play Moon Knight. That's what I'm going to say with my chest here.
I like that you're
the
learning.
Doctor Strange. I like that
That's always
everybody
cool.
needs to learn Doctor Strange, regardless of what role
Me and
they
Lamps
play.
took a break
Sooner or
from
later,
comp.
you
Shit
are
was
going
too
to have to be
stressful.
the Uber driver who
Who
gets
is we, bro?
who gets the
We do
portal
not
from
know
point
you.
A to point B, or you know, maybe you're not even on point B yet. The portal from spawn to
But
the
yeah,
end
Angela's a
point
lot
A.
of fun.
As we've seen a couple times in preseason so far, yeah. I'm 100%. You know, the only duelist I think I ever dipped my toes in is
Us.
Mr. Fantastic.
There's no
and
us,
I
bro.
mean, is that a duelist? Is he not just a Vanguard in, you know, in
Kinda.
disguise? I mean,
Kinda. He's he's an anomaly because like he's kind of a Vanguard, but if you come into my game and you're like, yeah, no, we're on 2-2-2, we've got Magneto, fantastic. I will yell at you, and I think I'm well within my rights to do that. I will say, no, get back into that spawn right now, put the Strange in the bag, and get back to the front line.
I watch Japanese streamers to learn sometimes. Oh, really?
Put the Strange
Something like
in the
that.
bag.
That seems like he would love Rogue if she was like a more techie slash
You're gonna, like, try
mechanical
and
player.
reinvent the wheel, all right? Sure, we got a couple of
Yeah, if I was like good at
hybrid
the video
heroes
game,
in
I'd probably
the mix
like
here. I
Rogue.
think Vanpool and Rogue
Difficult,
both
but
kind
I'm
of work
enjoying
as
it.
sort of like, you know, kind of blurring
Nice.
the lines between Vanguard and Duelist.
Boy, what'd
but
you say
they're
about
both
Lamps?
classified as Vanguards and will work as Vanguards in a pinch. I don't think I can say the same for Reed Richards, I'm afraid.
It feels like Vanpool and Rogue are kind of like duelists with really high health pools, but Reed feels a little bit like a Vanguard with a really low health pool.
Yeah,
I don't know how that works out. I mean,
Unless until he goes into like his inflatable, where he walks up to you looking like a refrigerator. Like it's such a funny stance to me, by the way. Like Bro just turns into a rectangle with like a
Baba
head at
boy.
the top, like kind of aura farming, but also he looks so goofy.
yeah, I mean, I usually refer to it as door mode and big mode are the two, but, you know, the team up is nice too, being able to activate big mode whenever you feel like, you know, 40%, let's big mode it up, why not?
Yo,
Oh,
can
let's
we
go in
start
big
the
mode.
next game?
We've been going big mode here with the yapping here, but it looks like we don't have all of our players in the lobby just yet, so we're gonna give them a little bit more time. We're gonna throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back with map number 2. Hang tight. We'll see you there.
Do I speak Korean? Yes, I do. Hello, hello. 안녕하세요. Might be flirting at this point. I have no idea what they're talking about. I zoned them out completely. I'm just playing Pokemon. Pokemon.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
They're stalling. 40-year-old cosplaying as a high schooler. Yep. Fucking freak. Oh my god. Jesus. 저 한국어 공부했어요. Ooh. Very good. Yeah, it's interesting that a lot of, I guess not really interesting, it's just like, a lot of Japanese and Korean people learn each other's languages. I'm a bum, so I don't know either. At a sufficient level. I went to Japan last year, for Christmas. It was fun. 어디 갔어요? 이케부쿠로하고 도쿄 갔어요. I had a lot of fun, ate a lot of food.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to some Asia
izakayas
preseason action
and
here in Marvel
sushi.
Rivals Ignite. We are almost ready to get underway. Map 2
All
of
the good
N1
stuff.
Hex versus Loyalty, fixing some equipment issues here, but these teams almost
But yeah, I
ready
mainly went to
get back
Ikebukuro
into it.
in
N1 Hex,
Tokyo.
pretty comfortable win on map
And,
1. Checkpoint number 2 did kind of feel like a more back and forth. Loyalty
this
maybe
year,
getting some
I'm going to
download
go
done, but, still
to
a long way to go here for
Osaka.
Loyalty to try and make this series up.
in December.
Thank you guys all for sticking with us, by the way, through the yappening before the break here. But now on the other side of it, hopefully I think we've got everybody back in the lobby and ready to go. And as you say, Loyalty do have a long way to go, as they're going to have to get all the way through Midtown. But N1 Hex are going to be first up to bat on that. And if we go through a quick little Cliff's Notes here of the picks and bans, a Mantis Protect for N1 Hex, essentially kind of a mirror-ish ban outside of that, but N1 Hex getting denied the Loki and Loyalty getting denied the Wolverine. So very interesting stuff overall here. I think that N1 Hex, I kind of like their draft a little bit more. I think denying the Wolverine, I think, is going to play very well into what N1 Hex want to play. You don't really have to worry so much about the kidnaps as much without the Logan on the field.
They have another
Definitely.
DC,
So
bro.
I was going to say, I lean in the draft, I lean a little bit more towards N1 here. They definitely come into this map with the momentum here. They will be on the attack first here, and they are hungry for it, standing right there at the door.
Yo,
In fact,
Loyalty
knocking
still has
on
a
it,
DC,
trying to
bro.
beat it down here.
Can we
Doors
pause the
open,
game?
Midtown, map number 2. N1 Hex looking to check out after
Oh,
the second map
hell
here. Loyalty,
no.
meanwhile, trying to get on the board here and stay alive in this series. JT3 on the Magneto this time around, and D-Spooky
They're
on
just
the
gonna.
Groot.
They have to just
Love
play.
that
They have no
fight for
choice.
the N1 Hex for sure.
And I'm going to address the elephant in the room here. Loyalty are going to have to hold the line here, 5v6. Escape is not made it back in the lobby in time. And yeah, 5v6 is going to be a tall order, and they're going to have to make themselves seem very tall if they want to stop N1 Hex with a Mantis damage boost from taking this one. And you can see Fish maybe getting a little bit checked there with some straight damage that comes out from Yugen and Wubo on the hit scan sisters, but N1 Hex still getting a bunch of forward progress here and getting that cart around the corner, and all Loyalty can really do is back up and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, heads up play from Loyalty on that one, but it is going to be N1 Hex in the KO.
Was that Chimi's-
already pushing towards that first checkpoint, and JT3
yes.
on the Magneto, double KO.
I have to do some research on what I
want
wanna do in
things
Osaka.
off here. Doors wide open, and they are already rounding the corner towards Grand
Well,
Central Station.
Loyalty
Just 60
loses.
seconds in, and N1 Hex have got the checkpoint here.
They
Again,
just
5v6,
don't have their
tough
sixth
uphill
player,
battle
man.
here
That
for
sucks.
Loyalty on map number 2.
And it's especially rough, you know, when one of the people who's not in your lobby is the Vanguard. It does mean that Annex has to be the only one holding onto that front line, and that just means that all of the damage pressure coming up from N1 Hex as soon as those metallic curtains fall is just going to have to be face tanked, and you can only tank so much before you have to give ground, and you can already see that's the thought process for this team. We're taking too much damage, we have to back up, we can't afford any more losses, and if we take even one, it's just about over. And there's one, Yugen just getting sniped with a mag cannon there from JT3, and oh, it is all about to fall over like dominoes, one after the other as Doxlin lines them up, and, well, Gamebo gonna disappear before he can knock him down, but close enough.
Yeah, I mean, Loyalty trying to walk it back, like you said, play it a little bit closer to their side of the board here, but N1 Hex will just walk it right to him there. Doxlin, another one on the Phoenix in Song Inferno, already locked in and ready to go here. 4:30 still on the clock for N1, and they're ready to grab checkpoint number 2. Yugen over onto the Black Widow here, sniping down the lane here, down the ramp, trying to get some damage down, but again, you know, if you're gonna have one Vanguard that's protecting you in the front, Magneto, not the worst one to have, but again, picked off so quickly there. Doxlin insane on that Phoenix here. Absolutely no quarter given to Loyalty here, as most of them going to be walking it back to the spawn room, and N1 Hex just on a tear.
And Fish for the damage amps onto the Phoenix is just so much damage to have to deal with here. Yugen
Okay,
running the
Escape is
gauntlet
back
here,
though.
swapping onto just about every hit scan you could possibly imagine. I think the Punisher might be the best one, because at least in this one, you can melt down some of these root walls and try and give your team a fighting chance, but it's gonna be rough. Escape is back in the building, by the way, and has picked up the Groot. Unfortunately, it's after the points A and B have already been capped by N1 Hex, and they have 5 ultimates, Meteor M to try and be the opening salvo here, but now that Loyalty has some say in the fight, the
Nice
Invisible
kill.
Boundary comes out, but JD3
They were voting Loyalty again, bro. What the fuck is this
5
shit?
ultimates and
I
5
mean, it's
minutes
not
on the
necessarily
clock.
their
N1
fault.
Hex on
One of their
some
players had a
resources, top to bottom here
one of
for
their
them,
players
and
had a
they will clean
power
up shop
outage.
here. Wubo low on the Phoenix,
And they didn't
Escape
restart
already
the
sent back
game
to the
or, like,
spawn room along
rehost,
with Wubo.
so.
JC, the last one standing here, just the Luna, but nowhere in sight as N1 Hex.
I don't
rounding
blame
the last corner up the last
Nehex for
block
just
of
trying to take a
Midtown
win
New York here.
ASAP.
It has been a roll for N1 Hex. Escape, yes, back online and here in the fight, but unfortunately too little, too late here, as Loyalty going to change up the Vanguard line one last time for one last defensive. But
Money's on the line, you play to win.
absolutely merciless onto the Magneto. One more snipe for the road here. Invisible Boundary for Jambot as well, just to try and get team over the finish line here, as they will slowly pick away at the front line of Loyalty. Now door wide open to the rest of the squishies in the back. Wubo goes up overhead for Insong Inferno, and on ground, final judgment from Yugen as well here. They're going to put up a fight as long as they can, but with 4 minutes still on the clock. block for N1 Hex and just 2 meters left to go here.
Vibes are on the line,
Miracle
though.
in order for Loyalty to try and hold this one down.
But they do have the bodies on the point.
Chat is
for the
pissed,
time
by the
being,
way.
But Doxlin going to make them nothing more
Where
than
is the
bodies. And Fish going in
sportsmanship?
super deep, taking the duel with Jay-Z, and I can tell you right now, Jay-Z is not feeling the Empire state of mind here in Midtown. Is 341 in the time bank for N1 Hex, with an asterisk on that one, as it was a 5v6 for at least 2/3 of it. Props to Loyalty for keeping themselves in it for the time being and being able to bleed off on, you know, that last minute of the time
Have
bank.
you ever played Marble
It wasn't even
Rebels
just
with
the time,
vibes
it
on the
wasn't even
line?
just the cart progress, it was the ult bank. When Scape walked back in, he walked into a bear trap.
Yeah, I mean, absolute respect for
Sportsmanship
this
for
Loyalty
what?
team to still put up the fight here. Still
The
come to
Loyalty
battlefield
team
ready
had a sub
for
that they
a
could have
fight,
brought
but,
in for the
it
power
is a
outage,
tough
and
uphill
then
battle,
Mihek said
especially with the
no.
no mercy from N1 Hex, JT3,
So,
and Doxlin picking up KO
no
after
sub.
KO left and right here. We will swap sides. It is going to be N1 back on defense here, so Loyalty do have a chance to try and take us to some extra rounds here, but again, it is going to take some solid offense, maybe the best they could possibly muster here, because even if they clear the map, that's a 341 time bank that N1 Hex is holding on to for extra rounds. So an uphill battle on top of an uphill battle here on map number 2.
I think N1 Hex should be nice, and they should let Loyalty have the first point for free. Do you agree, or is that like too? No, it's tough because like N1 Hex coming into this, they are a team who, like we've mentioned, they have gotten a couple of map wins, but the victory has escaped their grasp. Like you say, they have not been able to finish their meal. This is their opportunity to do so, and even though it's coming like almost too easy to be true, it feels like they don't want to turn this one down. They want to seize this moment, get their name on the board, get a win in the dub column there, and ride that momentum hopefully onto bigger and better things here. But Loyalty still have some
We're
say
gonna
in
make a
this
rule
one.
about
They're
that?
back to a full
You think so?
six-man, and they are ready to go on their attack, trying to do the
Oh,
best
no,
they
man.
can to hope to match the time bank of N1 Hex. That is a lofty goal.
Very, very true. A lot of respect again for this Loyalty team here to take it to them once again. They are out the door here, already on the move in a brawl here within
Everyone, let's go to Twitter and say how unfair it is it worked for Kingsman.
Doxlin already looking to buy in one Hex some time here. You get taken down as well. JT3 and Doxlin absolutely running the KO feed this entire time so far here. Again, defenders, can't get picked off too badly here, as that's a long walk back. But for offense, they can just get right back up and back in the fight, but Doxlin just keeps knocking them down as soon as they are back on the board here. Already 60 seconds away here on Loyalty. Not a lot of progress on the cart so far, so definitely a tough battle.
Is there no referee?
It's an easy habit to fall into in your ranked games, if you've ever been in this situation, or even in
Shadow's
other
got
officials
jokes, bro.
where you play kind of a 5v6 for either the entire map or for parts of it, where you get a little complacent and
They just be
you
saying
start to
shit
slip
to
up
say
in two
shit.
ways. We're not seeing that from N1 Hex. They are keeping their feet firmly pressed down on the gas pedal and keeping the pressure on. JT3 holding the high ground, denying any access to the backline, denying Escape a lifeline, and looking to try and deny Yugen the very same.
Yeah, deny them at every turn if they can here. Escape gonna get back up out the spawn room here in just a moment. Still 2:20 on the clock here for Loyalty to get a push going, but again, almost 60 seconds gone yet again here, and still no progress yet for Loyalty. They have not flipped the card in their favor here. They are just underfoot of N1 Hex, as N1 Hex gonna have 6 ults charged up and ready to go, though Loyalty not gonna be too far behind here. Jay-Z throws down the fade of both.
That auto aim is crazy, that you die like that.
Fish on the white box there. So Insong Inferno out the picture for the time being. Strangling Prison comes through from Scape. It is good. Does capture a couple members of N1 Hex here, but not enough to convert to KOs here, as N1 still holding several of their resources, and Loyalty is just going to purge the tank here. And Yugen will pick up one onto JT3. Big pick there for Loyalty as they get the cart moving for the first time in a couple of minutes here. But again, it is a tough hurdle to climb here for Loyalty.
I see the chat saying like give them the first round.
What's
the point of that?
That one onto Doxlin is the second step as JT3.
If you truly want an even game, you should just let them cap with the same amount of time.
Escape taking down D-Spooky there, and good stuff coming out here from Loyalty.
You know?
Coming out now from Annex onto the back
So let
line.
them get the third point with 3 minutes 41 seconds, and then you have something of a fair game.
Definitely came to fight as Jay-Z is there as well, backing them up with a 2-piece, potentially a third. No, Annex gonna take that one down onto JT3. D-Spooky now onto the Doctor Strange, trying to get a TP in play, but denied by Yugen. Loyalty, they want to buy their way back into it, and with that one
Nice stun.
singular psionic detonation, may very well have done just that.
Yeah, Loyalty got some teeth to them here, winning a solid team fight, canceling the portal here. They can at least get this first checkpoint and stay in the fight. That 230 all important here. Every second gonna count for Loyalty to try and hang in this fight here. So Yugen, some claws on this Phoenix here, as again another KO there on to D-Spooky. Venom back to the spawn room here. JT3 looking pretty low as well. Strangling Christian from Escape and canceled right away there. Send back down to 50% all charge. And JC, another fade of both worlds ready to go here. Dance floor back up pretty quick here as Doxlin throws down the Insong Inferno here. In1 Hex trying to stop them short of this checkpoint, but Loyalty is not giving up here. Invisible Boundary coming out from Gamebo now, giving the team plenty of sustain to try and clean up, and that they will. Willow and Yugen finding plenty of KOs here to stay in this fight and keep it moving here. 3 members of In1 Hex on the point, but D-Spooky just barely alive. Symbiotic Resilience runs out, and Willow
What is that guy
will find
doing?
one on the Elsa
One
as
person
well.
can sit down and make
They
it a
are just
5v5?
shy of this checkpoint, but they'll find it here.
I guess
A
they could have done
quad
that.
for Lubo on the Elsa, and Loyalty makes it to Grand Central Station.
Somehow, some way, and I think that somehow is Yugen. Yugen wants it and wants it so badly and is finding the elims to open the door for Loyalty, and Wuo sees that open door and says, don't mind me, I'll be having all of that. I'll be taking a 4-piece, kicking my feet up on your coffee table. This is my house now, and it very well may be if Loyalty can keep this pressure going, and maybe a couple of staggered KOs roll through the second point of Midtown. It is a place where a lot of the cards stall out, but you can keep this momentum going and prevent that from ever happening. Take that last fight towards the end of the point where we see a lot of the cards stall out, and you can win that one. You can potentially finish off the whole map, send us to extra innings. That is the goal right now for Loyalty, and with a Strangling Prison and a Feast of the Abyss on deck, they may be able to achieve just that.
Yeah, one step at a time here. Gotta focus on just clearing the path here. And Loyalty so far, good looks. A minute 30 still on the clock here. Over halfway to checkpoint number 2. And In1 Hex purge the tanks. Again here, all ults running out. Loyalty, JC's got another fadeable.
Oh, that grid's dead.
Ready to go here. And Wubo's
Yeah,
got
D-Spooky
the
is legit hard
sideline
inting.
on
Is
the
he like win
Elsa.
trading?
1 KO onto D-Spooky as
Does he
In1
feel
Hex
bad, so he's
are
like
on
dying
the
on
back
purpose
foot here.
repeatedly
A minute
and
15
wasting
on the
ults?
clock, and Yugen will pick up yet another one here. Duelist line for Loyalty fully locked in here, and they are going to put up a fight to the very last. In spite of the first half of this map here, a solid.
They might win, but the
Loyalty team.
vibes
It looks like
are
In1 Hex
wrong.
aren't sure what to do about it.
Maybe they did get complacent, but with 60 seconds left and the cart inching towards that checkpoint, this is where it's going to be real tricky.
Yeah, D-Spooky might be the hidden
Like
imposter.
I said, they can potentially complete the map. Doxlin can't quite confirm the elim there onto Wubo. Tries to pop this edge on Inferno to try and make it happen. Wants to confirm it, but the sparks weren't built up. There's not going to be enough damage and not going to be enough follow-through, so all that damage healed right up and returned in kind from Yugen as the sparks are building up, and the N1 Hex topping bit by bit. Gonna walk out a little bit further here, and Loyalty still trying to regain control of this card here. Ensong burned out from Yugen, the salvo that they need, but it's gonna be that soul resurgence now from DC Danny.
Right on grid, and again, In1 Hex putting full gas on. JT3 will find one off the Magneto ult here. Yugen taken down for now. One of the key pieces of Loyalty's strategy here. What's kept them alive in this fight for so long. Yugen going over to the Strange now. Got a portal back in for this last second recontest here. It's gonna take overtime. Scape does get the Strangling Prison down. Jambon's got the oversight there. The invisible boundary to keep that team alive as In1 Hex are trying to finish this chokehold
W
here.
sportsmanship
Yugen will go
from
through the portal with
Knee
no
Hex.
backup here. Wubo up and ready to go, but can't get
Yeah,
through the
Wubo's
portal
in chat,
time.
bro.
And In1 Hex will
The fucking
stop
Elsa
them
player.
short of checkpoint 2, and they'll take it 2 maps to 0.
What a way for Yugen to go out on his back all by himself, trying desperately to try and keep it in contention. He did so much, and you could just feel like he wanted it so badly on point A. Full respect to Loyalty, by the way. This wasn't some ruling that was put up against them. The two teams negotiated, and they decided to continue on with the match as
I
is,
don't know
even
about
with the 5v6.
negotiating,
They
but
said, we're not going to hold you up all night. We're going to take this fight on our terms. We're going to go
That's
out. We're
not
gonna
what
go down
happened.
Swinging,
That's
but
not
even
what
if it's just
happened.
the 5 of us, Scape does come back in, brings it back to an even 6v6, but I think by then the mountain was just too tall to climb, but boy did Yugen bring his climbing shoes.
Yeah, I mean, In1 really put the pedals in the metal when they had the opportunity to take a big lead. They created enough space to buy themselves time. And
That's
even
so
though they were definitely
cringe.
caught on the back foot on the second half for a lot of that map, they were able to turn things around at the last second just before that second checkpoint. So Loyalty will fall to 0-3 overall, but big respect for them. They showed up huge on the back half of Midtown when the full team was there. You have to wonder if things would look different if it was 6v6 right out the gate here. But In1 will close it out, and they will get their first win on the board here in the Ignite preseason.
And we said for both teams this was a must-win, and luckily for N1 Hex, they did win it. And whether there's an asterisk tied to it or not, a dub is a dub. They're on the board. They finally got that win that has eluded them. Maybe the next one will come a little bit more decisively and a little bit, you know, less chicanery. I don't know if that's a word, but if they can do it against Loyalty and look this strong against them, I do firmly believe that they can close out another series against some of these other teams. And thankfully for Loyalty, I don't think they're fully out of the picture just yet. They're definitely going to be on the downward trajectory after this one, but they do still have 3 matches left to play throughout, I believe, next weekend, and there is still going to be an opportunity for them to get a couple more wins on the board, potentially buy their way into playoffs and show us something that was lacking here today.
Yeah, definitely can't count them out yet, especially if they can find a way to play like they did in the back half
That
of both
sucks.
those maps earlier on, right? They definitely showed their claws there on the back half of both Domination and Midtown as well. So there's definitely something there for this Loyalty team, but they've got to find a way to harness it earlier on in the matchups because they can't be playing from the back foot like this forever. So again, a lot of respect there to that Loyalty team. Cannot overlook the effort they put in on that Midtown run, but N1 Hex are the ones that will take the day at the end of the day, and they are on the board now, 1 and 3, but still in the fight. Nobody eliminated from playoffs quite yet, so can't count any of these teams out. But yeah, I'm with you. I think Loyalty, there is definitely something there.
I think my takeaway here is that there, like you said, there is something there, and both teams very much so wanted it. N1 Hex, like we said so many times, they wanted to get their first win. Loyalty, yeah, they wanted it as well, but even though they kind of knew, you know, after Escape wasn't able to get back in time, they were like, okay, we will honorably continue this one, and even though we might not be able to get this one, we're still going to fight for it. We are still going to go out with our heads held high, and I think that's noble. I think that's awesome, and I think that if they continue to play like they did in that last half of Midtown, if they continue to play like they want it, the sky might be the limit for this team. You know, they do have a lot of work to do. They are kind of still, feels like they're starting not necessarily from square one, but a couple steps behind some of these other teams, but some things to iron out and maybe some connection issues to iron out as well, and there is definitely something here.
That's crazy. She's talking about the
for
fucking
a lot of
connection
these
issues.
qualifier teams, right, a lot of it is about finding their identity, where they stack up in the rest of the region. So Loyalty definitely put a mark somewhere in the sand here, but they are still in the hunt for their first win. One team that is on the board now, got their first win, is N1 Hex, of course, and we are going to hear from them. I do believe we've got DC Danny on the line here to give us a little bit more insight behind that N1 Hex win and get themselves on the board.
Give it just 1 sec so we know that the interview is going to be ready here, but we will have DC Danny here in just a second here, and I'm curious to find out, you know, what the thought process is here for N1 Hex and how they're feeling here, because I got to imagine, you know, it might be kind of like mixed emotions, because like on the one hand you have the relief of, yeah, we finally got that win, you know, we finally got that monkey off our back, maybe the sky might be the limit here, but
Monkey off our
on the other
back.
hand, you got to be like, I wish we could have done it in like a full-on like 3-mapper, maybe like gone the distance, gone up against somebody who, you know, really tested us, really challenged us, give us that back half of Midtown Loyalty, but give me that for 3 maps.
I feel bad for the casters because they're gonna catch flag too
They
for
have
saying
had
shit
a
like
pretty
this.
front-loaded schedule. They've had some really tough matchups on their way to this one against Loyalty, but a lot of that is in their
But like,
rearview
what are they
mirror
gonna do
now.
about it? They
gotta
can't
be
talk
looking
about
ahead
it.
at where they're gonna go next and how they're gonna stack up with some of the other teams. Obviously, against Loyalty, they take the win there. They restore the faith a bit here. They can put up some dubs on the board, but that's kind of the question: is what does the bigger picture look like going forward for this team, and how do they keep adapting and adjusting to the meta? Right? We kind of pointed this out earlier as we were waiting for map number 2. It seems like a lot of the MRC teams still finding their footing after several balance changes since that MRC. So again, that is kind of the question and something to look to this team to see how they handle the rest of not only just preseason, but going forward in Ignite too, because, you know, the changes don't stop, right? Rivals is a game that is constantly changing around every turn. So this is kind of the first test for a lot of these teams to see how do they respond when things change, when the rug is pulled out from under them.
And let's look at the schedules for both teams, you know, going ahead here, because N1 Hex from here, they managed to get their win, but, you know, I'm looking at the landscape. I don't think it's going to get all that much easier. In week number 2, they're up against AAAD, then Zero Tenacity, and then Pirates. Those are the 3 that they still have to take. And yeah, that's a lot. You still have arguably the top 2 teams and also AAAD all coming down at you at mock speed, and you're going to have to try and find some way to buy at least 1 win off of one of those teams. I think, you know, maybe AAAD might be the most beatable, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe they just mind control you into C9ing too, and, you know, you go the way of Reject. And on the other side, Loyalty, they are going to be going up against Rival, and then I believe they also have Reject and Who was it on the last game? It's XOXO1. Honestly, all of those are kind of doable in their current state, so I wouldn't say all hope is lost here for Loyalty.
No, definitely not. I mean, there's some more games that they can make up some ground for. You know, gotta get a couple wins off the board here, but you don't have to win every series to get to playoffs. You know, some of it is just about trying to clear that gap, and you know that gap is widening for some of these teams. They're lagging behind a little bit, not a ton of time to turn things around, but you know, if Loyalty can continue to play like they have been, you know, again, like we said, you know, the back half for those maps, definitely a late game team, but they gotta find a way to turn on that late game team earlier in the maps for sure. That's a key for them. Their drafts seem good to me. I think they have some pretty sound draft fundamentals. But yeah, ultimately, it just seems like they gotta pick up the pace.
Yeah, but at least the hardest days are seemingly behind them here from here on out. And there will be some more opportunities going forward. It does kind of hurt that you weren't able to get the win over N1 Hex, but N1 Hex still come out with their heads held high, and they do have an opportunity, but they're going to need to ride that momentum going forward, because as we discussed, it's going to be scary, right? Like, of those three teams, AAAD, Zero Tenacity, and Pirates, AAAD I think is the only team that I would say that N1 Hex can have like pretty decent odds of being able to take down, right? Like, AAAD have had some flaws in their game that are exploitable, and with N1 Hex, you know, they study the tape. If they try and identify some of those weaknesses, they can find themselves a way into that sort of series. But Zero Tenacity and Pirates thus far have not shown us any such weakness. We'll get a little bit more tape on them as time goes by, and maybe there's something. There's never nothing. There is always something for a team with the talents of N1 Hex, but it's still kind of a rough schedule, right? Like, what do you think is like the mentality going into a situation like that? Like, you know, put yourself in their shoes.
Yeah, I think some of the thinking is along the lines you were already talking about. I think looking at AAAD, that's a must-win for them. It's a very possible win, but they can't overlook the fact that some of their win against Reject was because of those C9 moments and walking off the point. So definitely a winnable matchup for them for sure, but I think that's the mentality. Look at just the next game. Don't look at the bigger picture, just take things one step at a time.
Well, I'm curious to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, and we have got DC Danny on the line ready to go. Our interview is ready, so let's get him in here and figure out how things are going. First of all, congratulations on the win. Danny, how does it feel to finally get that first tick in the dub column?
Oh no, it feels great. I felt like we were supposed to win 2 other games, you know, or like 2 other matches. We let that go, so finally just being on the board feels pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys have taken some maps in some big matchups, and, you know, I was kind of wondering, you know, with this one, able to close this one out and kind of finish the meal here, is there something that's changed, you know, fundamentally?
The entire chat is pissed here. Holy shit.
Beat your heads against it until you find one you can close out?
No, well, we definitely put in a lot of practice. Like, every time, like, we lose the game, we spend, like, a couple hours just spot reviewing, making sure that we get better, for sure. And I think today we came in, like, extremely prepared.
Bro is mogging us with that
exactly
jaw.
How they seem like
Full house, man. I mean, I'd be pissed, bro. Rami Malek at home.
The work is definitely
He
showing,
doesn't
and I
look
think
a little
right
bit
away
like
on
Rami
Hell's Heaven,
Malek.
we were like, this team looks like they've locked in. They definitely don't want to go down the, you know, the way the last couple ones have. They don't want to let us.
What in the Roblox?
They want to seize this moment, and that was evident throughout. Oh no, go ahead. You got the floor, my friend. This one's all you.
Okay. No, I think against Reject, that was like an eye opener, you know.
How is saying deadass language?
The next map or the next match, we definitely should have won that. You know, like the last game, I think we just had like every advantage and we let that one go. So we just made sure going into this one, just like clear comms, everybody like needs to keep focused so we just don't make that mistake again.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
did I not get the reference? I don't know what that reference is.
I was gonna throw. I got one last quick one for you. Of the teams you still have left to face in the lineup, is there one you've got your eye on, or a team you're looking forward to facing, or a team that you fear?
I wouldn't say that we fear, you know, like I wouldn't say that we're scared. There's definitely going to be some competition. I think our next match against AAA is definitely going to be pretty exciting. So I'm like just excited to see how we do against them.
I mean, you kind of, we had the same wavelength there, Diatata, because that was the same question that I was going to ask, but I'm going to take it a little bit one step further, and I'm going to say, like, what is going to be, like, the mentality going into this schedule as it continues? You know, is it one step at a time, or is it, you know, just trying to be the best version of yourself so that you can take on all 3 of the teams you have still yet to play? Because there's some heavy hitters coming down at you. Not to scare you, but...
Just win, I think. that's all we can do at this point, you know? You just gotta play for the win.
Easy enough. No, I'd win. All right. Thank you so much, Danny. The floor is yours real quick if you have anything else you want to say, any shout-outs or any congratulations to your teammates.
Yeah, shout out JT3, that's my GOAT.
Put in work.
That's it.
That's pretty much
Absolutely
it.
insane, that matchup, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for
Holy
joining
shit,
us, Danny.
what a
and, thank you
cornball.
to JT3 for being the GOAT as well.
Alright, thank you guys.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, definitely a lot for that team to celebrate here tonight. On the board, first win for sure, and definitely already forward thinkers here looking ahead at who's left in the lineup and who to watch out for. But, you know, plenty of hurdles still in their way for the rest of the preseason, no doubt.
But I like the confidence. I like the no, we
Jesus.
just win. Like that's really all it is.
I give you
And,
the reference.
you know, to his point, it did feel like maybe they should have won the game up against Rival. Maybe they should have
Yeah, I've
won
never
the
seen that
game
one.
over XOXO01. Yesterday was kind of a rough day for
Who's
Emlyn
spamming
Hex,
me
but
right now?
you know, if those series go a different way, we're singing a different tune today. Maybe this would be just another one in a long line of victories. Maybe this would be a playoff team. Their playoff hopes are not done. They are not put to rest. They still have a chance, but it's gonna be a little bit rough from here on out. But speaking of from here on out, we still have 2 more series coming your way, chat. I sure hope you're not tired because we got so much more coming your way. A couple more bangers on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We've got game 4 on the other side of this break.
Jesus. AD versus Arrival. Dude. Oh my god, these games are taking so long. Do I even want to watch them? Like, I need to watch Z10 versus RC, but... Like, if I play a game right now, I don't even think anything will happen. I don't think I'm gonna get a game. Playing ult. Is I'm scooting midstream? Yep, I am.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
her. Getting ult? Or he doesn't have ult.
You're on ult first, or me?
I don't know. Pull behind, or I can carry behind it.
Oh, where is Banda? Why is my invis not healing my other invis?
The fucking flank purple or Deadpool. Oh my gosh.
Gee, fucking G.
Wait, Cheeky, that's her teammate. That's her teammate. It's Cheeky, Cheeky.
Time to celebrate.
Bro.
Thanks so much.
Bro, he's so bad.
You know, they are one of our guest teams. They were invited here. They had their pick of the litter when it came to roster. They just need to back it up and have the performance to show it. And thus far, it's been a bit of a rough go. You know, mixed results. Still besting N1 Hex, so not completely out of the field, but in the middle of the pack where you can go up or you can go down, today is where they have to decide which it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we said it at the beginning of the night. A lot of teams here have a lot to prove and a lot of opportunities to show their stuff tonight, and this is another one for both of these teams. It does feel like Rival kind of finding their place here, like you said, in the pecking order, in the field here. Triple AD, you know, good insight on that too. You know, gotta show us that the win against Reject was not just off the back of Reject, you know, miscomming a little bit, stepping off the point too much. You know, you want to see them come out with a big win here. So a straight up win right on the battlefield, take the fight right to them would be a big statement for really either side of the board here. But of course, that would advance Triple AD to a 3-1 record here. So, you know, definitely playoff picture looking good for them. So yet again, the fourth match of the night, and it is another must win for both sides of the board.
As funny as it would be to just come in and, like I said, treat it like a victory lap, I think I agree. It is still a must-win just to solidify their place towards the top. You know, get themselves some good seeding, and again, prove that they are a top contender and it was not a fluke. And you know, as nervous as they might have been at the top of the show, this might be the time to get those nerves out and get a real game under their belts and really show us what they are capable of, because we look at this roster and we know they are capable of some great things. We saw some glimmers of those great things, and even if you want to chalk it up to the C9s from Reject, a large part of that was set up due in no small part to the dives by Illicit and No Smite. Illicit on that Daredevil, I'm going to keep harping on it. You cannot give this guy access to the DD or he will make your backline feel the full force of that mistake.
Yeah, definitely with you there. I also definitely big shouts to Rocco and Tuba as well. Tuba on that Deadpool, absolute menace in their first matchup tonight. But for Rival, they had an opportunity to see Triple AD in action, and now just a couple hours later, we'll get to take the fight right to them here. This Rival squad, they do have a couple of bright spots here. I feel like, you know, Six is also a pretty good Vanpool player in their own right as well. Zeft has a pretty strong Star-Lord here too, so there's definitely a couple of key pieces to this team that they're going to
doing right now?
Almost definitely.
And I have seen HK Mario putting up some pretty impressive stuff in the scoreboard on some of these this team's wins, and even in some of their losses, he's come up pretty clutch for this team from time to time. And I think we're going to need to see more of that, as this, I think, you know, might be one of the more evenly matched matchups that we end up having towards the end of the night here. We're going to kick things off on another new map we haven't gotten to see yet.
Okay.
We're going to Krakoa for our domination match.
6:30 a.m. That's what I figured.
Dom on deck as always to start things off, and yeah, you know,
it's 5:35 where I'm at.
It's a little bit of a question of endurance on Triple AD's part. You know, they did have a tough matchup with Reject, had to play the whole thing out.
Just
they did come out the other side. The victors, though, now already having
just
to
been
get
watching
back
the
up
entire
and
Ignite series for Asia.
Versus Rival, which, you know, being fresh could be
very boring games. I can't lie.
Are they going to come in cold? What's the warm-up look like for them? Of course, Triple AD, one of the best warm-ups they could have possibly had, that win against Reject. So So I'm curious to see what the beginning of this matchup is going to look like. Definitely going to set the pace for the rest of the series.
Rams is a filthy
And again, I think the
Midwest.
ban draft is going to be what does end up setting that
I'm in
pace. And as I
Texas.
mentioned, you cannot give illicit access to the Daredevil, but just as deadly is Rocco on that Elsa Bloodstones. That's two things you have to deal with, and you know, maybe you get
Currently
lucky,
scanning out
maybe
the
you
LFG
take
to
out
find a
both of
DPS
those
player
in
for
the
this
ban draft.
MRC, hopefully.
You're not getting both of those.
You don't have a
and the
DPS player on your
Gambit.
team?
So pick your poison. You have got 3 very deadly chalices full of snake venom. And
What's your
you
goal
can,
for MRC this season?
You have no choice but to take a sip from at least one of them. Heaven forbid 2 of them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what a lot of these drafts come down to for these teams, are the lesser of not just 2 evils, but 3, 4, 5, 6 evils that you have to pick from. And which one do you want to try to counterplay against? Which one do you just not want to deal with outright? It's really
We
a
had one, he
choice
went
of 1,000
MIA
cuts,
randomly.
unfortunately, for a lot
Stuff
of
happens.
these teams in draft. So even more important now is what you ban and what you save.
It could be
And,
worse.
obviously, you know, both of these teams have some standouts for sure. The question is, how many of them can you get rid of, and what does that leave you to play against when you hit the battlefield?
To my
I was
previous
supposed to
point,
play in the
Gambit is
J3
going to be
tourney
one of the chalices we
with
are
a team
not
that I
taking a
found
sip out
randomly
of
in like last
today.
day,
Rival opened
and
things
then
up
my
with a
team didn't
Mantis
sign
Protect,
up,
and we have seen
so
Mantis often coming through, and
we
I think
couldn't
that
play.
might also work kind of in reverse from the Elsa. You
So
know how I
that's
talk
that.
about when you see the Elsa Protect, there's got to be a Mantis ban to follow from the other side. I think there's going to need to be an Elsa ban that comes out from the side of Triple AD, but before we get to that, they are
Trying to get my tanks to start IGLing is a nightmare.
Protect,
Most
and
of my
I
class
gotta
players top
imagine,
64 this
there
year,
we
but
go.
we're looking
There is going
pretty
to be that
unorganized right
Elsa
now.
ban
Really.
from Rival. So a good read.
You guys have a
early on here
coach?
from Rival.
Yeah, and it feels like Rocco was kind of expecting it to come down the pipeline, locked in the
Yeah, tanks who
Psylocke
don't
on
like
the
people who
early
don't
setup
know
here.
how to calm
Elsa
or
off
like
the table
IGL
completely
are
from both sides, though.
not ideal.
Triple AD take her out as well, and Rival bans away the Daredevil too. So you know, obviously some new fresh tape for them to watch here from tonight's matchups, and they definitely paid attention as they will
You have your own
also
support
take
coach
the
I brought with me, and
Vanpool
Coach Kips is our
away
macro
from Tuba.
coach.
So Rival
Ooh.
going straight for the throw
Kips
here in this
as a
draft.
coach.
Yeah, I kind of love it.
Kips is
One-sided Loki
goated.
for the side of Triple AD, I love a little bit less. I mean, Loki is very strong right now, but
Real chill
you know,
dude who knows what he's talking
strong for a
about.
variety of reasons. Taking a one-sided Vanpool duel on the other side, though, I don't know that, you know, the God of Mischief is going to have the stuff to be able to deal with that one. We're going to see a Daredevil ban coming out to round things out here for Triple AD, meaning that no one is
What are the
going to
names
be
of your
donning
tank
the Matt Murdock
players?
today, and you know what?
You
I'm
coach one of
okay
your
with
previous
that.
teams as well? Dope.
As a
We've got
strat
a lot of-
player, the less of him, the better.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. And we've seen a lot of Daredevil action, so definitely time to change it up for these duelists here. You know, the one bright spot to the Loki save for Triple AD is the only strategist
Okay, so
they don't
Loki
have access to is
Mantis
Gambit.
save
So
on both
definitely get your
sides.
run
Tank
of
pull ban
what you
for
wanna copy, but
AAD.
yeah,
Also
you
no
know,
Elsa,
not
Gambit,
the
or
best save necessarily, but there is a bright spot
Daredevil.
here as they are going to lock things in and get ready for this map one. Yet again, Triple AD, this is their second series of the night here, and the first
Bans
one up
pretty
against
even.
Reject. We
It
will
just depends
see
on
if
how well they
Rival will
play
test them
triple
here
support Loki
as well,
Mantis
while
into a
Rival
tank pull
looking
with
to
the
break that
Mantis.
1-1 record they are standing on right now as well. So again,
But my
it's
support
another
coach is
situation
good. I
where
love
you
her. She got
really
top
wanna
16
see both of
MRI.
these teams
Ooh.
win because Rival needs another win, and Triple AD needs to prove that Reject was not just a fluke for them.
Yeah, before this, both of these teams were kind of drifting towards that that middle of the pack, but Triple AD
Mantis is
have found
perma-ban this
themselves
MRI?
drifting
A lot
bit
of teams
further
are
up the
perma-saving
pecking order,
it.
and if you're Rival, you
can't really
don't
ban
wanna let them
Mantis
get away
when
with that.
things
If
like
that-
Elsa
if
or
anything else,
Gambit are in
you
the
wanna
game,
tag along and
you know?
try and find your way up towards the top as well, and a win is going to be the only way to ensure that that
Okay,
ends
so
up
AD
happening
is playing
here.
triple support
We kick things
dive
off on
with the
Grove, and
Mantis.
there are the Mantises from both sides.
Rivals is
Mantis
playing
I'm not
pretty
quite
much the
sure
same
of
thing, but with a
plural of
Star-Lord
Mantis.
and
Probably just
a
Mantises,
tank
but
pool
no
instead of a
fight on the
cap.
Captain America. That's an interesting look here. Triple AD, even without the Daredevil, are still going to be coming out with a
Rivals
dive.
should
Listen,
win
not
based
able
on
to use that Daredevil, gonna
like
be,
comp,
just as effective on the Psylocke,
their
I am
team
sure,
comp.
but early on repelled there
Just
by
because the tank pool is gonna be really good into the
definitely a case
supports.
of a lot of Triple AD's players on other heroes
A lot more
that
than
didn't
tank
get to
pool, I
run
wanna
against
say.
Reject here. Tuba on the Venom.
Wow,
They're gonna play right
okay.
on through there. Illicit on
Good
the
dive
Psylocke,
on the
gonna grab a
two-
double KO
3
right
supports, I
away there.
guess.
Zeph trying to even the odds for Rival.
Where's
Over on that
Rivals?
Star-Lord,
Where's
he's
the
not
rest of
going
the team
for it.
when they're
They
doing
will
that
at least
dive?
get a couple of KOs here, but Triple
Not
AD
peeling,
gonna come out
so
the other
surely
side
they
with
were hitting the
value
back line
here,
at the same
and
time, no?
almost the capture point for themselves here. Just gotta chase the last bits.
Like,
of
where was my
Rival
Star-Lord?
off, and there it is. First cap goes to Triple AD. Several heroes, 50% and ready to go for maybe an alt fight in the next team.
Oh, good cleanup damage there from Zep to take down Tuba. So there is going to be at least a way forward for Rival to get themselves back on top of this waterfall and utilize this high ground. If they can find another Elim, they can potentially get themselves on the point there. And Illicit, that is the best Elim you could possibly ask for right now, because now Proxies doesn't have to have his head on a swivel, doesn't have to worry about the Psylocke coming in and taking an unwanted duel, and Rivals now 5-man strong on the point here, looking to try and find the flip, but as Tuba comes back into the fold, wants to stand his ground.
Yeah, looking to try and clip those claws right off of Triple AD, but Rocco's got some claws here too on the Mantis. Will find Zeph Starlord, sending him back to spawn for now. Triple AD still in control of the capture point here. Lumi looks like they did find something off of the Jeff ult here, and now Rival gonna come through with some KOs here, looking to try and secure this retake here. Closet over onto the Jeff ult, will find, I believe that's the Venom of
What
HK
is the
Mario
Venom
here,
doing?
And Invis as well, double KO off of the Jeff ult, will keep Triple AD in control.
HK Mario just fought the Feast of the Abyss, dove
Yo.
right into the Jeff's mouth like it was a
What is
sleeping
my
bag.
Venom doing,
I don't
bro?
know if I've ever seen that before in my life, and you know what else I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing Rival
Oh,
Esports getting
hell
any gas
no.
percentages. Triple AD off the back of that that Jeff ultimate from Quad.
Yeah, man.
Are able to
Just
repel
Venom ult into a
this,
Jeff and get
early
it
rally
cancelled,
from Rival.
and then
Now
die.
Zeph once again has to try and look for
Brilliant
an opening
fucking
frag
play,
if they want
man.
to try and get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, it felt like Rival was kind of finding the flow, and then suddenly they had the rug pulled out from under him from a very hungry Shark that found a couple of solid KOs off that one. So now Triple AD firmly in the driver's seat here. Proxies, though, on the Mantis, all looking to try and get Rival back in the fight here. Triple AD gonna throw everything they've got at Rival to try and close out the point. Early here, Soul Resurgence gone for both sides of the board here, though it is gonna be 6 on that Van Pool there, finding 1. Winsker forced down the invisible boundary here to try and close things out. Illicit and Tuba gonna pick up right where they left off in the series against Reject here. Right back in your KO feed. A double for the Psylocke here, and a double for the Venom as well. Very successful overtime fight here for Triple AD, but they gotta close the door on him here.
Bro, that's the
Overtime
second ult you
ticking
got
away.
cancelled.
I do see a Doctor Strange over on the side of Rival, and I don't think the portal's gonna make it in time. It does not, and Triple AD will walk away with point number 1.
And I can tell you that point was no fluke whatsoever. It looks clinical from Triple AD. Illicit is always there on the follow-up or being the one to lead the charge. It doesn't really matter because either way, Rival Esports are constantly on the back foot there and not doing the best job, to be completely honest with you, of repelling whatever comes after his initial opening salvo. There was a slight layering of the strategy ultimates, but I believe that was forced out by Tuba using that Beast of the Abyss, Proxies, and I believe it was, I'm not quite sure if it was Lael on the Invis previously as well. I think both had to use their strategist ultimates just to be able to live through that, but it just wasn't enough, you know? Once that's gone, Illicit in the neutral, just able to clip with that Sonic Crossbow, get a couple of headshots in there, a little bit more damage down range. There's nothing Rival can really do about it. They gotta keep this guy in check somehow, some way, and so far, I ain't seeing it.
Yeah, it feels like they're being blocked almost around every turn by Triple AD here. The 1 or 2 times they had some breakthroughs going, immediately shut back down. An ult comes through for Triple AD.
Who are you rooting for? I was rooting for Rivals because they seem to be the better team, but I guess not anymore. AD is putting Delta ass right now. What's up, Gamma?
Triple AD, they were never able to secure the retake here, so Rival got to get on the board here. No smite on the Steve Rogers here, the football cap here, leading the charge for the rest of Triple AD and diving right on in to throw some haymakers here. Tuba gonna follow him in on the dive, and Beast of the Abyss already ready to go here. Point not even unlocked, not even contesting for it, and they are ready for a scrap here. Tuba will take out Liel on that Invis. 1 KO for Triple AD, and they're gonna grab this first cap here, while Rival gonna try to dust themselves off. A solid opener yet again for Triple AD.
I gotta call out one mistake there. That's not actually Steve Rogers from No Smite. That's Brett, what's his name, from ESU. Tuba with a chop there onto Proxies, and that is about as clean as it's going to get. Illicit with some damage there onto HK Mario as well, and yeah, Triple AD just able to snuff out any
Yeah, I
momentum that
guess
Rival Esports hope to try and
Rival
amass,
Esports
and
don't really
even
know how to
neutral here, they're
play
finding all these stagger elims
like
that one there onto
this
Zeph,
dive
who's going
comp
on
with
that,
a
Galactic Legend, but
with
we're
a
gonna
tank
have to
pool
wait,
Venom.
for that legend to come out
AD,
another day, as
AAA
it's
is just
coming
doing
out
it a
today.
lot
Rival Esports
more
trying to
simply,
get
I
themselves,
guess, by
composed
having a
here,
Psylocke
but Illicit
and a
not gonna
cap
allow them the room to
and
do
a
so.
Venom,
Here's the
so they're just
butterfly
kind of running it
again,
down,
forcing
just
reactions.
hard carrying
Yeah,
the fights.
damage coming down. I do see Lumi on the Jeff ult. I don't think there's any KOs coming through on that one. Quasit got the it's Jeff
How many is
down
in that
as
Jeff
well
ult?
here,
3?
trying to fire back against Rival. Tuba will pick up the KO onto the Shark, though. Lumi sent back to spawn for now as Triple AD again firmly in the driver's driver's seat here,
Oh,
winning
shit.
the multi-front war, but there's 6 again on the Vanpool. Will stop
That's a good
for the
kill.
selfie here too. HK Mario's gonna pick up one. Clausen at least trying to make
And
it
it doesn't
an
matter.
even fight here for Triple AD, but now Rival threatening to grab this point here. No smite away from the point on the Captain America, gets the freedom charge down and runs it right back to the point. They are able to defend it and
Okay,
chase
well,
off
this is just
Rival
boring.
yet again here. Multi-front war being won, whether it's a
Like,
close
can we
fight
get
or a
one game
neutral
that's,
battle,
like,
Triple AD
high
seems to
quality,
have
bro?
Rival's number here.
I mean, I like how No Smite saw that the cap was about to come through, and he was like, "Oh no, 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 you don't!" and pops the freedom charge just to make sure he gets back in time to snuff that one out. Don't worry, your team
Level 30
already had your back
trailing
there. Uses that one to
Magmarizer.
try and keep this forward momentum going. And Tuba is so deep inside of the enemy spawn right now that he's practically on their team at this point in time. But there is a spy among us, and we have got to deal with him before we can move forward. As Illicit is tearing up everybody who dares touch foot onto the point here. Feast of the Abyss coming out from HK Mario, and will he find enough to snack on? No, it's going to be only a nibble and not nearly enough to satiate his hunger.
Ults for Rival going offline one at a time here. The team goes dark, but HK Mario will find one onto Rocco here. Mantis back in the spawn while Triple AD is trying to close this out in one last overtime fight. Tuba on the Venom here, played right through, getting banned out in the draft phase this time. A solid performance from them. Dance of the Butterflies almost ready to go.
Why is
for
my
Illicit
Venom
if
shooting
they
at the
need
tank
here.
instead of the
I do believe
supports?
that's a
There we
strange
go.
portal coming in from 6 now on the side of Rival. They're going to try to fight this out to the end. There's the Dance of the Butterflies from Illicit. We'll find 2 and looking for even more here as Triple AD looking to close out a Krakoa. 2 points to none here. It'll be one more KO for Tuba as well. HK Mario going to follow the rest of their team back to spawn, and that is it.
That was
for
just so
Krakoa.
sad.
Triple AD will have it.
You could take away the Daredevil from Melissa, but if he picks up the Psylocke, he is looking just as deadly. And where do you go from here, right? Like, you're trying to snuff out Triple AD's dive strategies by target banning some of their strongest heroes, but it doesn't matter because the second strongest hero still seems to be stronger than anything that you're bringing to the table, and rightfully so. Illicit will be walking away with the MVP. How many final blows did he manage to accumulate there? Because we gotta be in double digits there. Yep, right on the nose. 10 final hits for Illicit, and for a map that went by that quick, that's not nothing.
No, for 2 points that were both 0 to 100, no retakes. Yeah, nothing just these. Actually, I was gonna guess 12, so I guess I wasn't too far off. But gotta point out, no smite on the Captain America. Did not get KO'd one time this map. So Steve Rogers, or his ESU undercover persona, definitely plays right on through here. Big stuff from all corners of this Triple AD roster from top to bottom. They all put in the work here and come out the other end the winners here. So, you know, again, we said going into this match, right, Triple AD had to show us it wasn't
What was
just a
even
fluke.
that highlight
Taking win
that
against
they just
Regen,
showed?
I think that map alone
What was
shows you
that highlight?
definitely Triple AD
Bro, they're
does
just
have
showing random bullshit.
Oh, yeah, and Rival Esports now know that for sure, as they have felt the full weight of those teeth sinking, breaking the skin. I gotta be honest, by the way, you already caught me. I forgot the name of the skin for the Captain America because I think it's Brett Hendricks. But he's got the name Rogers on his back because he goes undercover but puts his real name on his back. He's not a very good undercover agent, I have to say.
You know, I wouldn't normally send a super soldier for a job that, you know, somebody coming out of the Red Room, you know, trained, or an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle. Maybe not my choice for Secret.
Rival is literally a diamond
Furthermore,
team.
why are we allowing a super soldier who's all juiced up on super soldier serum to play college football? That seems like it should be in violation of several rules. Surely there's got to be someone, you know, putting a stop to that, right? Like, where's the outcry? Why is Captain America just dunking on college kids when he's got literal super soldier serum developed by Howard Stark? I'm not sure what the timeline actually is, if that's true in that particular timeline where he ends up at ESU, but still, it's an outrage.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, definitely good looks.
What are they
for
chatting about,
Captain
bro?
Rogers
They were
there
just
on the battlefield.
stalling
No
for
smite,
time.
no KOs, on
They were
that
stalling
first
so
one there.
hard,
Triple
bro.
AD will take the first map. We will take a very short break, and we will get back to map number 2, Triple AD versus Rival, right after this.
Fucking super soldier this, super soldier that. Stop. Just stop, bro. Let's watch Fork. The Forks and the Dogs. Okay, he's in band phase. Let's not watch him. Let's watch Chime. Energy Shock.
Oh my, just booped 6 off the map. We can win.
True.
I can't place it on you, I'm sorry. I wanted to, I did. I was considering the following.
Clearly you needed some help.
What is that all?
Very aggressive, invisible.
I mean, I had to. There's just like better carries on the screen, I had to, you know, like you're not understanding this yet, I think. I'm like prioritizing players to heal. Like, some are better than others, you know?
No, I know, I understand.
Yeah, like for example, you're 19 and 8, so like, get this straight, right? You're 19 and 8, or Thor 24 and 7. Better, right? Better.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal him. I'm gonna heal him.
How about buy SSG bundle?
You'll need a top-notch team to
I mean,
win this one.
can you help him? Because I'm healing him. He has 5 deaths. Like, once you do something worth getting healed for, I'll heal you.
Jesus.
I'll try.
Like, maybe I just flake SSG bundle and we can actually win the game because we have a good DPS.
Well, if you flake me, I kill everyone.
You want flake SSG bundle?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Maybe you can actually win now.
What she munching on? What you munching on? No? Alright, my bad.
What the fuck is happening?
Why don't you stream anymore?
Alright, bro. I'll be back.
Holy fuck, he'll be back. That was
You'll be
Aura.
back. Yeah.
I've been told that before. That kind of violence isn't really my style. If you came from my world,
No, that was tough.
When did Doomed go to Aura
Can I
School?
X-ray your knee? I mean, I could X-ray your K-knee.
By the way, why do we have a viewer called XShamX, who's the exact same
So
thing
I
as
Just
Sham9X?
8 minutes on that one.
Can we heal the carry?
Nah, I was reading chat. Sorry.
Last walk.
Yo, I gotta pick. I gotta pick. I gotta pick.
What
Yo,
the
are you
fuck?
robot?
feeling fantastic.
OMG, 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 that was
Yo.
so
Yo, are
sexy.
you watching this?
So nonchalant.
What the-
Why is his girlfriend
Wow, I
glazing
actually
him in
can't do
chat,
more
bro?
for us right now. That was all insane. Oh, he's frozen.
No, he's away.
Clapping them?
Look.
What the fuck was that?
Cause full HP. All you're saying is I'm so tough. I know. I'm actually talented. All I'm gonna say, by the way, 10 deaths, 5 deaths. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. 11 deaths. Oh, never mind. Wrong player.
Oh.
It's a bug. It's a bug. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me show you how it's done. Oh my! Yo, whoever shot that guy, you're done for.
Yo, why can't I be this entertaining?
If we get to the castle, we can break this curse.
I'm gonna push in with my Q button for fun. Let's
Bro.
get active.
Oh, you're dead. Just be funnier. Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm back in the
Alright, force like ultimates with my ult. We can win.
Why do I feel like your DPS?
Nah, I have 20k healing. Oh, that's not good. Alright, that was a fluke. That was a fluke.
This fucking guy.
What I? Oh my!
No worries.
No, I'm the greatest.
Back fast, back fast, back fast, back fast. I'm back fast. Chill, chill, chill. I'm back fast. Alright, I'm here. Full healing.
Alright.
Their rival
Hello,
definitely
Jeff.
are banning probably the highest value targets they possibly
Good
can.
morning. Good afternoon.
Right, like I think they just kind of need to play this map into their style a little bit better. You know, I wouldn't hate, like I said, I
Gambit
wouldn't
ban
hate to
both
see an
sides.
identical ban
Heard that you're a
phase
good
from
Angela
the
player.
last one.
I'm pretty decent
Both
on the
teams gonna
character.
go straight for the Gambit
Yeah.
ban and a Mantis Protect coming out from Rival as well. Same thing that we
Mantis
saw on Krakoa.
Protects,
Not really
ban
reinventing
Elsa.
the wheel here, so we're kind of going down
Loki.
those same steps. And yeah, just keep at it, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, very different map, lots of opportunities.
I
for them to
taught
play a
him.
Very different
Yep,
composition here.
that's
so,
true.
You know, as far as
That
the
guy
draft
taught
is
me.
concerned, it can be kind of a it ain't broke, so don't fix it sort of situation here. Triple AD going to focus a little bit more on the strategy.
He's
They will
Slurpee.
take away the Loki from Rival, but they'll save a Mantis for themselves. So going to be a lot of soul resurgence, a lot of damage boosting here. Because again, if you can't get access to the Gambit, Mantis definitely not a bad one to have in the back pocket. Rival going to keep that Elsa locked down against Triple AD. Cannot give that back to Rocco because they've already seen what he is capable of on it earlier tonight against Reject.
See the
Elsa bans
Elsa
both
bans,
sides.
and
Daredevil
again.
ban.
So yeah, Rival.
Protect
They're
Loki?
most likely gonna have
Yep.
to deal with illicit Psylocke here somehow,
So,
some way. Whether it's like just
AAA
another
probably
to
wins
try
this
and,
again.
like, pepper her down with the squids, but that's not really the most reliable way. All that really can
Ban
do is
Thankful.
like alert you to her presence if she's off on an angle. The problem is that Psionic Crossbow, right? It just kind of does so much damage. It literally is just like a shotgun with a different name, right? Like, and with the combos that you can get with the shurikens as well, it's so
Jeff
easy to
ban.
just burst out a Vanguard, especially a Venom that gets a little bit too cute, you know? It's something that you're gonna have to watch out for, and if Illicit is
Jeff
at the
ban
helm of
probably
that
hits
hero
the
again,
hardest,
which
to be honest.
that's not even a
Rival
guarantee, because
Esports.
honestly, his bag goes deeper than that.
Yeah, definitely a player
playing
with
2-2-2
a deep hero
comp.
pool, exactly what you want to see in this league here. Definitely don't want to get caught off guard in the draft phase and have absolutely nothing to go to. One difference I do notice in this draft is that Rival are going to take Daredevil in. They do get the Daredevil save here, so I don't know if that will be the turning point for them, but I do like that they're going to be able to bring DD to the map here. But again, you know, you just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Times
to
every so
turn
often I think
things
back onto my
around
match
for them.
and
Of course,
against you
Triple
and
AD
think
taking
if I
map
got up
number one
Ange, I
here
would have
on
won.
match point and ready to close things out. Museum of Contemplation
when did we go
is
against
where
each
they
other?
finish off Reject as well. So they've already
remember.
picked up one win here tonight. The
I've gone
question
against
is,
you.
can they do
You're
it
in my
again
elo.
and close out their second series? That would put them at a 3-1 record and firmly at the top of the leaderboards, at least in the top 3 or so of Asia Pacific.
And can they do it more decisively than last time? Like I said, no C9s, just give me a pure beatdown, B2A, and just kind of like we saw on Krakoa. If they can do that here on Museum of Contemplation, they can silence any doubt and maybe rebound properly today. You know, going back-to-back with 2 wins on the day, that's definitely the way that you want to get that rebound after that first loss a couple days ago. But Triple AD on the defensive side, leveraging the Mantis Loki group, full team up coming out here for Triple AD and Rival. They're going to be coming out with the Ultron. Interesting look right out the gate. A lot of damage, a lot of hit scan damage, and a lot of Mantis damage boost damage for that Ultron. So I don't hate this from Rival Esports either.
You learn in like high gym, low celestial. Ah. Yeah, if I was playing Invis, you probably lost because of that. Because my Invis is too good. Obviously. Big dive, no lamps. Oh, that's a big kill. Oh, that's a big fucking kill.
A double KO on the Doctor Strange. Six will pick up one.
That was really nice
as well.
from
HK
Rebels,
Mario
actually.
gets one. There is one KO
I like
coming
that
through
play.
for Triple AD, but it is huge here for Rival on the opener. It is going to be almost a complete ace onto Triple AD, and that is a lot of free real estate. A solid opening salvo from Rival.
That's Aura from Lumi. Like, homie just walked right up, slow walked right up, slow rolled straight to the back line, Maelstrom of Madness, boom, you're gone. And now there's suddenly just no defense. There might be an opportunity for Triple AD to get a touch here, and
Dagrid
is
is
going to
dead.
do just that, but the healers are
Oh,
lagging
left.
a little bit behind. Regen don't main force that early on, and a Rage of Ultron, once those greens are gone, your backline is going to be under so much pressure, but listen, a firm anti-AI stance taking down Zeb tells them to pick up a pencil.
Closet really trying to keep the sustain going, even when the region domain goes down.
Oh, wow.
Invisible boundary goes up, but it can't stop the might of 6 here. Triple KO making a quad there on the Punisher. Judge, jury, and executioner here, wiping out all of Triple AD yet again. Rival now on the move. 4:45 on the clock, and they've already got checkpoint number 1 locked in their pocket.
Appreciate that camera cut to HK Mario, just giving Alyssa a firm backhand. Getting a little bit of retribution for Zeft off of that one. And Triple AD, I like the swap that they're making, but it comes at the end of point A, so they can't really leverage any of the angles to get Illicit set up where he wants to be.
What do you say? Open up that profile when you're flaming on Marvel Rivals. I want to see the stats of the player who plays the game, especially their ranks. Because most of the time, people who talk shit the most are lower ranked than me, and they don't know what they're talking about. I start to sleep. How are you? Did you miss your Venom ult? Yeah, get this guy out of Venom, bro. I was laughing against Angela, 2 people in the hit forward. First my peeking Elsa, swap with me.
Plays right on through it, chews through the Groot there. One more KO for the Frank Castle on the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I don't know if the Groot really does anything here. You should probably swap out the Groot. Yep, there it is. On the Venom now.
Song Inferno to follow it up here, trying to cash in the sparks. Will get some damage down, but not enough to convert to KOs yet. So Triple AD kind of doing this one at a time. All thing trying to poke some holes in Rival and see where the weaknesses are. But so far, Rival still standing tall here, 330, and just one more quarter of the way to checkpoint number 2.
Very aggressive invisible boundary. Now with the Soul Resurgence, and there is that final stand coming out there from 6. And Chuba now popping the M. A lot of ultimates coming out. You were saying they were doing it one at a time. Well, now the ult bank has been forced to be drained as Rival Esports leveraging their advantage with the range of Ultron, just peppering Winsgar. And that is going to be the revenge of the AI. The robots are now fighting back, and Lumi.
Yeah, I mean, Triple AD just like, what are you gonna do about their comp?
Clean up the triple for Zeft, and Rival Esports keeping this cart rolling on in. Winsgar going to make the swap over onto the Doctor Strange. There's an opportunity to get another touch here for Triple AD, and they're going to take it, but
what is this portal?
The just rolls right on through the portal, and it's going to be an interesting approach for Triple AD to say the least.
Maybe.
Right away, kidnapped right off of the point by Illicit, swapping over to the Wolverine. Quasit yet again copying the invisible boundary for Triple AD to all hunker down under here with just a few meters left to go for Rivals to get yet another time refresh. Illicit slice and dice though, straight through the Sorcerer Supreme. Lumi back to square one for now here as Triple AD looking to hold on here, trying to find a way to dig their heels in, but Rival definitely not giving up that easily. It is kind of the age of Ultron here from this Rival team. Zef putting in some serious work here. Beast of the Abyss coming out from HK Mario, but there's just not a lot of follow-up.
Was Triple AD playing Ultron at all? No, right? They're playing Loki and Vismantis. They need the Ultron. I don't know why we're not playing Ultron.
Last stand coming in for Illicit here, and 6 back on the final judgment will chase down Closet there. Loki offline. That does force out the invisible boundary, but if you're not in the boundary, you're not getting the heals from it, and 6 will fight yet another one onto the Sorcerer Supreme. Rocco, though, trying to even things out, will take down the Ultron, so they will at least clap back here. But right now, it is a back and forth with Rival just barely hanging on.
Yeah, just go Loki. Or just go Ultron instead of Loki. We're trilling.
Comes off the back of Lumi, just getting access to the backline, getting that far forward with the Doctor Strange and popping the Maelstrom Madness. Oh, hello, Rocco.
Like, Rivals is just winning right now because
this is our cart.
These have more damage output. Why are we on Angela? Get off Angela, please, please, Smite. Oh, we lost.
Way over there at the end of
Lost only finished Gym 3 placements, and I'm still in Gym 1.
This is where things get interesting, is the cart is going to transform into the.
You know, normally I'd be like, you just gotta carry your way out, but considering how long I was stuck in Gym 1, I'm not even gonna blame anybody for being bad, or for being Gym.
Big fat head do tend to obscure some of your line of sight as a healer, so your Vanguard have to play quite safe from here on out, and
dude, Triple AD is trolling.
Winsgar with the force pull there onto Zeft, and that is a 1-2 punch that
Where's my Mantis?
Rival Esports flat.
Why is she ever in that room alone with the Venom?
They will at least manage to pick up the Mantis, but feet not quite steady on the Doctor Strange quite yet here for Rival as they are looking for this last checkpoint here. You know, again, we saw Triple AD on this map earlier, but we did not see them play this far into it. Lumi coming in for the Eye of Agamotto will find Winsgar, they'll convert it into 1 KO. KO. Maelstrom of Madness to finish off the invis here. Quasit goes to the spawn room courtesy of the Rage of Ultron from Zeft as well. So picking up more KOs here is Rival, and with a minute 45 on the clock and just half of a checkpoint left to go here, they are threatening to close out this map, but Illicit out of nowhere will finish off Zeft. Age of Ultron over here for Rival Esports as Triple
Let's hit their back line when they're down the Ultron. Let's go in. Let's go in. Let's go. Alright, big old kill.
Gets the butterfly now from Illicit and gonna take down the invis and another onto 6 as well, and this should be where the car stops, at least for now. But there's going to be a minute 20 in the time bank for Rival Esports to get a little bit more progress here, potentially find the full cap, but you're right. It's going to look pretty scary here from here on out, as Rival Esports, yeah, they got a couple ults to their name, yeah, they got a minute to build up more, but Triple AD have both Stratus ultimates, they've got a Feast of the Abyss, and they've got the It's Jeff, which, you know, I guess all three Stratus ults, because we are in a triple strat world right now, trying to play some of this counter dive, and Feast of the Abyss coming up early on from Tuba, and Illicit is there with a follow-up. Gross, ew, disgusting. Love to see it, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is a triple strategist world, but Illicit is ruling it here as the sole duelist for Triple AD, finding more KOs on Psylocke. But again, almost all the Triple AD roster finding their comfy spot there in the KO feed, as it feels like Triple AD has really run this third and final checkpoint here. They have really taken control back of this match. 30 seconds left to go for Rival to find an answer, find some way to get this Doctor Strange here to the end of the track. But time very quickly running out here, and Triple AD have a lot of resources. Mantis all coming out first here of those resources just to try and close out. 6 though has one more final judgment ready to go here. Been a game changer for Rival, and now Rival will find one. HK Mario picks up a KO here. Zap 6, almost all of the Rival Esports members here now finding KOs of their own. Quasit is going to take out their strategist though, but it doesn't matter. Rival plays right on through. Ultron the only one standing, and now in overtime Rival have the run of the last bit of track here.
That's still a clutch play, though, from Quasit. You're going to give up a bit of cart progress here, but there's no teleport to get the strategist back to the front lines here, so there's not going to be enough healing. It's just going to be Zep
25% win rate with Venom, but unfortunately matchup because of brain dead players.
Come out fast and hit hard. They should
just hard carry on Venom, bro.
And avoid a long stagger fight that's going to let the strategist complete the walk back.
That's what Snake Case does, unless he gets planned out.
Sure, Illicit got one more dance of the butterflies to dance here. We'll find proxies right away. Mantis offline.
What happened to the Psylocke ult there?
Again, having trouble mustering up to this last point here, but they still control the card, and it is still making some forward progress here as Rival will bust right on through the AAA defense for one last time there. Lumi cleaning up Illicit, and Rival will clear the map in overtime.
It's not often we even get to see point 3 on Museum of Contemplation, much less see a completion of it, but Rival Esports are able to make it work, and you know, a lot of that was off the back of that swift point A capture, being able to parlay that momentum into point B, and then still, like we said, you know, finding these elims, finding these cheeky teleport plays from Lumi on the Doctor Strange to keep that Doctor Strange interesting. I wonder, does Doctor Strange have any voice lines where he acknowledges that he is in duck form on this map? Because I haven't heard any. Nevertheless, I mean, duck form, Lumi is in rare form right now, all right, on the Doctor Strange. Bro is the driving force of the success on this this composition. I love what I'm seeing out of Rival.
I was going to say peak form for sure. From square one here on Museum of Contemplation, Lumi has been a big piece of Rival's success here on this map, and they are firmly right back in the fight.
Yeah, but I'm not
series.
Snake Case.
So Triple AD
just become Snake Case,
there on domination, but so far here on some convoy action, Rival have Triple AD's number, and they are going to look to close this thing out. 4 minutes on the clock for Triple AD. They've got to clear the whole map and then take it to extra rounds if they want to close this series out here. So a huge opportunity for Rival to take this thing to map number 3.
But they don't want to use all 4 of those minutes. They want to do it a lot more quickly. And you can tell because No Smite is back on that Captain America or Brett Hendricks, whoever you are, you imposter you. But he's going to be running alongside Tuba on the Venom. This is the classic dive composition that you used to see once upon a time. You know, back when dive was popular before we went to the pocketing, as some people like to call it. I just made that up. I call it that.
You are some people, though, and some people do indeed call it the pokening here, but back in full force is a dive, and in full force here, completing his move through the transfer portal. Brett Hendricks back on the field, everybody, for Triple AD. No Smite back onto the cap that helped make a dent in that domination map on map 1 here. So now we're going to try to capture that magic again, but Rival on the move already. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Let's go on the Mantis. Why is she up there? I don't know.
KO here. They are going to trade back and forth, but 6 is going to try to take the lead lead for the rival defense here. Over onto Phoenix for this defensive play here. And already almost 60 seconds away here. Triple AD still just around that first corner, and rival looking to just keep shoving them back into spawn.
And Triple AD are trying to do essentially the same lineups that they played in the last time we saw this map, but they need to get someone on top of 6 and try and pressure this Phoenix down. But right now, the only pressure being felt right now is by Tuba, who is just taking headshot after headshot from 6, and no smite. Next on the chopping block, we'll be able to get back to the rest of his team alive.
My tank is washed. The only reason I'm playing right now is when I'm spamming hop angles on his scan. That's still good though. You could play tank pool. Yeah, that's what you've been doing on DPS and you're winning games because of that. Tank pool is just that, but like 3x.
Unless you can deal with him, you're not going to be able to round this corner.
No, and that is really just step number 1 in the rest of this map here, but Illicit is going to try to make it happen here.
Yeah, Illicit is shitting on these, like, he's legit shredding everybody. You ban him?
As well here. Make it 3 with the Psylocke as Triple AD will find the breakthrough they needed here. 2:15 on the clock as Lumi is revving up the Strange portal yet again here, and so many Doctor Strange plays from this rival team here on map number 2, and looking to make yet another one here. Will go for the contest as half of
this portal kind of
time
sucks.
is away now. Immediately snipes
that's a
down
nice kill
the
on the
invis as
invis.
soon as the boundary goes up, and Liel will put up Rival's boundary now as Triple AD gonna dump the ult charge here. Every single ult they've got on the board.
Every ult is being popped.
One KO so far coming through for Rival, and in fact it's a 1-for-1. Now no smite on the Captain America will break through, taking down the Ultron, zapped back to spawn, and listen, will pick up another double KO here with just a minute 30 on the clock, and Triple AD come up big here on the last point. Lumi does go for the Eye of Agamotto, will find Tuba, but they don't have the bodies to follow up on it, so Venom will stand here as a Triple AD under a minute and 30. They will find the breakthrough and are able to get that time refresh to stay in it.
It's equal parts the Vibranium Energy Saw and Illicit's Katana that end up cutting Rival Esports back down to size on that
we're on
big
tank
contest.
pool
Still
now.
a valiant effort nonetheless, and they're able to bleed out some of that time bank, but still nearly 4 minutes going into point B.
I feel like Strange isn't terrible. I guess you can't really get much with the ult.
It's gonna be a soul resurgence
Tank pool's
waiting
better.
to try and slow their roll here. Roxy's needs to be focused down. That ult needs to be forced out, and Alyssa, I think, might need to go for another assassination. He's been so good at finding them here. Can he find another one here in the neutral? And better yet, will he have access to Rocco with a headshot there, taking down Proxies? Never mind. No assassination needed, just one
I saw your chat.
Clean snipe.
Yeah, Rocco and Illicit now after that first checkpoint clear. They are coming up big. Triple KO for the Psylocke on the side of Triple AD now as they are on a roll here. That's a double for no smite as well. Multi KOs left and right for this Triple AD team. The Triple A, of course, standing for the triple KOs. They've been picking up all map long here as they are on an offensive tear. 2:50 on the clock, and they are definitely picking up some momentum.
And I think that shot from Rocco earlier denied the Soul Resurgence from coming out, because look at Proxy's ult charge. It's back down to 76%. Bro, I think it got it denied halfway through. Tuba going in for a dive there. Wants to try and pressure him down again, because surely Triple AD have called that one out, and they are going to find 3 off the back of that Feast of the Abyss from Tuba. The Dance of the Butterfly. Triple AD know exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what
how much
Rivals
their
can
hands
do
to play,
about
not overplay it,
this
but
dive
find
comp they're
exactly what they
playing.
need to keep this cart rolling, and
They're
now
just
they
kind
are
of getting
threatening another cap, and
rolled.
I gotta be honest, I don't think that the Doctor Strange teleport is back online, and Rival Esports aren't going to be able to deny the point B cap from coming through. They can try and walk right on through, but no smite just
It's
holding
never
up the
gonna
shield
happen. I don't know why
for the
we're
door.
forcing
The
this
cap
touch
comes.
here.
Yeah, beautiful body.
Why are we
No
popping
smite.
ults
They
in their
secure the
spawn?
checkpoint. 3:30 on the clock to try and close this thing out. Every single fight now. Triple AD stringing beautiful win after win together here. Rival gonna dump all the ults here to try and slow this roll, but they cannot stop this train that is Triple
Side's
AD.
crazy.
They
Yeah, this
will
is kind of
cash
going
in a
off on the
couple
side.
ults here to try
And the
keep
Jeff
that
is
train rolling here,
killing the
but they
Memphis.
hold on to a couple as well. I like that they're trying to hold some back here, but a couple of KOs gonna come through now for Rival here. They will fight back as this Doctor Strange back on the board
They're actually
here,
holding
and
this
we are on the
decently
third
well.
and final leg of this map. Triple AD
This is a
gotta make this
tourney or
quick, though. They
class?
want to have as much time as they can to get that advantage in extra rounds, because right now CB is looking like we might be getting another round of
Yeah,
Museum of Contemplation.
6 is landing a lot of shots.
I mean, Rival Esports doing a good job of finding some of these
W
spawn
aim.
KOs, not letting Triple AD out the front door. And interesting that they're keeping up this pressure, because Quaza did actually get a pretty high value elim onto Proxies, scooped him up with a Jeff ult and brought him back into the spawn, and that is an insta KO. And without the Mantis there and still coming in on the walk back, there's an opening. And No Smite wants to try and seize that opportunity. As you can see the back line split clean in half.
Bro, this Invis ults every single time they're about to die. Like, it's just either unlucky or you're terrible. That's like the third ult I've seen where the Invis dies while using it.
Over and over again, and now Rival Esports over and over in your KO feed. They'll find the break.
So right now, Triple A just needs to hit the backline dive, but they're not doing it. They're playing frontline for some reason.
Rival Esports calm the chaos a little bit, and with 2 minutes on the clock,
like, let's
they
hit the
are
backline
in control here as Triple AD are going to pick themselves up and dust themselves off, and that's kind of the name of the game for Rival right now. Obviously, they want to shut this down. They want to win the map here, but if they don't have to, or they don't have the ability to, they want to just suck up as much of the time as they possibly can, make this extra round that much easier. But Illicit again on the dance of butterflies, gonna carve right through Rival. 4 members down, just HK Mario and Proxy the only ones left standing. With a minute 30, Triple AD are gonna get this duck moving yet again.
Yeah, but they gotta use that and the Jeff ult just to do that much. I mean, I was half expecting Tuba to even invest the Feast of the Abyss just to make sure that if a Strategist ultimate was online, which thankfully it was, and aside from the Rage of Ultron, that you'd have the anti-heal to be able to help Illicit burst through. Thankfully, you don't need that. You can carry it forward, but you don't really have anything to follow it up with now. So my question is going to be, how do you keep this pressure going? You only have a minute to try and do so, and you don't really have a lot of good tools coming up online. Maybe the Freedom Charge and Soul Resurgence can buy you some more time, but you need Alyssa to come up with another hero play, and Zeph says, no heroes today, it is only me. Once again, the Age of Ultron is upon me.
Not just only Zeph, but his rage as well there. They find a couple members of Triple AD. Zeph will get a running away. Rocco as well, holding the Soul Resurgence there. And yeah, it does feel like Triple AD are kind of stuck in this weird situation with the ults that they have, because Illicit's playing neutral for now, trying to build up that Dance of the Butterflies, but they just don't have enough oomph behind the ults that they've got here. So gonna have to let it fly though. 30 seconds left to go for Triple AD to close out the last little bit of track here.
We saw briefly that No Smite is nestled somewhere into the back line, and Rival Esports don't actually know where he is. They know he's back there, but they can't really do a whole lot about it.
Questionable
So they're
ult,
afraid to spread themselves too thin, less than
but
go for a back
we're
pass,
matching.
and now Silver Surgeon's going to come out from both sides, and even playing ground as No Smite will rejoin the fray here. Feast of the Abyss now going to come out from Tuba. It's on to Proxy, and the Elam does
never mind,
come
good
through.
kill.
Good stuff, but it's traded out for Quasit, a strat for a strat. You gotta find more if you want to keep this cart rolling. Tuba taking down 6, that's what you need, and No Smite letting the fist fly, taking down 2 on the other side. Make it a
Bro,
triple
Cap
there
does so
for
much
No
damage
Smite,
now. That's
and
insane.
that's gonna be enough to get this cart rolling again, but there's still 1, potentially 2 fights for Rival Esports to stop
This guy's
this
legit
cart.
shredding
If
everything.
they're quick, it's looking like it's gonna be one long stagger fight, but Triple AD, I don't know if they have the tools to be able to get this the rest of the way. Alyssa coming up on this Dance of the Butterfly, but he needs it now.
Yeah, this dance has to be absolutely huge here. Just a few seconds of overtime left, but a few meters left to go here. Race to the finish. HK Mario lets the Feast of the Abyss fly right off the bat here.
Nice
Wins
shot.
her on the invisible boundary, but the pick they did not want to see. Illicit taken down by 6 on the Phoenix here with just a couple of seconds of overtime left. Not what you want to see, and it is a long walk back at the very end here for the attackers. Triple AD, no body, still standing on the point. No Smite trying to continue being the hero for the team here as Rocco will find a pick. That forces out a lot of ults here from Rival Esports. They're overhead with the Rage, but on the ground, Quasit, Shark in the water with a second of overtime left. 6 will find 1 off the Insong. Inferno will take down the Jeff here, but Red Triple AD coming up huge here. They are all in the KO feed. It all turns blue here, and with just 1 second of overtime left, HK Mario, the last one standing for Rival, but that symbiotic resilience can't buy him all the time in the world, and Triple AD will send it to sudden death.
They had no business doing so, though, by the way. They absolutely should have lost that fight, because not only was Illicit not there with the Dance of the Butterfly when he needed it to be, but so much pressure was coming out from the front line that the strategists from Triple AD were completely
Is this live? It is live. Hello, Sigma.
Didn't have LOS.
We're live reacting to the Asia series.
Remaining members of their team, and it is a miracle that there wasn't a C9, that there was still forward presence, and that Triple AD were able to not only survive, but regain composure, come back, and then make a play before Illicit even pops the Dance of the Butterfly. Homie came back and did it in the neutral, found the elims he needed, and brought Triple AD the rest of the way. Museum of Contemplation is not over. We have got a game on our hands, folks. We have got a map, and we have got a chance for both teams to get their name
And
on
I
the
do
board
speak
here. Triple AD
Korean.
could go 2-0 on the
And
day,
read it.
or
And
Rival
write it.
Esports could snuff
I
out
love when I
that
lived
hope
there.
and take
How
us
long?
to a map number 3. Either way, I'm sat.
Yeah, I mean, what a match. No matter how this map ends
How
up
long
here,
ago, I
I
guess?
swore up and down
I
as
should
soon as I
ask.
saw Illicit go offline that it was over.
Little over a
and we
year.
were going to map 3.
Sick.
So props to Triple
I assume
AD.
for, like,
Heads up play
school
for
or
them
work.
For sure. Their one duelist goes offline. They play right on through. But this is truly
Maybe military?
sudden death for both of these teams. They both clear the map in overtime, so all they have is 60 seconds to push this thing as far as possible. There are no time refreshes in extra rounds, so yeah, I don't think I can think of a better
Military.
term than sudden death here. Rival
Fair.
Esports on the attack first. Triple AD, one more defense to try and close it out.
No Smite getting swept up there on the high ground. Interesting.
Yeah,
angle,
I went to
trying
visit
deny the
Korea
high
for the
ground
first time last
from
year in
the likes of
December
Rival
for
Esports.
Christmas
Not let the,
season.
The Venom get up
I had
there,
a
not
lot
let
of
them
fun.
stage a dive. He's under so much pressure and trying to be the sole survivor up there. Meanwhile, Tuba holding the fort down over here. Mag Cannon goes a little bit wide, but it's still enough to force Rival Esports back. They're playing a little bit scared. They don't want to be the first one to make a mistake and have Triple AD clap down on them. And even less than that, Triple AD don't want to fall and give up too much of this card so that they can't match it with the timer when we flip sides here. But so far, a stalemate from both sides. Lumi not going to be able to ore farm this time around. Gets checked, trying to go for that flank play.
Yeah, I like,
How do they win this fight?
The tenacity there to go after the same play as before, but they were ready for it here. And yeah, one slip here could
They
send
had a
the
good
whole
kill
map
on the
sideways
back line
from
here.
either side of the board here. Halfway to checkpoint number 1 is Rival Esports as they are going to take it
They were
into
welcoming people as
overtime
long as
here.
you have
And now
manners?
Illicit
Yep.
gonna get on the board. 1 KO on to 6 to start things off here as Triple
Oh.
AD are going to try to close it out here. No Smite picking up right where they left off last round.
Killed the
1
Ultron.
KO for the cap here and looking for even more here. Actually chasing the Ultron down as he is low to the ground
dead.
here. Invisible boundary coming down for Triple AD and Illicit again will
Yeah,
find
Illicit
one.
is going
Nagamoto
crazy.
goes through, does stun the back line of Triple AD, but they will play right on through it.
Yeah, I don't
and that
know,
is
like,
the end
Rivals
of
just doesn't know what to
Rivals'
do about a
run here.
Captain America
Halfway to checkpoint
permanently.
number 1 is all Triple A has got to do to close out this map.
And I want to say that's not bad for only having 1 minute in the time bank, but it still kind of feels like it's so easily achievable for Triple AD. I don't know. With what we've seen on Museum of Contemplation all day long, I'm still not ready to call this a dub for Triple AD. I need to see something quick and something explosive come out from them. Otherwise, I think Rival Esports still have a chance to hold this, right? Like, I think there is still that little bit of hope there unless Triple AD really come out swinging. Illicit, though, on the defensive side was absolutely swinging with that Phoenix, finding so many shots onto HK Mario and even finding a headshot there onto 6, shutting down that Punisher play that would have come through. And I think that shot there onto 6 was what snuffed out the entire momentum of the attack. You can maybe point to about 1,000 other things because a lot of things happened in rapid succession there, but for me at least, being able to shut down that damage was what started the snowball rolling downhill and stopped the cart from getting around that second corner there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Museum of Contemplation, you
Can the
don't
Rivals
see a
play
lot
here?
of full-speed offense charges right out the gate where they get a ton of distance off the first play. It always seems like there's a big tug of war to start things off until offense can find a breakthrough. So it is kind of like every single meter really does matter because it can be a pretty slow opening on a Museum of Contemplation. But how poetic. Triple
Wish
AD
more people ran
here
at him.
yet again
He's
on
just
a
too
potential
slow.
match point on Museum of Contemplation.
Adam is just too
looking
slow to
close
play
this thing out,
in
looking
most
to prove
cases.
that their win against Reject was not just a fluke. They have definitely shown
Like
some big
Rival
plays
Esports, they
here
were
for
going to
sure,
play
and No
some
Smite is gonna take the
Adam
fight
here on
right to
defense, it
Rival
seems,
here
but
on the
because
Captain
they only
America,
have a
let the
minute,
rest of the team
they
push
don't really
that
have
card
time to
off.
waste.
But they are happy to
Yo,
take that fight.
what are you
Wanted
doing,
finding
6?
there, and that is a no-go there.
I have a
Losing
team
out on your
chasing
Deadpool
Captain
that early on.
America,
He's
and
gotta
then
make a
6
swap
dies
over
because
onto
of
Doctor
it.
Strange just to get the teleport play. There's
That
still
is
some
so
room here for Rival Esports, but
bad.
it is quickly dwindling. And even though they find the Elim onto No Smite, doesn't matter. He's Captain
That's a
America,
great kill,
and the spawn is
actually.
approximately 6 feet away.
And
He'll
then my
be
Daredevil
back,
dies.
Mark my words.
Yeah, and Liel, huge pick on the invis there.
Absolute
shutting down
Al
Illicit
Capone,
for a
thanks
few
for the vote.
seconds, and when you only got
Oh,
15
what
on the
was
clock,
that?
those few seconds to respawn are absolutely massive. Most of Triple AD standing here on the point as the portal from 6 does come through with just 10 seconds left to go. Triple AD can see the finish line there. Overhead, I did see potentially high Nagamoto coming through, but stopped maybe. But now with Triple AD gonna find the breakthrough here. Tuba on the Doctor Strange, getting 1 KO onto the white fox here, trying to open that door to victory here. Illicit back in action. Will find HK Mario. That's two members of Rival Shutdown. Leo throws down the invisible boundary. That's the support they've got here. Soul Resurgence so close to being charged up for Rival, but they are picking off Triple AD one at a time here. Zeph goes low, but able to survive. Proxies, double KO on the Mantis here as Triple AD don't have too many bodies left. They've got a couple ultimates charged up though, so they've got some tools to try and stay in this overtime fight, but they have not made any progress yet. Rival has stopped them dead in their tracks. Aya Magarolo from Tuba goes huge. Three members of Rival stunned, but none of them shut down all the way. Dance of the Butterflies comes through for Illicit here. Does find one KO on the Proxies. Big pick there for Triple AD as well, but the Mantises are traded left and right by both of these teams here. It is chaos, but Triple AD have a body advantage now. Nobody for Rival can stand up to them now. Overtime, just a second or two left, but Triple AD trying to finish off HK on this Venom here. Lives with that symbiotic resilience, but cannot survive the onslaught here, and Triple AD will win yet another Museum of Contemplation.
Wow.
Full credit to Rival, though. They really made them work for it. Every single inch was scratched and clawed for, but in extra innings, 4-3, just barely will be the scoreline.
Yo,
Triple
Rivals
AD go 2-0 on the match and 2-0 on the day. No asterisks on this one, no C9s required, and I mean, I also got to give credit to Triple AD. They learned from Reject's mistakes. They stayed glued to that point all throughout, even when it felt like they had no business still being on it. And a not insignificant part of that is have a look at that number in the final hits column for Illicit. That is
32 final hits.
All right,
Holy
that's
shit.
insane. We are hitting the LeBron numbers at this point in time. You give Illicit the ball, it doesn't matter whether it's the Daredevil, whether it's the Phoenix, whether it's the Psylocke. He is going to hit the dunk every single time. And 21 final hits on the other side for 6, nothing to sneeze at, but the fact that we're looking at 21 on one side and 32 on the other just shows you how tooth and nail this map was.
Yeah, I mean, 32 final hits, that's from one map. That's like a number I'd hit after a whole night of being in queue. I mean, insane stuff here for Triple AD. Definitely pulling through here and proving that that win against Reject, not just a fluke. If they didn't C9, they might have still been able to just push right on through in a straight up fight against them. Credit where credit is due, though. Rival pushed them to the limits here on Museum of Contemplation. Took them all the way to that sudden death showdown, and even in sudden death, for a moment there, it looked like Triple AD were about to fly off the rails. So absolutely no shade to Rival's side here as they put up a serious fight, but Triple AD win their second match of the night and go to 3-1 overall. A very, very impressive record.
And, you know, the middle of the pack, like we said, you can go up or you can go down. One of these two teams going up, and two of them now that we know of heading more downward. It's Triple AD that are slowly climbing up to the top of the pack and, you know, going to be finding themselves amongst the Zero Tenacities and the Pirates before long. And we'll also have to face some of those, and it's going to be Rival Esports and Reject at their hand, trending downward and starting to get into that danger zone where things as wide open as they are with MLX getting on board with
that mic quality. GG.
To make a comeback. You want to try and get some of these wins to stop them from
Oh my
making
god, the
teams.
mic.
If you want to have playoff hopes, you got to keep it alive. You got to turn around now. And like you said, to your credit, full credit to Rival. I do think they have the stuff. I think they're finding their identity. I think there's a lot of good stuff that you can look at here. Both Six and Lumi were standouts to me this series, especially Lumi.
Why is this
on Museum
emote
of
getting
Contemplation.
deleted?
I think that map also does look like a strong point for Rival. So I think there is hope, but they got to get it together and they got to get that motion started sooner rather than later because we are running out of time, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, week one almost in the books here, so not a lot of matches left on the schedule for these teams to turn it around. But seeing our Triple AD now lies in the standings 3-1, one of the best records in the region, you know, maybe not as daunting of a loss for a Rival to take here. I mean, again, that Museum of Contemplation so close, and I have to imagine, you know, if it was another team, there's a very good chance that Rival would close it out. So many just micro moments where it could have gone their way, and we could be looking at a map 3. So, you know, definitely 1 and 2 is what Rival stands at now. They're gonna have to turn things around next week, but, you know, a lot of bright spots for them. Again, like you said, Six and Lumi, definitely the standouts on that team, and it feels like they are coming together to play together a lot better. But again, it is Triple AD that'll take the win here, and we'll hear from them in just a moment. But what a night for this MRC qualifier team.
Yeah, you know, they come out of MRC, again, you know, I've talked about it a few times. They still have the accolade of being the last team in history, you know, the most recent team in history to take a single map off of Pirates in a best-of-7 series at the end of MRC Season 6. And even though that was more or less Pirates' map to win there, and they ended up taking out the whole series quite decisively, that's still something. You know, they have still made those gods bleed and have proven that they can make anybody bleed in this tournament. In fact, they are going to be near the top of the pecking order, and deservedly so. You know, second place in MRC, that's nothing to sneeze at, and they might even be able to get themselves a better accolade than that. If they come correct, there is a world where, you know, maybe they take more than one map off of Pirates. Maybe they take 2. Maybe they take 3. Maybe in a best-of-7 series in a grand finals, they take 4, and then, you know, they're no longer rocking that silver medal. They come in with the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the trajectory they're on right now. You know, still gonna have to clear up who exactly rises above the top, and now I feel like Triple AD has thrown yet another wrench in that question of who is the top team, and maybe Reject's loss earlier tonight has also kind of muddied the water, but, you know, we're definitely starting to get a clearer picture, right? We know Triple AD is somewhere near the top, Pirates very high up there, and potentially Zero Tenacity somewhere up there as well. We'll find out, you know, in our last match of the night, but, you know, the Asia region, definitely a lot of movement here tonight alone, but again, one more week of preseason left, so picture not totally clear, but it's starting to come into focus who is going to playoffs and who will be the powerhouses here coming out of PAC Asia in 2026.
I kind of want to disagree, because I don't know if the picture is any clearer after today. I think Triple AD have just muddied the waters. Like, so far, I'm coming out here with more questions than answers. Like, I kind of thought this would be, you know, more or less cut and dry. You know, the teams that we expect to be on top will come out on top. No, not the case. I mean, in this series, we kind of expected Triple AD to win just because we had a little bit more faith in them, and Rival Esports still had some question marks surrounding them, but we're starting to learn more about that roster. We're starting to learn what they are capable of, and for Triple AD, we're starting to figure out just about where their ceiling is and if they can continue to push that ceiling ever upward as they have today, and we will find out in just a little bit here. We do have an interview coming up, and Diatonic, I want to, you know, I'm going to spoil it for the class here. You had a wish in the break that, oh, I want to talk to No Smite again. You're getting your wish, my friend. We're gonna be interviewing No Smite as soon as we got him on the horn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we talked to him earlier tonight, he did say that he was not happy with his own performance. So, you know, I got a question right at the front of my mind to start off the interview with. We'll see what he thinks about how he played there, especially that map 1 performance on the cap. But yeah, you know, at the beginning of the night, this could have gone a couple different ways for Triple AD. They're coming away with a very successful night, a lot to be proud of for this team, but it could have gone a very, very different direction, a much darker path for this team here. But, you know, they rose to the occasion. They took on the Asia partner team. They came out with a win. They took on another returning roster rival to Ignite here, and they took out the win with no questions on that one. So, you know, a great night for sure. A lot to be happy with, but, you know, as I think a lot of players come in with the philosophy, you know, this is just week 1. Job's not done.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, it's got to be a weight off your shoulders, though, for Triple AD, because, like, you know, we talk about how this night could have gone completely differently had they lost that matchup earlier today to Reject. You know, maybe this ended up being them coming in feeling like they got to make something happen, feeling like they got to get that win in order to keep themselves in contention for that top spot. And, you know, maybe they slip up, maybe they make mistakes, maybe the pressure gets to them. That's not the world we live in. They got that weight off of their shoulders early on tonight and then came in, played their game, and they ran away with it. And I am so excited because we are ready. We have got No Smite on the horn once again, and we get to ask him all about it. Let's get him in here. Hello. Good to see you again. It feels like just a little bit ago. Hello.
So, I want to ask, No Smite, how would you say your individual performance was this game?
I think I did well when I play Captain America, I think, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, your Captain America is so strong. I love to watch you play Cap.
Do you think it was do you think your performance was better than the match earlier today against Reject?
Yeah. 100% sure.
All right. Well, you know, you said last time that Illicit and Tuba were your standout teammates. Do you think they are still your standout teammates this time?
Yeah, they did well. Good. I think, but everyone did well this match, I think. Yeah,
I would say so too. Your whole team is so strong. in game 2, Museum of Contemplation, the last map, it was very difficult, you know, extra rounds or sudden death. How did you communicate during the last few seconds of the game?
In last few seconds, we tried to calm down and try to stay alive and focus for. I think we focus more than enemy team. I think.
That's a banger. We focus more than the enemy team.
It seems like you guys were so calm and collected, and yeah, very, very nice win. Such a strong team. I love to watch you guys play.
Thank you so much again for joining us. It was good to see you again, and I can't wait to see you guys next time around. Thank you again. Goodbye, No Smite.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. He's just so sweet. There's no other way to, like, he's just so sweet. And you can tell this time around, a lot less nervous, a lot less shaken, a lot less feeling like he just came out of a war zone, and more so feeling like just came through a walk in the park, you know?
Well, yeah, you know, he kind of answered my question the same way. You know, they talked a lot about the team trying to remain calm, you know, stay focused. You know, it's kind of a chaotic, hectic mess, kind of a race to the finish there, especially at the end of Museum of Contemplation. So sometimes, you know, trying to center yourself, take a breath, that mental is so important in a clutch moment like that. So love to see that they're really focused on kind of finding the zen, finding their center, and just playing their game.
I agree. Sometimes just a little bit of meditation in the moment, you know, helps you focus, helps you lock in. And I think you and I could probably use the same thing, especially before what is about to come. It's going to be our match of the night. Zero Tenacity versus Reject is on the other side, and we are going to take a quick little break to do as No Smite did, and we are going to calm down, and we are going to focus, and we will see you guys after this break. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, Scylla? Good morning. I assume you just woke up. I did. Good morning. How many points do I have if I can't vote this many? Oh, I have 1,100. I'm going all in. I'm going all in. We're Z10 winning 2-0, hopefully. Hopefully.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
Asia playing right now. I don't know much about the teams. Yeah, me neither. But Asia team's playing right now, and hopefully they win. The team I'm rooting for. Vacuum sealed skirt. Yep. I don't know why they made it look like that. Yeah, I used to wake up without that Pokemon was a controller. I mean, he does kind of look like a Switch. You're not wrong. I wonder if there's some phantom of that. Nope. But like, I see what you mean. Maybe I'm just old? Nah. Everyone calling you Unk is right. I kind of.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back.
I want to see what
day 3 of the preseason here in the
I want to see what
Asia
Black
Pacific
Cat's
region.
gonna be
And
like
we've had a
in game.
storm brewing here in Asia all night long. That storm about to make landfall in the final match of the night as we have Zero Tenacity taking on Reject. Now, CB, I feel like we have a couple asterisks coming into this match. You know, before the night started, I would have said this is going to be an absolute 3-map, no questions asked all the way to the end. But after Triple AD and Reject cross paths in the first match of the night, I feel like there's some questions on the table if Reject can stand up to
I'm
Zero
not playing
Tenacity.
ranked today.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions, as a matter of fact, and I'm hoping that we
Role
get
do you
a
think
couple
she
of
will be?
answers here. But you know, even as far, yesterday, right? Like, I after the result where
It's probably
Pirates
gonna be
beat Reject, I was like,
DPS.
okay, well maybe this matchup isn't going to be the.
I can't really
slugfest
imagine
between the
her as a
top two
tank,
teams
and I
like
feel like
thought
because
it
they
was
just
going to
released
be.
a support, they're
Maybe
not gonna
this
do a
is going
double
to be
support
Reject,
bit. You
you
know
know,
what I mean?
struggling to bounce back, needing that big dub against a big opponent. But now, after that Triple AD
If they did
matchup
2
earlier
supports,
on,
then
to me this
that'd
is
be cool,
Reject,
but I don't think they
you
would
know,
do that.
in desperation mode. They are limping forward, and there is an Avengers level threat marching their way.
Tank would be nice though.
They need to do something, right? Like, they need to get it together now or never.
Yeah, and in case you missed that matchup against Triple AD and Reject, Reject took map number 1, but Triple AD battled back, and after a couple miscommunications and a couple of unfortunate capture point step-offs by Reject,
Think Black Cat is just tank players coping?
took
Yeah.
that match, and now they face one of the strongest teams here in the Asia-Pacific region in Zero Tenacity. Some names you may recognize, not only from the Asia region, but also from the Americas region, coming in for this Zero Tenacity team. An absolute lights-out roster, really. A lot of strong players from left to right here on your screen.
Yeah, I'm in love with this roster. You know, pretty much every player here is someone who I'm familiar with and who I am very high on. Exy was a hit scan prodigy when he hit the hero shooter genre, and if not for, I believe, a wrist injury, he would have hit heights that no one else has seen before, and I think he is still owed those heights and is helping to carry this team. And I shouldn't say carry because everyone's doing their fair share of the load, but helping to bring this team to those heights. You got Jerry, you've also got Bezer and Soko, like you mentioned, from the Americas region, previously playing on Ego Death and slotting into this roster quite nicely. And another thing that I love about this team is that they are one of the few mixed language rosters that seemingly work out pretty well, because all of the Korean players on this roster have history with mixed language rosters in the past, and it just kind of works.
True.
Yeah, Yeah, 100%. And, you know, Reject, a strong team in their own right, veterans as well. Cannot overlook them
Fucking
or count
Pfizer
them
cat
out
email.
because of the defeat at the hands of rivals or Triple AD, because there are some serious threats here too. Of course, we talked earlier about Brownie on the Phoenix, a demon there on the hit scan. Of course, Yaki's Daredevil as well. We got to see some of that in action in the first series of the night, but that is going to be the question. It is all about the communication, because it feels like sometimes with comms, there were some misfires in that matchup against Triple AD, and they didn't leave someone behind to hold down the objective while the rest of the team chased their enemies off. So we're looking for them to kind of, you know, shore up a little bit, tighten up the roster, and work on those comms in this matchup, because they are going to need it. This is a roster that is not to be trifled with in Zero Tenacity, and that is all going to start on Burn and T'Challa.
I think that completes the circuit of the domination maps for us, unless there is another one that I'm forgetting. We got 2 Celestial Husks earlier on today, and then we get to make the tour, and I'm glad that we get to see all of them. We don't get to see a lot of Burn and T'Challa these days, but when it comes up, it is always a treat. Very I mean, it's varied in its playstyles that you get between the 3 sub-maps, as we always talk about how Warrior Falls plays very differently from Imperial Institute of Science, and then Stellar Spaceport, I think, plays very well into a lot of hit scan, but also we've seen a lot of dive coming out as of late, and both these teams extremely adept when it comes to the dives. But we're kicking things off with domination. We got to talk about domination as it relates to Reject, because you and I are talking a lot about the C9s. We're talking about the mistakes that happen from Reject, which is interesting because we're not talking about how dominant the domination performance was against Triple AD at the top of the show today.
Yeah, I mean, there were no questions in that matchup about who was winning it. It was Reject's game to win all game long. Reject have done well on domination across the board. It is kind of their game mode. So, you know, I expect to see a very strong Reject right out of the gate. You know, Burn and T'Challa, of course, does reward those teams that are versatile. You know, maybe
support pool
not
is
just
played?
one size fits all.
I don't think I've
fits all 3 points kind of map. But
it was mostly
definitely
teams
gonna
that don't
look for
have
Reject to
support
try and
players that
take
play it. Like,
advantage
yeah,
of
we
their
lost.
comfortability with domination.
Yeah, we
maps,
lost,
and,
played a
that
couple
will
of support
definitely put
pool,
them in a
but
nice position against Zero
that was for
Tenacity,
like triple
because, again,
support.
this is kind of a no-nonsense game here.
But I don't
This
think
is
any team has
one that
won
Reject
because of
really,
triple
really needs to
because
win.
of support
And
pool.
it's not, I don't know that I would say that it is one that they should win, you know, should in the sense that it's like kind of predetermined, because if we go back, they should have beaten Triple AD. We should not be in the world that we are in today, but hey ho, here we are, you know, you gotta roll with the punches, and that was one that I think nobody saw coming, but this is a punch that they need to have anticipated, because Zero Tenacity, even beforehand, were amongst the top of a lot of people's predictions. I had them at number 2 right behind Reject, and I knew that they were capable of playing close to one another, if not, you know, going the distance, playing in a full-on slugfest. I thought it was those 2 at the top, then maybe a tier break for Pirates, and then, you know, maybe Triple AD was there, but turns out I was wrong in about 16 different ways in just those 3 tiers alone.
I mean, it does seem like the Asia region right in lockstep with the rest of them, because my predictions across the board in Americas and EMEA completely dead in the water. There's a few good ones here and there. Had some spicy calls, but I really went for the spice in Asia, and even I wasn't spicy enough. I've got Z10 up at number 1, Reject at number 2, but the rest all over the place here. So yeah, you know, they're all out here to get me. They're all out here to prove my predictions wrong and take away my my in-game rewards through the esports tab. But you know, again, that's kind of I'm with you. I don't think that this was ever a predetermined match that Z10 or Reject were bound to win it. I still don't think it's predetermined. I wouldn't say that because of the loss to Triple AD that this automatically means Z10 is going to win, but Reject need to show up to this match if they're going to take it home. This is not something they can just walk away with.
And it's going to be, you know, all dependent on how Reject do rebound from those mistakes earlier on today. Did they splash some cold water on their face? They, you know, hit themselves a couple of times. Maybe they lock in, do a couple of meditation, take some advice from No Smite. I'm sure he would have given them
This is
if he asked, you know,
this is the
like,
last
hey, No Smite, I know you
series,
just
so as
whipped
soon as
us
I'm
in a
done watching this
very
series, I'm
unexpected fashion,
heading
but,
to
like,
bed
how'd you do
again.
it? And No Smite's just like, you just gotta focus. You just gotta lock in. That's all you gotta do. And they're like, thank you, base No Smite.
We're about to start, so
yeah, I mean,
hopefully
really
we can get this over with.
A lot of times too. After that first, you know, as they call it, the C9. After that first C9 from Reject, it kind of felt like they were rattled a little bit. Museum of Contemplation was map number 3 and didn't look as clean for Reject, as clean as I've seen them this season and those players in the past. So it does kind of feel like they were a little discouraged by that and weren't exactly sure what to do to bounce back. But they've had all night to watch some other teams play, watch some tape here, prep themselves, and you know, as you said, and as No Spider said, take some time to make themselves calmer and you know, kind of breathe a little bit. So I do think it is going to be a mental battle for them to some degree here to try and take this win home, because again, a very, very tough opponent, one of the toughest matchups they could have here in the Asia region on deck. And of course, it's the last match to wrap up not only tonight, but the first week of Asia preseason. So definitely feels like a nice little, you know, bow to put on the entire first week here out of the Asia Pacific.
Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, I like the way you put it, a nice little bow to tie up the first week, because no matter how you look at it, even before the events of the rest of the night, this was always going to be the most consequential as it pertains to the entire pecking order here. You know, Reject have the opportunity to bounce back. Like, what happens if they beat Reject, or if they beat Zero Tenacity? Like, let's talk about that, right? Like, if they lose to Pirates and then lose to AAAD, but beat Zero Tenacity, where does Zero Tenacity end up falling in the pecking order? Because they haven't really been challenged all that much just yet. They still have the likes of Pirates to come down the pipe, and I think they also have to play AAAD as well. I would have to pull up the schedule again and see where we've already been for some of these teams, but I think, you know, Zero Tenacity still have a fair bit of road to travel ahead of them, and maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves by just assuming that they're just going to roll right over them, but they've looked dominant in all their performances thus far. Is that strength of schedule? Who knows? Is that just them being that good? I would like to believe so, but they're gonna have to give us a reason to believe by beating Reject here. A wounded Reject, an angry Reject, a Reject that is looking to rebound after a couple of heartbreaking losses.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a hurdle for Z10. Maybe one of the first ones we've seen them go up against. Their schedule does seem a little heavy in the back half here of the group stage. So, you know, that is kind of a question we have to see the answer to in this matchup. Is it just that Z10's schedule a little lighter at the front, and this is the first hurdle that's really going to throw a wrench in the works for them? Or are they just going to play right on through and keep the streak going for them? Of course, a big matchup on deck for both sides of the board, but I do think it would be kind of max chaos for Reject to take this one home, because now it's like, where the heck does Reject fall in the greater picture of Asia? But we are ready to go here. Burn into Trala on deck, and Gambit already off the table.
What, they're gonna ban
But
Mantis
Elsa
here?
Bloodstone
Maybe
very
Loki?
firmly on the table and being slid over in
Mantis.
Xy's direction. And when I talk about
Saving
how this guy was a hit
Mantis,
scan prodigy when he first hit the hero shooter scene,
Oh, they said
that has
Elsa.
not
I
changed,
forgot
and
that
that
was
is
a thing.
a lethal weapon
Ban
if ever there
Mantis.
was one that you don't want in the hands of Xy, especially not unmirrored. So Reject's gonna have to take the Elsa Protect as well, which means you're gonna see the Mantis bands coming out from both sides, and this looks pretty bog standard across the board.
Daredevil
There
tank
is
pool.
some differentiation though. One side with the Vanpool ban, and the other side with a Deadpool ban.
Yeah, I mean, it is all high value.
I'm assuming they're gonna ban
targets
Jeff
in
here.
this draft phase. One-sided Vanpool gonna go over to the side of Reject. Piggy already hovering on that Deadpool, so they do get away with that one. It is gonna be a big duel between monster hunters here across the board as this match plays out here, so look out for those. But yeah, it does seem for the most part kind of bog standard stuff here. Jeff ban comes through though from Z10, so we're gonna take away some crazy Jeff stuff you can do, especially on like Warrior Falls. I know is a great point for Jeff.
Something interesting I want to highlight here as well. Brownie is not currently in for Reject. They have subbed in Finale, and I think this kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. Finale is another one of those players that I am familiar with. Usually a duelist player, and will be picking up the hit scan as well. Looks like he's going to be the one stepping up to the plate to try and best Xy in this exchange. We'll see if he's got what it takes, as Yaki is hovering the Ultron, and we talked a lot about how, you know, if you have the Mantis ban, the Ultron does work as a good stand-in, because you kind of get those damage boosts with the drones nowadays, plus you get the benefit of the passive healing over time, so it's a great way to pocket your Elsa and make sure she is doing maximum damage as if she needed it.
Yeah, and not to mention, Ultron and White Fox do work pretty well together, too. I've seen some nasty setups in games I've played myself recently, so kind of looking forward to see how that plays out here on the Ignite stage. But yeah, draft phase in the books here. Plenty of jabs from both teams to start things off. Reject does look like they are going to stick with that Ultron to start things off here. Triple support potentially coming through for them. Zero Tenacity, I do see a couple interesting things, not to spoil it. I won't ruin the fun for you too much here, but my main is arriving on the scene here. Potentially some Rocket Raccoon, or at least getting some armor packs there in the spawn room is usually how it goes.
It's probably just going to be some armor packs. I don't think Baser is going to be sticking on the rocket, but I don't know that I would have predicted the strat pool coming out. I guess if you can't, like we talked about it, sometimes you can't play the Van pool, strat pool is the next best thing. And Baser, I think, you know, known for their gambit, will be just fine on that strat pool.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind, gonna play right on through losing the gambit here, but we are ready to go, taking the fight straight to each other there, peeking on the front line on the Van pool. Reject does get away with the one-sided Van pool, so definitely gonna be looking to lean on that one as this map plays out, but it is Warrior Falls right out the gate here, so maybe gonna see a little bit of Jeff action somewhere down the line from Z10.
That strange is in.
But right now, don't look like they need it too bad here, as they are dead even with Reject as the two teams butt heads here. Gargoyle taken down, though. That's Jerry.
That's a really nice kill.
On the
They gave up
Ultron
point
Encephalo Ray,
That's
melting
really bad.
the Sorcerer Supreme. But it is going to be Reject with the first
Never
take.
mind.
Very quickly battling back, though. XC on the Elsa Bloodstone. Going to get Z10 right back in the fight here. And Marvel
Slow
as
and
well
methodical
on the
play.
Captain America. Name a member of Z10. They've already shown up in your KO feed.
And Marvel showing up as the poster child for Marvel, and you work so hard for that 5% there, Reject. I hope you enjoy that, because if Zero Tenacity has their way, that is all you are going to get. Baser, I also like the Deadpool, the Genji skin, you know, sticking it to the other partner team, saying, oh, we have a preference in this house, and my friends, it is not you.
By the bundle, says Baser here, starting off. Zero Tenacity taking a very early lead. Jerry already got a Rage of Ultron ready to go. Yaki's got one online as well here. So we're going to be seeing dueling robots
really
against each other here as
Ultron
Z10 off to the races here on the high ground, battling it out with Reject. Full force here as they are full sending it. Yaki's got Rage of Ultron going down as well. Raining down some damage here, while Z10 going back to the point here just to try and shore up some defense as they are hitting that 50% mark here. And now from XC, the Galartrox coming out, Apex
Not a
Predator,
great ult
and
from
a
XC.
very nasty place to drop Apex
Big
Predator
ult.
because you can send that Galartrox right over the edge, and most of your opponents with it here.
There it
Reject
is.
gonna try to capitalize a little bit here. They do throw down the boundary. Gargoyle's got the Eye of Agamotto, does come through, and Reject will find some KOs here, but Baser gonna try to fight back on the strat pool, does find Finale, so one KO coming through for them just to try and even things out, but Reject's gonna go ahead and empty the bank account here. Last couple ults gonna get used up, and that will get them a retake here, potentially, if they can finish off the last member. That's Soko going back to spawn, and that is a retake there for Reject.
All right.
I mean, they do drain the bank account,
Not
like
bad.
you said, but Zero Tenacity were trying to go ban for ban there, so both teams completely emptying
Not
the ult
bad
bank. And
from the side
I guess they'd have
of
to take the death point on
Z10.
credit card if they've got one. Jerry and Yaki both inching close to that Rage of Ultron, but outside of that, nothing coming online anytime soon. But thankfully, Reject can get themselves on the board, get control over this choke point, and at least for the time being, for this neutral phase, while everybody is poking, trying to build up to something, they can start to amass some of that percentage. And luckily, they were able to stop the clock at 78% for Zero Tenacity, so there is still an opportunity for a retake, even if this first defense falters.
Yeah, can definitely
That
break
Wi-Fi
through here, even
surely
without
dies,
the
right?
alt-game advantage here. Fighting in the
Marvel.
tunnels above Warrior
No one's
Falls, though, and it's
following
going to
up
be
with
one
the
more
tank
KO
there.
from Piggy, and the selfie, the level up, ready to go. Deadpool online.
Really good
Reject
kill on
and
their
putting in some
Wi-Fi
work.
was pretty
Rages of
followed up
Ultron
there.
back online, and both of them going
Piggy
to
dies
fire
there.
here. But Z10 going to pick up one KO. That's XC on the Elsa yet again, finding one more notch in the Monster Piercer here as Z10 trying to battle back
Still,
into position
just
to
dies.
contend here. They will go to the
Amazing.
ground there. Baser and XC picking up more KOs, and they will pick back up the point. Reject cannot take the lead just yet.
Late Elim there from XC onto Lastro, and an even later one onto Finale. Gonna be a strange TP potentially coming out from Gargoyle. He makes the swap, 88% and counting. There is time, and good place to set that one up, making sure no one denies it, using the Guardian Shield as well. Good stuff coming out. Gargoyle now from the high ground does have access to this Eye of Agamotto, but I don't see any good targets anytime soon, and XC is lurking with that Apex Predator. Gonna go ahead and top it, catching onto one, but I don't think the Elim is gonna come through. Reject,
Good
gonna pop the invisible
from
boundary. They
someone
want to hold strong. This is
Reject
their last
side.
chance for Warrior Falls.
Strange ult got 3.
Here, but Zero Tenacity gonna come up big. Eye of Agamotto from Gargoyle is good. Does find most of C10, but they cannot convert on it. They don't have the bodies to do it here, and the bodies will fall here. Most of Reject taken offline. Overtime ticks away, but not quite yet here. One last stand from Reject, and Zero Tenacity will take Warrior Falls.
Zero Tenacity did not want to give that one up at all, though. They popped 4 ults in that fight. You know, we only saw, I think, 2 of them actually happen. We saw the Apex Predator and we saw an Eye of Agamotto, but the other 2 went unspoken. There was the Freedom Charge that ended up coming out for Marvel, and I'm not quite sure if it was, no, it was the Invisible Boundary from Windy that came out as well, so Zero Tenacity drain the coffers again just to be able to hold on there, and that does give Reject a little bit of breathing room coming into to Stellar Spaceport. They're gonna have the Kumiho Unleashed, and they're gonna have the Apex Predator before Zero Tenacity have anything they could potentially use to parry that one. Save for Phaser's ultimate, because both sides are gonna have Deadpool ultimates lickety-split, especially after the upgrades from the previous map.
Yeah, not to mention Rage of Ultron won't be too far behind there either, as that one's a quick charge, but Shunghoon gonna go over to the Luna Snow for now. Jerry gonna stay with the Ultron, but, or excuse me, yes, Shunghoon over onto the Luna Snow. Back open once again, though, ready for a fight here. Stellar Spaceport on deck now. Soko looking for the strange portal to get things going early, right on the capture point here, as Zero Tenacity gonna keep the pressure on here. Metal back to the metal, as they're gonna take the fight right to Reject here. The Reject have the ulti-con advantage. Z10 gonna go out aggressive to start things off here.
Where's the 222
lock down
at?
this mission area before they can even
no one
fight
ever plays
online.
222.
Reject holding the ults for now, have to imagine, looking for a better opening, not wanting to just let those things fly. The Baser's got the Deadpool ready to go here. Lastro does go
wow.
Unleashed,
Instantly
but
gone.
Zero Tenacity dropped down
Why
some
though?
damage
The support is
and
just too
send it
strong.
right back to White Fox form here. The rest of Reject's ults coming out now. They will find
That got a
Marvel.
kill.
Finale will finish him off to start
Okay,
off his
that was
second
a really
point.
bad
And now
Elsa ult at
Reject
the
gonna very
beginning.
quickly look for an early capture here. Jerry trying to even out the odds here. Rage of Ultron from both sides of the board.
Good Ultron ults
Yaki's
from
got
both
one
sides.
up as well here, but Reject are just trying to get this last little bit of space
Piggy's
to
dead.
secure this point. Piggy will
he
get
actually
right up off the
lives.
Apex Predator and finish off Baser. One more
Invisible this,
KO
right?
for
Surely.
the Vanpool on the
Invisible,
side
invisible,
of
invisible,
Reject.
invisible.
Finale and Windy gonna trade for both sides, but Reject I feel like have
Why are you
more
waiting so
bodies
long
here
to ult
on the point,
there?
but they just can't find
Oh,
a
and you're dead.
confirmation here. Gargoyle
Okay,
feasting
Wendy
the Abyss is
trolled.
feasting on the Invis.
My Invis woman
They
does
even
not
get
press
two
Q,
more
bro.
KOs on the Deadpool here, but Zero Tenacity will just not give up. Marvel on the point on the cap, but he goes down, and finally the point goes to Reject.
And there's a nice little selfie. Put that one in the history books to commemorate the Battle of the Stellar Spaceport, the one that seemingly never
Waiting
ended.
for years,
Even when
yeah.
Reject win it, though, it feels like they lose because they use all of their ultimates, and it takes so long for it to end up coming their way. Zero Tenacity going to be coming in with both Vanguard ultimates in this next fight, so even though you're going to be building up to the Apex Predator, if it's not massive, it's going to be another long, drawn-out fight here, one that Zero Tenacity seem primed to take.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like those have come through so big here. Finale lets one fly here. Apex Predator yet again. But Jerry picking up one off the Encephalo Ray, sending Piggy all the way back to spawn here, as Zero Tenacity are going to very quickly look to take control of the situation here. They're already making progress on that capture point here. But of course, Gargoyle not going to give it up that easy on the Venom here. Plenty of health and plenty of symbiotic resilience still left for them, but not enough to stop the Maelstrom of Madness there from Soko. Still
Please kill
holding
that
the
tank.
Eye of Agamotto
Oh.
as well here, as Reject again purge
His
the
ult
bank
does,
account here. The ults coming down from Reject, but
Okay,
the
never mind,
KO's
that
just
works.
not coming through for them, and they find themselves in this position again where Zero Tenacity are not giving up. They're not going down, but they are running out of ultimates. Eye of Agamotto for Soko
That
is
Luna
good onto
lives.
the Luna, but they don't convert either here, and it is yet again another back and forth fight. Only difference here, Reject is in control
we
of
are
the point, and
trolling our
over
ults.
70% of the way captured here, so Z10 gotta
Nah,
find a way
this
to break
game
through here before
sucks.
too long.
Yeah, but Sunghoon was able to find a late
I don't know why
KO
we
there. He's
didn't
coming up on the
White
Fabled
Fox
Worlds, and
or ult the
that
White Fox
coupled with
there,
that
even
BC
if they were
Abyss,
getting healed
you
by
can
the
damage boost that
Ultron.
BC Abyss and get an insta KO off of that one, and that's something that Zero Tenacity have to be privy to. And even without that, it's gonna get us into 99% territory. So Reject, despite coming in at a disadvantage in that fight, have essentially ran the gauntlet all the way up, got themselves into one fight territory, and they just need to close it out. And Finale, with one shot between the eyes of Xe, looks to do just that, but Soko not gonna be outdone. Puts Finale to justice, and this one is going to be another bloody one.
Yeah, very quickly approaching this third point here as Reject trying to close things out. Piece of the Abyss from Gargoyle, but Marvel on the move on that Freedom Charge. Yet again here, they've got the Rage of Ultron, and Jerry's going to let it rip here. Reject going to have a couple ultimates here online in the middle of this fight, but Zero Tenacity just a hair away from the retake, and they will have it here. Point 2 marches on as Z10 take control of it for the first time so far, but they will slow it down now. Z10 in control of the point, and Reject going to have to dust themselves off here. They got plenty of time to do so.
Even still, Reject don't fully disengage. Gargoyle goes in, takes a bit of damage. Symbiotic Resilience forced out as well, and Zero Tenacity maybe trying to force a little bit more than that. If nothing else, they're able to take this choke point and force Reject back, and The longer they can do that, the more chance they have of matching that 99%. I like that the ult bank for both sides is still roughly even. You know, both sides have Apex Predator. Phaser's got the Deadpool ultimate. Whatever they decide to choose, I think it's been the Pwnage Pound more often than not. Lastro with that Kumiho Unleashed. There's tools for Reject to get back into this, and just as many tools for Zero Tenacity to keep them from getting back into it.
Yeah, it just feels like it has been a back and forth absolute tug of war here. Zero Tenacity trying to break through though. Exi and Finale gonna trade here, but it's a double for Finale's Elsa against Z10. Soko and Baser both sit back to spawn here.
Wow, I can't
Exi
believe
does
that
throw down
kept
the Apex Predator yet
they get a kill
again.
on last
Jerry's
round.
got the Rage of Ultron overhead, complete satellite for Zero Tenacity, but of course Yaki's got eyes in the skies as well for Reject. Rage ready to go for them now as well. Soko throwing down
Big
the Strange
portal.
Portal, trying to
That's
keep
really
it in the
nice.
fight as Reject have made the retake here and are in overtime yet again. Wendy's got an invisible boundary on the board, but Reject have fate of both worlds from
Amazing
Stronghold.
kill.
We'll find Yaki on the Ultron here, trading back and forth
Wendy permadeath.
yet again. Reject quickly catching up to Zero Tenacity. Felt like point number one.
Holy
Z10's all the way,
shit,
but now
no
Reject
damage
here,
being
threatening to get him to point number 3. Finale putting the pressure on, trying to create the space
Really nice
to
follow
take
from
out
Finale.
these last couple seconds of overtime here, but Zero Tenacity again not giving up here. Marvel on the point, but they are running out of bodies to keep throwing into the machine here. Marvel goes down, the second ticks away, and Reject will take us to point number 3.
They look to be back in fighting form, recovering from that triple AD matchup and ready to go 6 rounds with Zero Tenacity. And we're going at least 3 here on Burn and T'Challa, and I gotta give my flowers to Gargoyle on that
I
point.
think a lot of
So
this
much
is,
of those fight wins and so much of that staggeredness that we experienced.
I think Z10
throughout
lost that because they
entire
just
point
had
was 'cause
worse ult
Gargoyle
trades.
kept going in, creating space and forcing
know?
Zero Tenacity back into a nice little cubby there. And
Like,
they
a lot of the
couldn't
times they
ever
would
deal
ult
with
and
him
get no
definitively,
value
and
out
so
of
every
it.
time they poked their
It would
head
just
out,
be a
he
stalemate,
was there
which is not what you
continuously
want when you're
putting in
already
the
on the
pressure,
losing
setting
end
up the
and letting
shots,
team has
letting
control
Finale just
point.
have a shooting gallery, and one that Zero Tenacity just didn't really have a good way out of, and they had to win the fight decisively in order to be able to do so, and only did on one occasion, and the rest was just Stagger City and Reject stagger all the way to 99%, but look at the ult bank. We're going back to even footing here, going on to Imperial Institute of Science, and I don't really know, like, which way is this one going to go? Jerry's gonna have the Rage of Ultron before long, and that might give Zero Tenacity the edge, but even still, I don't know that I'm confident enough to say
Strange
for
ult
sure.
got nothing done. Yeah, this is the
I've
last
been very
match.
surprised that the
Last-
Apex Predators have been
is the
very
last
hit and miss
series,
here.
it's
Not
the
a lot
first
of value
game.
out of the Elsa Ultron Finale and Exi. Of course, they've gotten plenty of KOs themselves here, even without the ult, but both teams pretty much playing heads up for those Elsa ultimates here. Exi gonna have the first one of this point here, and of course, like you said, the Rage of Ultron's gonna come online very, very soon here, but it is knockdown, drag out here all the way to point number 3 on map 1 between these two teams, and now it is a question of who's gonna get the first cap here onto the last bout between the two of them. Z10
Nice
very quickly
kill.
taking the lead in
That's
ults and
huge.
taking the lead in bodies. Jerry hits 1 KO off the Encephalo Ray, goes straight into the
Let's shoot
Rage
the
of
thankful
Ultron,
there, no?
carves through Gargoyle, and looking to put down some more damage onto
that's
Reject
fine.
here. No KOs come through at the end of that, but not a bad start for Z10. There's the Apex Predator, does pick up 1, and
no.
Finale will finish off Windy here, but taken right down by
That's a good
Baser
trade, though.
here. So immediately just traded right back Zero Tenacity's way.
No kills from XCI with his ult.
Marvel's gonna take down Sunghoon,
Oh,
which is
please
a good
live.
start there, but has to go grab the health pack in order to take this Sky Duel here.
Somebody
with
gotta kill that
Jerry,
Ultron,
and
bro.
Gargoyle
Oh,
now
you're dead.
popping this piece of the abyss, looking to get a good crunch there and taking down Xe, swallows him whole, and Marvel getting cut down in the skies by Yaki, and again, it's not definitive. Reject are doing a good job of weathering the storm here. Yaki now popping this Rage of Ultron, and that should be enough to repel Zero Tenacity, at least for the time being, get themselves first cap yet again. They have to burn the Strange TP in order to do it as well, and now Finale gonna make the swap back over onto the Elsa. Not a bad look there for
Yeah,
Reject,
I
but
don't
it does
know. We're
mean
just
that,
not getting
you know,
enough
they
value
won't
on
have
our
that
Elsa
Strange TP to go
ults.
for a recontest here. If they lose the point, they're gonna have to just give it up.
And Wendy keeps
Yeah,
dying.
they're banking on this
That's
point
the
being
issue
a
too.
long
They keep
fight
dying
as well,
on
as the
and
last
this-
two have ended up being Marvel already. Freedom Charge activated to get Z10 back
Okay,
in the
Blue Nose
fight
for
here. Fate of
Capel.
both worlds coming down from Stronghoon. Piggy will pick
Ultron
up 1
dead.
KO underneath that, forcing out all the ults that Zero Tenacity
got
have.
frozen.
Naya Nagamoto comes through, but no KOs coming out of that one, and the invisible boundary going to be down before too long here. So Z10 back to neutral, but Baser's got Deadpool ult and a Rage of Ultron in the back pocket for Z10 here.
Okay,
Exi and
good
Finale
kill,
again
but
trading
we just
on
keep
the Elsa.
trading.
1 KO apiece. Gargoyle goes down, and Marvel back to spawn here, but I noticed Gargoyle, same kind of thing. Once Reject grabbed this point, already pushing out, trying to put the pressure on and keep Z10 away from the point here. No chance to contest for
Bro,
them
we're
right
not
now.
getting
Right in
anybody with
Reject's
these
face,
ulcers.
trying to get this capture point away from them as Reject just past 50%.
And Gargoyle is making them work for every inch though, but it will be enough to find the flip. 55% is going to have to be good enough, at least for now, for Reject. It's Zero Tenacity. Press the advantage and build up that percentage with a little bit more stagger KOs. They're going to find 2. Wendy taking down Piggy to clean that one up there. And Finale is getting caught out there.
Somehow you even get killed
going in super deep. And this is a little bit rough now for Reject. Remember I said they don't have the strange TP. Even if they did, the line of scrimmage is too close to their spawn in order for them to be able to use it. Sunghoon on a sliver of HP. Good freeze there onto Soko. Maybe a little bit of BM. Not going to be too consequential, but it is a moral
either negative trades or even. Yeah.
They're going to need a lot more than that in order to get themselves back on the cart, though.
Oh, that's a really good kill.
Back up. Soko 1 KO on the Doctor Strange. Finale back to
That's
spawn.
a really good kill on there. Also there.
An overhead Rage of Ultron yet again for Reject here, trying to keep the team alive and get some damage rolling here. So they can dig their way out of this corner that Z10 has suddenly put them in. It feels like they found an inch and took a mile with it here. Marvel again. Freedom Charge ready to go here, granting that team that extra ult charge, and it comes up big here. Marvel with a double KO on the cap here, and 3 ults still ready to go for Z10 as they will take the capture progress lead, make it 3 there for Mr. Hendricks there, the super soldier.
Yeah, this cap is locked.
Now, apparently.
Like, he is legit ready.
And they have now passed Reject.
He does not care whether that guy's flying or not.
You know, they're coming back on some of these ultimates that you would love to see in a stagger sort of situation when they're in control of the point. They don't have it, and Jerry gonna pop that Rage
force them to
force them back into this cubby here, and still
have a really hard time touching point here.
Not letting them into the door. They've managed to tear the wall down entirely, which should create at least a little bit of breathing room, but 87%, there's no breathing room left on the clock. Zero Tenacity are going to prevent Reject from trying to get a touch if they can. Someone's gonna have to be able to get in there, and I think Gargoyle might have to be the one. 95%, running out of time. We gotta get the swing, we gotta get the touch. Please, not on the C9.
One's there.
All right,
no
I
one's
can
there.
breathe.
Don't ult that.
Yeah, no C9 here. They are going to fight it out all the way to the very end here.
Big ult.
Does throw down the Fate of both worlds, but not enough to save White Fox or Elsa. 2 members of Reject already shut down here in overtime.
And they're dead. Yep. Okay, they win.
Boundary, and they might have the KOs
Very
here
solid.
to do it. Marvel will find 1. Apex Predator comes down from Exy as well, and Soko and Jerry in the KO feed yet again here as Reject slowly going offline, and Z10 on point number 3 will take Burnin T'Challa.
Yeah, that cap was disgusting.
One Reject, like I said earlier, they're back in fighting form. This is not the same Reject that lost 2 maps to AAAD earlier on in the day. But the other thing is that Zero Tenacity are mean. When they have an advantage,
Wendy's trolling.
They will suck the life out of you if you let them get away with it.
Yeah, Wendy's not playing perfect, but Marvel, I mean, look at this guy.
Here, and the rest of the team as well, just forcing Reject so far back that they have to try and play through them in order to even get the touch
hits,
on the point. And by the
27,000
time
damage
they do,
on cap.
it's too little, too late. They're already bleeding out resources. But again, I gotta go back to Gargoyle back on Stellar's Spaceport. Like, man, that was perfect Venom play that came out from Reject on that point. It was enough to get them the sub map win there, but not enough to carry them through once things opened up a little bit more on Imperial Institute of Science. That was all Zero Tenacity once they found that first flip.
Yeah, you cannot give this Zero Tenacity team anything because they will take it and run with it. And run with it they did here on Burnin T'Challa all the way to point number 3. Every inch of this map had to get played out, but it is Zero Tenacity at the end of the day, taking the first win and already.
That control was crazy at the end, just the spawn. Yeah, they just could not walk out. They didn't have ults. They couldn't build like stacks on their Elsa. They kept getting resets.
Doing work here for Reject,
really good.
picking up KOs left and right. Like you said, Gargoyle putting the pressure on like a powder keg here against Z10, and
yeah, near the end, like
they had,
once you build that momentum, the ults being traded out are
Zero Tenacity advance to
hard.
the match point. So I would agree with you. I definitely feel like Reject have recovered from that triple AD match, but you know, they just need a little bit more to push them over the hill and start taking maps.
I won 2,000.
And sometimes that can feel a little bit rough. No, you know, like you've done so much work. You're trying to get back to the top where you feel
Reject
like you should be, and you're just a couple inches short. And Zero
That's
Tenacity
not even true.
are taking those inches, and like you said, they are making miles out of them. But it feels like everybody on both sides is firing on all cylinders. You're seeing so many strategy results come up real quick. A lot of peel, a lot of good healing. There's one moment there where you know, the banhammer gets put onto Jerry in the middle of that Rage of Ultron, but the healing comes through, so even though all those extra beams coming out are misses, still able to heal up and live throughout all of it. Incredible stuff. Picture perfect, and I can't wait to see more of it. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to, as we're going to go to a quick break
took it to the
before map
fields,
number
yep.
2. But don't go anywhere. This one is just heating up.
Nah, I think it's over. Also, please 2-0 this. I want to go to bed. You know what I'm saying? True. I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright, see ya, Trek. Appreciate you hanging out. See ya, see ya, see ya.
Well, the storm rages on here in the Asia Pacific preseason. Zero Tenacity and Reject going blow for blow on Burn and T'Challa. Lots of long back and forth fights, but it is Zero Tenacity taking it after 3 points of domination action. CB, a much stronger looking Reject than we saw earlier tonight.
But unfortunately not strong enough to snag themselves the map win on Domination. We talked again about how dominant they were against AAAD on Domination. They were anything but on Reject on this one here against Zero Tenacity. You know, they really had to work for it. They really had to fight for it. They did a fantastic job.
Can someone give me the new in-the-skin user Raylon need to heal?
This is
I'll rely
where
on
my
me
heart
to heal.
kind of sinks a little bit because we are returning to the scene of potentially the greatest crime. We are going back to Symbiotic Surface.
Visor wipes, well played, GG, go next
Reject's map
fast.
pick, and they're also going to get to choose which side they want to play, but what I want to know is A, why, and B, what is going to be different between this and the AAAD matchup? Because I don't really like what I saw the last time around. I'm not sure if it was the game plan or just the execution on it, but something didn't click, and against a team like Zero Tenacity, it has to, or we are in for a short night.
Yeah, I mean, first problem here is Symbiotic Surface. I'm going to have to get my parka back out. I'm in the splash zone for all of the Venom slime, of course. But yeah, that is kind of my question, too, looking at this map. I was very shocked
what are we
when I saw this
commentating?
come up. Because,
You
yeah,
did a spit take. You did it. You were having. I'm going to break the fourth wall here and be like, between the break, you were taking a sip of your water, and I was like, look at the map, and you would.
Yeah,
oh, hell no.
It was definitely rough shouts for
Actually, just having
on
conversations.
Surface. They kind of felt like it was really they never kind of got off on the right foot. They were kind of circled around the capture point and then just didn't really go beyond just kind of standing and trading blows. So, you know, I have to imagine if they're going back here, there's something they have cooking that they just couldn't get off the stove in time for the first time around.
I mean, there was potentially some time for like a scrim block in between those two matches here. We've been here for a good few hours, and most scrim blocks only last 2 hours, so they could have played 2 hours with the Symbiotic Surface and really ironed out how to play this map and execute on their
nothing
game
to hype
plan.
people
It was
up,
this
just
weird
chatted.
kind of split push where they had Gargoyle on the Venom, which he's phenomenal at. He's fantastic at that hero. But then you had, you know, an Emma Frost or a Magneto over on the other side, helmed by Piggy, and then
Do you
It's like
think
they're trying to set up a crossfire
map
for a
should
hit
be
scan, you know,
built
get
around
somebody in
like
position
specific
to just
characters
hit
based
the
on their
shots
home
on the
region?
Phoenix, but those shots just never came. They never got what they were looking for here, and every single time they tried to line something up, you
Like
know, you had Yaki on the
Yggdrasil Path should
Psylocke
be a
trying
good
to
map
follow
for
up,
like
but it was
Hela
too
or Loki or
disjointed.
Thor.
I think, you know, while I didn't
Or
love
just
that
did not
plan the
matter
first
at
time I
all.
saw that, if that's what they're trying to go for here again, and they have cleaned up the execution on it, it does hold some merit, but is it going to be enough to beat someone like
I don't think it's gonna be important. Like it's important to do, but it's cool if they do it.
In the
You know what I
same
mean?
hemisphere as what you showed on this map against Triple AD, if you want to beat a team like Z10.
Yeah, I mean, really, kind of the plot thread for Reject.
Like Spider Islands be a good map for Penny Parker
they
or
dropped a map
Spider-Man.
or a match yesterday to Pirates, which kind of understandable. You know, one of the top teams in Asia for sure. Then the Triple AD match happened, and there's a lot of questions around this team. And now it's kind of like, okay, they're gonna go for the run back here on Symbiotic Surface. Show us what they couldn't show us before. Because I saw the setup, right? I was watching them set this up, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting. You know, this could be pretty nasty, and they just didn't deliver on it. They couldn't find the payload to get what they were trying to get out of it. So
Spider Islands is
I want to
amazing
see
for
them
Spidey.
deliver
It is,
on what
yeah.
they were trying to set up, because there's definitely some potential there.
Same
like you
reasons
were
as
saying, you know,
Angela.
there
Yeah.
is a play that could be pretty nasty and give
It's
them a
like
lot of control.
it's
over that
it's
loading
an
point and give them some
alright
time-based
Angela
build-up,
map
but they have
or
to
alright
deliver on
Penny
it. They
map.
gotta follow through.
I think there's more than just potential. In the immortal words of Tool, I know the pieces fit because I watched them fall away. All right, they've got to fix this this split play, this schism between them. If I could reference the very same song. Ooh, yeah, chills. I love that one. We're gonna be getting into the map here, and we'll see if that's what they try to go for and try and execute that same plan, or if maybe this is still just, you know, a curveball, because not a lot of people are scrimming this map. Not a lot of people are playing this map. Most are avoiding it like the plague, you know, like you and I do. We roll up our windows, we put on our umbrellas. We don't want to get slimed like it's Nickelodeon. No, we want nothing to do with this map. And maybe with other teams not wanting to do with this map, Reject have a home field advantage. They have a set strategy that is not the one that we saw earlier. Maybe they have more tricks in their bag of tricks. We'll have to see, but the pick and ban base is going to paint the picture and potentially
Easy
paint the end
attack side
of
carries
Reject
Penny,
on
easy
this
flank for
night
map control if your team's not
if
branded.
they don't come correct.
It's alright.
Yeah, I mean, that is
I
the
just
question here, is how
I don't
deep
know.
does
I don't
the
like
bag
playing
of
Penny
tricks
Parker
go
anymore.
for Reject here? They are going back to
I legit have
Symbiotic
no reason
Surface.
to ever
Their
play
counter
Penny.
pick from
Besides,
earlier
everything is
match
banned
with
out.
Triple AD, gonna try to get some redemption.
But like, I'm actually
here
having more fun on
against
characters like
Tenacity.
Magneto
Of
or
course, you know, this is a little bit of a different
Strange,
situation here.
Groot.
Reject don't have the early lead here.
They're
It
just
is
more fun
match
to
point
play.
for Zero Tenacity, so no room for
You
error
got your
here.
title, you know.
Definitely seems like a
Number
risk,
1.
but we will have to see.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
a little
faith
light.
here that Reject will pull something out of their
Something
hat
real
to
easy,
show us
simple.
as we head back into the splash zone one more time for Symbiotic Surface. Once again, Gambit bans straight away.
let's
I
see.
don't know what else I can say about it.
Yep.
That should be the protect coming out here from Reject. They're gonna protect the Elsa, which
Okay.
is at least a little bit of an iteration on last time. I don't remember if we saw the Elsa coming out, and another iteration again. We have Finale coming in rather than Brownie for Reject, and you know, I'm not gonna I don't want to disparage Brownie because Brownie is a phenomenal hit scan player, but you know, Reject looked pretty good in that last match, even in a losing effort. With Finale at the helm on that Elsa,
That
so
feels
I've
like
got
old
confidence.
technology
I've
already.
got faith, and
I don't know.
I've got no Mantis, so
Think
if I want
Slam
a
just
damage
does
boost, I'm
9,000
gonna
times
have
more
to get it
value
from
on
an
your Purple
Ultron.
Suprema. Yeah.
Yeah, we may see him pop back
Thing
up
is just
yet
a better
again here.
anti-dud
Already
than
saw
Penny
him
Parker
on
ever
map
will
number
be.
1, so wouldn't be too shocked here. Invis off the board for Z10, so no invisible boundary up for grabs on Symbiotic Surface here. DD ban from Zero Tenacity, gonna take that away from Yaki. Very understandable. Again, they had plenty of time to watch the tape, even when Reject were
Protecting the
losing
tank
against
pool
Triple
is
AD.
pretty good
Yaki
here.
coming through on the Daredevil here.
banned the
They will
Invis.
get the Van Pool online for themselves and hand it back over to Reject for another
Interesting.
ban here. Doesn't seem like too big of a difference in this draft phase, but Reject potentially going to ban out the Ultron against Z10. They are definitely thinking it over, and yes, they
Oh
will
wow.
lock it in
4
there.
support bands.
Oh, so that Elsa is going to be alone and afraid. All of that damage is going to have to be raw. No augments, no performance-enhancing strategist utilities. Nothing but the buckshot gonna have to come
I
out
just went
from
after the double
Exy,
bubble
but
change.
I know he's good for it, but I want to circle back
Eh.
to something that you were just saying a minute ago about
I still don't like
that
it,
Daredevil. 'Cause
but
I'm wondering if that is just like a set play, or not a
is
set play,
bad.
but like a
Okay.
specific set target ban against Reject and what they're trying to
Can put
accomplish.
Elsa
'cause
on both sides.
the same thing happened in the last
This
the
game's
last
gonna
series that
be,
we saw on this map here, and that forced Yaki over onto the Psylocke, and he's still got the question mark on his head right
Jeff
there
and
on the portrait. But if he
Luna?
pulls out that Psylocke, we will know for sure that that is what they're going for. But right
I'm
now,
expecting
on
a
the attacking
Jeff,
side,
at
Reject, he's
least, on
hovering that Ultron. If
Z10's side.
someone is going to have to make use of this one-sided Ultron that they have gathered.
Or support bands, yeah.
Yeah, definitely rethinking the strategy a little bit here. Like you
Yep,
said,
Wendy
kind of
on
making
Jeff.
some changes to the comp that they ran the first time around earlier tonight.
Jeff
on
White Fox,
Symbiotic
maybe
surface,
full
but
dive
yes,
comp with
we
the
are
Elsa.
back here. Reject did
That
fall to
works.
triple AD here last time.
It's a
but there was
solid comp
strategy
right
they were
there.
trying to set up that they just did not deliver on. So giving them a second chance here to show their stuff against Zero Tenacity. Of course, for Z10, the path ahead pretty straightforward here. Win this map and go home undefeated after week number 1. That's the goal for them. Reject trying to get that faith back and restore, prove that they still belong at the top of the leaderboards here in the Asia region. But time will
Check
tell
this
here.
map, I wonder.
Reject is going to start off on attack. So yet again, they are in the hot seat here to prove that this strategy they got set up will work, because they counterpicked us here yet again. So I have to assume they are going to try to follow through here.
What a way to, or what a poetic way to get that momentum back than by going to the scene of your greatest folly and correcting that mistake. We'll see if that is the story that we get to tell today. Only time will tell, but Reject coming out the gate with Lastro on that white box, mirrored there by Visor on the other side. Catching Marvel out a little bit with some damage there from Finale. This is already looking pretty good from Reject. Even though they are just sort of walking up the choke here, it's still better and still a lot more cohesive than what we saw before. And now Gargoyle has access to his dive target. And now it is Zero Tenacity that are finding himself split. But XC is going to give Finale a
kill
splitting
from
headache
XC.
with that Psionic Crossbow.
Yeah, just stuck up against the wall. No possible chance for strategists to get to him there, and just shot down in clinical fashion by XC here to start things off. 60 seconds away, and yes, Reject definitely not looking as cold defeat
I think
as they
just
had the first time around on Symbiotic Surface,
number
but
nerfs is
they
what's
are not
needed.
quite to that capture point yet. Deadpool ults online for both sides of the board here to start things off. Reject on the
He
move,
uses
but
too much
Tenacity
damage
not
and
gonna
lives
wait
for
around
too
them.
long.
They are going to take the fight right to him here. Both sides dare
While doing a lot of damage at the same time.
Hammers coming through for both sides of the board here to kick things off. But again, they are looking for first blows to be traded here. Reject does have some capture progress, so they are definitely moving faster than they were last time. One tick away as Yaki goes overhead for Rage of Ultron,
All right,
while down
good
on the ground,
sustain.
Z10 got a couple ults ready to go. Apex Predator, but Jerry is holding onto it until the last second. Will find Finale, though. Does try to sneak up on him, but cannot be snuck up on.
And
Apex
you're
Predator
trolling.
does
I
come
was
down,
really hoping
but
he
is
didn't do
taken
that.
down very quickly there by a Gargoyle on the side of Reject. So definitely more back and forth here, but Reject already a couple ticks in
Stuff's
the book here.
changed.
No,
I think they can contest all angles really well.
so
Is
far
great.
as they tick down to about
Yeah,
half
like-
of the time left.
The thing
I
is,
will
he's
say,
just
small
too good at
silver
that,
lion,
and also
60%
everything
is
else that
greater
comes
than
with it.
65, so they have managed to get a little bit more than what they did last time around, but still
Should've been on
not
DPS
enough
pool.
to secure that second tick, like you said.
Yeah.
But the time bank, they could still get it done, but
Low-key, they could
Gargoyle
change
forcing
that
off
for
the
tank
symbiotic
pool
abilities
specifically,
early on.
and
Visor putting out
it'll be
so
fine.
much pressure there. Gargoyle looking for the Beast of the Abyss, but I don't think he's going to be feasting on all that much. Sunghoon with that Fateable World trying to keep Reject in the fight here as they keep this momentum going. XE though, dance the butterfly
big
on
kill.
top of Sunghoon is going to take him down. Lastro forced out of that Kumio form, and the Lartrox now coming
No,
out.
the
It's so back and
Pinkle.
forth right now, but it looks like Reject are going to be dispelled here.
Oh.
Zero Tenacity restaking their claim off the back of some heroics from
Got
XE.
them. There we go.
Jerry, not to be outdone with some shots there onto his counterpart in Finale.
I mean,
Reject
Z10's
not gonna be
DPS are
getting
just
that
so good,
67%,
man.
I can tell you that much.
Yeah, solid double KO for XC coming in here. It does feel like Reject definitely putting up more of a fight here, but they are again in this same
output is
position.
crazy. Yeah.
One tick and 60 seconds on the clock to try and turn this thing around. And of course, Zero Tenacity pushing out just a little bit here, but Reject gonna have to walk all the way back up the middle lane here. And XC, of course, in the side room's not gonna make that an easy task. They do have Rage of Ultron for Miyaki ready to
Sai
go.
is
That's
so
the only
bad.
ult on the board here right now.
He's not
But
just ult
Reject,
merchant
again,
anymore,
A
yeah.
bit slow to start here, and Jerry, Gargoyle there, a little bit caught out, and Soko gonna finish him off.
What
on
is that
the
guy
Deadpool.
doing?
Open up that can of worms here, and Z10 yet again have the body advantage with just 30 seconds
That's
left to go.
terrible ult, but it's okay.
Oh, the Apex Predator from Jerry taking down Finale. 30
We're just here
seconds
for
left, just
momentum.
like you said, but it's going to be a stagger push if that at all. Last year was going to die late there. XE finds the Elim, and you can see Zero Tenacity. They smell blood in the water, and like sharks, they swarm, they encircle, and Reject. They're not going to be able to get a straight TP off at this rate. They have to get Zero Tenacity off of their back before they can even dream of it.
I didn't even know you could get
Still
this
have
way.
that Rage of Ultron, still have Gargoyle looking to
Oh, we're just
potentially
spawn
get the swing
camping.
in on
Okay.
there, but Zero Tenacity haven't been repelled far enough back in order for anybody to get the touch there. Gargoyle is going for it, but is it going to be enough? Is Zero Tenacity
Solid
looking
ult
to
maybe
hold
onto the Ultron?
Yeah, They are holding that door very firm here. Overtime already ticking down there. Reject, mad dash to the point here. They will buy themselves some overtime, cashing in every ult they've got. But Marvel on the Venom, picking up 1 KO here to start things off. Make that
so
2 there.
close.
XC finds 1. Finale gonna try to even things out here, but Soko gonna get in the mix here as well, taking down another body from Reject here. Yaki hanging on by a thread. Gargoyle looking low. 2 Feast of the Abyss does come through. Zero Tenacity not here in full force, but enough to stop Reject. They make 1 more percent.
I mean, guys, I think it's over.
And you can't just be 1% better than your biggest folly. You've got to be so much better. We needed to see not just that second tick. Realistically, for a team like Zero Tenacity, Reject needed to get the full cap onto point A and then get all the way to the end and force extra innings if Zero Tenacity even get that far. But now it's going to have to be a full hold or a 2-0. And I mean, this has got to feel really bad for Reject. I still don't know what the thought process is here, because they're kind of just playing this sort of like front to back with a little bit of dive mixed in, and it's still so very split and not capitalizing on their win conditions. And I just don't know. I don't know what the thought process is going to this map. I certainly don't know why we're going to this map twice, but Reject, I mean, they gotta make it work.
XC's so tapped in.
They've got no other option. They gotta go for the full hold.
He's going crazy in these games.
I had really high hopes here right off the bat. You know, Reject definitely on the move, up on the capture point a lot sooner than the first time around here on Symbiotic Surface. But again, 66% there, just a couple of ticks is all Zero Tenacity are gonna have to do to close this out and complete an undefeated first week here of the preseason. A very, very strong team, and there is so little room for Reject to operate here that it will take a miracle for them to hold this thing down. They are going to attempt it though. Marvel on the move. Strange Portal coming in first. They are just going to go for a full wipe and close this thing out early.
You go for a cheeky portal play, flipping the map essentially, and Zero Tenacity have time to make this sort of play. They're gambling with house money. They know they don't have to cap the point in full. They just have to get 2/3 of the way, and that is child's play for a team this good. Reject, it's time to lock in, it's time to get angry, it's time to shut Zero Tenacity down. But as Zero Tenacity rained down onto the point, XC has already taken down Piggy, and that is first blood bleeding that cannot be stemmed as Jerry finds 2, and this is all over. But the cry
is actually entertaining pro play. Yeah, I mean, wow, not even 1 minute.
Reject fall, and they were gambling with house money. It's time for Zero Tenacity to cash out as millionaires and take their place atop the Asia Pacific region here, and Reject continue to slide down the pecking order.
Surprisingly so, too. And after that map 1 showing, too, on Burnin' T'Challa, I am in shock here to see them fall yet again on Symbiotic Surface. And XC there, picking up MVP on this map. Of course, picking up very quickly on the attack on that second map, closing things out. A very, very early day at the office here for Zero Tenacity, and they will finish the first week of preseason here undefeated as, man, gotta give them a ton of credit here, and I'm in shock.
Straight belt
to ass. I don't know what to say about Reject, really, man. It's rough to watch for sure.
It's a little bit rough, and there is still time to turn their fortunes around, but I have a lot to say about Zero Tenacity because, like I said, I was really excited about this roster. I love this roster, and they are performing up to their potential. This, whether you like Reject's performance or not, was still a statement victory. This says we are the new kings in this region. If Reject falter, we will take their throne. We're the new kings, and if you're gonna come for the kings, you best come correct or don't come at all.
Yep.
Yeah, and it
just
feels
don't
like
come, guys. No coming.
Here, which again, it just catches me so off guard because after watching Burnin' T'Challa, I said, okay, great, we're locked in, we're here for the match, we're gonna get the 3 mapper, but Zero Tenacity just 1, 2, 3,
Lots
and
reference.
Reject staring up at the lights, dazed with no idea what just happened. So an incredible performance all weekend long for this Zero Tenacity squad. Of course, you know, like you said, I had a lot of high expectations for them as well. They definitely deliver on
Visor
that.
line?
But
No, he's
Reject
not.
gonna have
He's
to be
locked.
looking ahead at week 2 and thinking about what they can do differently here. Of course, I don't know that Symbiotic Surface is going to be on the table for them going
Someone
forward.
like XZI line?
Again, it's not all bad for Reject here. They do have some bright spots. They put up a heck of a
is too
fight
strong?
on that
Yeah, I don't
Burnin'
know. They
T'Challa
played
map. So
really
it's
well.
clear that they need some fine-tuning and some retooling to get back in the fight. But yeah,
Visor's not
very,
live. Probably
very
nobody else is
early
live.
lead
So
here
go.
as Zero Tenacity and Pirates end up just being at the top of the leaderboard here at the end of the week.
I think for Reject, speaking of the leaderboards, you don't want to slide too far down. I don't think their playoff hopes are dashed. And again, it is still group stage and there is still
One man
playoffs.
also holds all game.
Might not be
Yeah,
exactly
I mean,
what they wanted. There is
to
some
be fair
time
for
to
both
shore up some
sides,
of
it is kind of hard to get it
spots that we're
also ult off,
identifying for this
considering
Reject
what they were
squad,
playing
reclaim
into.
that glory that was once promised to them, but right now, Zero Tenacity
But
are just bathing in that glory,
definitely
practically drowning in it. They
well-deserved
are
win
standing
on the
so
side of
tall and
Z10
looking
there.
so good,
I mean,
looking
they just
so
played
dominant, and now we can look
pretty
to the
well.
future and see we
Pretty
have
out of their
an inevitable
minds.
Zero Tenacity versus Pirates matchup somewhere in the not-so-distant future that I think is going to deliver on every promise. As those
I'm
two
ending
are
stream.
now
I
both
gotta go to
undefeated.
bed.
Both have not dropped the map in this group stage
But
thus far.
that was fun.
Looking
I
strong,
liked seeing
looking
Z10,
clean,
and
and
I'm really proud that
looking
they
to
just
stake their claim as
really
the
simple
one
wins
single
right there.
undisputed #1
Wait,
team
raid.
in this region.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a couple of
Yeah, alright, you're done talking. Give it up. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching with me. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? What the fuck is going on over here, bro? Two Tap Tony. This guy was in chat. Amadian. I could raid him. Mr. Swamp Gaming. Let's raid Suppress. Fuck no. Do I have him followed? I don't. Yeah, let's follow him. Alright, I will see y'all later today, I guess. Hopefully. Maybe. Happy Easter. Peace. Bye, 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 bye.